research into treatments and cures for blinding retinal diseases, providing hope to people with vision loss. And for Mark, winning the fight means being there for his family. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even I added too much water to the pizza dough day?
Yep.
How about getting a call from my daughter to pick her up at the airport because her boyfriend is unreliable day?
Especially that day.
What about finding out that one of my pipes suddenly burst in my basement day?
Progressive has every day covered 24/7 with a Home and Auto Bundle. Also, you have a lot of bad days.
Oh no, that was all the same day.
At least you're covered with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
At Baths R Us, we believe home improvement is life improvement, and that starts with the team who brings your vision to life. Our installers aren't just skilled, they're experts.
This is who we are. This is what we do all day, every day.
Right now, get $1,500 off a shower or tub replacement or $3,000 off a full bathroom remodel. Plus, low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsrus.com, 412-556-2284. Baths R Us, where dreams soak in.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life, your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 61 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Fayette County community and several churches came together Friday evening for a prayer service, a candlelight prayer service honoring 9-year-old Renesmee Utsi. She's the girl who was found dead along the shore of the Youghiogheny River on Thursday morning after being reported missing on Wednesday. 2 people have been charged in connection with her death, the girl's foster mother, Courtney Utsi, and 35-year-old Sarah Shipley. At the prayer service, which was held at Franklin Memorial Methodist Church in Dunbar, it was all about honoring 9-year-old Renesmee Utsi. Christina Benedetto is Utsi's biological mother.
She could light up a room with her laugh. She was beautiful inside and out, and most importantly, she was our baby girl.
And a message from one of the pastors at the church.
This precious little child whose laughter should be echoing down the hillside and into our town tonight was taken from us in a horrifically unimaginable way.
Audio courtesy of KDKA TV. There will be another vigil to remember the life of Renesmee Utsi held tonight at Dunbar Community Park. It begins at 7 o'clock. The man charged with a violent attack on a 10-month-old baby in July has been ordered to stand trial on criminal homicide charges. 18-year-old Dominic Pinnock will also be tried on several reckless endangerment and aggravated assault charges stemming from the death of a baby at a home in the 7100 block of Kedron Street in Homewood. The suspended police chief at Arnold is now the former police chief of Arnold. Josh Stanga resigned his position on Friday. Mayor Shannon Santucci tells the Trib that Stanga resigned in lieu of being terminated following a state police investigation of him. Robert House, who has been serving as officer in charge since July, will be appointed chief. President Trump has signed an executive order rebranding the Department of Defense. Here's CBS's Linda Kenyon.
We're going Department of War.
Speaking in the Oval Office, President Trump said he believes it's long overdue.
We won the First World War. We won the Second World War. We won everything before that and in between, and then we decided to go woke and we changed the name to Department of Defense.
The president added changing the name reflects the nation's strength, saying Department of War is much more appropriate, especially, quote, in light of where the world is right now. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
KDK Radio News Time. It's almost 6:33. The AccuWeather forecast coming up.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
Super September savings underway at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. Save with your Coons Reward Card. Hickory smoked Sugardale bacon, 1-pound packages, $3.99 each. Jumbo California honeydews, 2 for $5. And selected varieties of Haagen-Dazs Belgian waffle cones, 4-count package, $2.99 each. Additional savings in our meat department. Bone-in country-style spare ribs, $1.99 a pound. And boneless, skinless tilapia fillets, $9.99 a pound. In our produce department, locally grown bicolor corn, 6 for $3. And locally grown eggplant, 99 cents each. In our deli department, Eckeridge spicy pineapple ham is $8.99 a pound, and Boar's Head sweet barbecue chicken breast, $11.99 a pound. And this week, selected varieties of Coke, Sprite, or Dr. Pepper, 6-pack half-liter bottles, 4 for $15.
So get in on all the Super September savings at Coons Market. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Mint is still $15 a month for premium wireless. And if you haven't made the switch yet, here are 15 reasons why you should. 1, it's $15 a month. 2, seriously, it's $15 a month. 3, no big contrast. 4, I use it. 5, my mom uses it. Are you playing me off? That's what's happening, right? Okay.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
This is TV's Dr. Travis Stork for Eggland's Best. Eggs are a staple in our diets, and there's only one egg with more delicious farm fresh taste, plus superior nutrition. Eggland's Best, with more vitamins, including 6 times more vitamin D and 10 times more vitamin E, plus 25% less saturated fat than ordinary eggs. Available in so many delicious varieties: classic, cage-free, organic, free-range, and pasture-raised. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Keep an eye out for a passing shower or two today. Otherwise, it looks cooler and rather cloudy today with a high of 69, followed by a chilly night tonight with a sky that ends up clear, low 48. For tomorrow, expect a sunny to partly cloudy sky and another cool day, high 68. And Monday looks nice with sunshine, high 70. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, let's get back to those phones and say hi to Kathy in Imperial. Kathy, good morning, and thank you for holding on. Welcome back to KDKA.
Okay, thanks, Rob. Okay, so I want to be a bit analytical here about the way I do life and the way I make a parallel to that and the state of our country and how it is, right? So, you know, there are systems in place, because people were talking about how, you know, adult children are bringing their parents to interviews and all this, you know, this mess that we're in with people that don't want to work, these kind of things. So this is how I look at it. There are systems in place in families where you have enablers and codependents. You know, the codependents could be, you know, someone with a substance abuse problem or just a young adult whose parent is enabling them to be able to stay at home where they don't have to work, and that is a disservice to their adult child. I have 4 adult children, and we were, you know, especially with our older daughter, considered like the meanest people. She appreciates it now because she's actually an entrepreneur herself. But, you know, the system we had in place, and then I'm going to give a parallel to Trump and how I see how he does the same thing and why it's having so much backlash. You know, in our family, you know, as soon as you got a driver's license, you had to have a job so you could pay for the insurance that went up. You know, if you were 16, if after you graduated high school, you either went to school and worked part-time to stay here. We never charged our kids rent. But you had to be in school and work part-time, or you had to work 40 hours a week. And, you know, that's how we did it. And we've produced 4 very hard-working adult children. It was, you know, hard. And, you know, so we were not enablers with codependence under our roof. this country, especially the far left, is the poster child for enablers and codependents. The entitlement programs produced, and I'm not talking about helping people who need a leg up. Maybe they need some food stamps for a bit or whatever. It's there for a leg up. I'm talking about generational codependents in this country who just never do work because they're on entitlement programs. And all that produces, I remember Jimmy Carter, when I look back on him, he was like the worst when it came to that, because in order to be kind and benevolent, whatever, he started entitlement programs that fueled generational government dependent people. So you have, if you're getting my drift here with how all this works, you look at Trump. Trump is he is promoting the complete opposite. Get up, get out and work. If you're able to work, you need to get up and you need to get out and work. He's looking under every rock and behind every bush, and if you're collecting things and you're living like this, then you need to go to work. Then you're going to lose these entitlement programs because you don't need them. This whole system, that you see it on a small scale in families who are allowing their adult kids to boomerang back into the house when they need to put their foot down and say, go work. Oh, you can't afford an apartment? Get a second job. I'm sorry, this is the real world, and you're doing them a service when you do that with your kids. I believe that 100%. The fact that is Trump's framework for the nation, of course, all these people who have gotten used to living that way are losing their minds. Oh, well. This is what will produce guys like that called in talking about the paper shredder business, and he's always starting all these businesses, and I love the way he looks at life. It'll produce that. It'll produce people that start opening up little businesses, bring beaver back to life, all that kind of thing. So that's how I see things. That's how I look at life. And for people that say on day one he said he would do this, and it will take a long time for this to turn around. He's putting these things in place. You expect in 8 months to undo this broken system we have. All these things he's doing with the National Guard coming in to get these cities straightened out. With I could just list things on and on, but I think you get my drift.
I just don't understand why people can't see the forest through the trees. I mean, what do they think's going to happen if we don't have somebody who's a person of action like the president? I mean, don't they see what I see driving through these communities? Honestly, it has been an awe-inspiring moment over the last couple of years. I've seen things, maybe I don't know, maybe I look at things differently now, but the destruction, the crumbling of America, the brick and mortar, but the families, the crime, the drugs. I mean, it's overwhelming sometimes. It's almost like I'm glad I'm old, because I don't think I'd want to be here 30 years from now.
Yeah, for sure. And the border thing, when they were flooding people over, that was an instant population of codependents that would be dependent on the government, and they were. And the things people look at that as, oh, that was kind. No, it was not kind at all to do that to those people, to bring them here because the far left was wanting to implement communism. I'll say that, and I hope it is Gavin Newsom, because he is sure to lose.
Oh.
If it's Gavin Newsom, we have another Republican president. Hands down, the country turned out November 5th, 2024, and spoke loudly. The results came in that day. Everybody sees it. Nobody wants it. I hope it's him, because he is sure to lose.
How could how could they be even considering him? I mean,
yeah, well, because they don't have anybody else. He's the only one
that's the whole key. That's the whole key.
Yeah. And that Nancy Pelosi video that Ken talked about? I have that. I can send that to you. I have the video of her. She's standing there with a whiteboard, and she's given exactly what Trump's doing right now with the tariff. She's saying, this is what needs to happen. I can send it to you. I have it.
No, it's okay.
That video. I've seen it. But anyway, Trump is tough-loving this country. People that are entitled and have been brainwashed that that's a way of life are losing their minds, and it's going to take time. I'm fine with the bumpy roads we have right now, because the end result will be amazing. If he can stay alive, I pray every day for him to good. He's alive again.
I don't know about you. I don't know about you, but I am a little concerned about his health. Maybe it's just my mind running away with itself, but I am a little concerned. I don't know why, but I just am.
Well, I don't know. I mean, one day at a time. I meant people trying to harm him.
Oh, I know what you meant. I know what
Yeah.
you meant. I know what you meant.
But yeah, but Rob, I don't know. That's how I, and I think people that are listening to me who raise their families that way, and you have to be tough when you love people, because it's hard to watch them. Like when our kids are trying their best, they're doing absolutely everything they can. We do come alongside and help them if they need help. We're not cut and dry, but and they know that if we're able to help them, we would, whether it's financially or whatever. But that mindset right there is what made America what it is. Knowing that you have to get up and go get yours. You just have to do it. So, yeah, we just gotta wait. Got to take time. This 8 months in. I mean, come on. These people calling in.
He's done more in 8 months than most presidents have in 2 terms.
Yeah, and if somebody doesn't model, I mean, that man never stops. He models it. So, anyway, that was my thing. That's what I wanted to talk about, and I feel like that's the answer. You just got to self-evaluate and say, am I doing all I can do? But anyway, yeah, I still say, Rob, if we don't see someone being put in the forefront to replace Donald Trump, and that's going to be hard. Those are big shoes to fill. I can't even think of anybody that could do what he's doing.
No. I don't think J.D. Vance. I don't think Marco Rubio. I don't think anybody. I don't know. I hope that he stays healthy, and I hope he gets to the finish line, and I hope people look back on a guy who, whether anybody wants to hear this or not, is unselfish to the point he just wants to make it a better place for his children and grandchildren, and we can all reap the benefits because of his efforts. That's how I look at it.
Oh, yeah, and if he's physically able to do it, I could see him saying, I'll go 4 more years if he can. I'm just saying, I could see him doing that. And, I mean, I know that sounds like a real long shot, but I could totally see him doing that. If he was physically able to do it and it was able to happen legally, I could see him doing that too. So, I don't know. One day at a time, right, Rob?
One day at a time. Sounds good. Listen, I appreciate you, Kathy. Thank you.
Okay. Have a good day.
All
Bye-bye.
right. We're going to get Dan on the other side. Anybody else wants to jump in here? Look, I'm a Democrat. I will die a Democrat. But I also know that we, meaning baby boomers, are running out of time. And if we want our children to have anything, and we want to go back to when manufacturing was king, and the communities that were the Cranberries, the Peters Townships, places like Newcastle, Ambridge, Aliquippa, Denora, Monessen, if we want to give these folks a fighting chance to have an opportunity to rise from the ashes, this is now. This is what we need to do. We have to help everyone, because there are people in Pennsylvania alone who need our voice, who need our help. That's why I was so bent on getting the Nippon U.S. Steel deal done for the people of the Mon Valley. Think about places like East Pittsburgh, where George Westinghouse, his claim to fame, Braddock, where U.S. Steel, Carnegie, and others. This is where we need to go back in time to correct, to reset the bar, and to get going again. Imagine if we have even 10 years of what's going on right now, where we can be. Those of us baby boomers, as that Act 3 curtain comes down, looking back on the effort we gave so our children and grandchildren could have the opportunity to live the life that we lived, which was a special life. We'll take a break. Stay with us.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA. News Radio, KDKA. Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Market with 8 locations to serve you better. High school football last night, KDKA Radio, Avonworth over Aliquippa, 23-7. Central Catholic and Woodland Hills each have players in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Central Catholic, of course, Dan Marino, and Woody High's Jason Taylor. Well, the 2025 version of these two teams will play in Canton today, and you'll hear it on KDKA. Pregame at 2:30, kickoff at 3:30. Former Pirate Quinn Priester's strong performance pitching as the Brewers beat the Pirates 5-2 last night. Two teams again tonight, 640, 93.7 The Fan. College football, Pitt, Central Michigan today on 93.7 The Fan. Also regional action, Penn State, Florida International. WVU takes on Ohio University, Ohio State, and Grambling. Duquesne and Lincoln University, and RMU and YSU. Pro football last night, San Pablo. It was Justin Herbert, 3 touchdown passes, 318 yards as the Chargers beat the Kansas City Chiefs 27-21. Steelers favored by 3 tomorrow at the Jets. Kickoff at 1. Novak Djokovic lost to Carlos Alcaraz in one of the men's semifinals at the U.S. Open. And Jannik Sinner, world number 1, was victorious in his semifinal. So it's Alcaraz and Sinner for the men's championship. And today, Anna Nizamova takes on Sabalenka for the women's title. More sports, 93.7thefan.com.
There are things in this world that are just a bad combo, like morning rush hour on the Parkway and an empty stomach.
Well, folks, it looks like today is going to be a doozy. Be safe out there.
But you know what's actually a smart combo? Upside cash back with your credit card rewards. That's right. With Upside, you can earn cash back every time you fill up or grab your morning coffee at hundreds of nearby gas stations and restaurants in Pittsburgh, like GetGo, Circle K, and Dunkin'. The best part? You can combine Upside with your credit card perks and loyalty programs. It's like double dipping your rewards with an extra side of cash back. Download Upside, and for a limited time, get a 10% bonus on your first purchase with promo code PITT39. That's promo code PITT39 for an extra 10% cash back bonus. See why millions of Upside users have racked up almost $1 billion in cash back earned. Next time you're filling up or fueling up, choose the smart combo with Upside. Don't forget to use promo code PITT39. Upside. Cashback smarter. Offers vary by user and location. Terms and conditions apply. Go to upside.com for details.
Millions are choosing NordVPN to stay safer online. Get NordVPN today with 77% off and up to 3 months extra. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic and help you avoid phishing, scams, and malware. Get the special NordVPN deal today at nordvpn.com. This offer includes a 77% discount on a 2-year plan and up to 3 extra months. Savings and additional terms apply and can be found on nordvpn.com. The offer is valid until October 15th.
We know you're uncertain about psychics. Is this fortune teller you found on a forum legit?
Your one true love is...
me! That's why California Psychics reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. New customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Get insights on the go. Download the California Psychics app today.
Tune in to 1020 KDKA Radio for Medical Frontiers with Dr. Gerald Pfeiffer from the Allegheny Health Network every Monday from 7 to 8 p.m. Dr. Pfeiffer and his special guests will cover the information that you want to know about your health and the latest trends in medicine.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, so just to kind of wrap up the hour, Rob's getting ready with that news at 7, then Dina Schmidt, Michael Coleman, One Health Benefits, 8 o'clock, Secure Money Advisors, Brian Caranta. 9 o'clock, Lance O'Brien, MediConnect. Lots of opportunities today to call in. The enrollment period for Medicare is just around the bend, so we're going to give you that opportunity. 10 o'clock, the guys from True Value. 11 o'clock, we're going to Kentucky, where the Travel Showcase, AAA Central's Travel Showcase, is going to take place today. And we're going to be joined on the Metropolitan Window video screen by all of your hosts. They're all there for the big show. So Andrew Benacki will be here. Alicia Mazel will be here. Kristen Zapp will be here. Marita Williams will be here. So we're going to have a really good time in that hour. And then Lynn Hayes Freeland, it's the first Saturday of the month. She'll be here today at noon. And then, of course, Central Catholic, Woodland Hills from the Hall of Fame city of Canton, 2:30 pregame, kickoff at 3:30. Last night, as you heard moments ago in sports, Avonworth defeated Aliquippa. But I want to just talk about community, if I can. And it really begins from the top on down. You know, there's a reason why the president got elected in 2016 because of Pennsylvania. Obviously, some things went in the wrong direction. At the end of his first term, Pennsylvania went in favor of Joe Biden, who became the president. And then once again, President Trump is the president again because of Pennsylvania. Look, Pennsylvania matters, okay? I don't know how much more I can explain that to you other than simply saying any presidential election in my lifetime, we've always had that word swing in front of our state, swing state, right? Because Pennsylvania has been mattering to this country since the turn of the 19th going into the 20th century. Do you understand that work that we did and began over 100 plus years ago in another century, in a land far, far away, and nothing but a distant memory, is the reason why we still have anything of substance today. It's still why some of those mill communities, river communities, still have school districts, still have somewhat of a main street. We have let it deteriorate year after year after year, generation after generation after generation. We lost the manufacturing base starting in the 80s, and now here we are 40 years later, starting to get a little trickle here or there, but for the most part, most of the brownfields are still empty. The buildings that once housed such names as Bethlehem Steel, U.S. Steel, J&L Steel are nothing but a bunch of abandoned buildings with weeds and busted windows. Okay, some have been developed, some have actually come back to life, but for the most part, nothing. You have to find a way to stimulate the economy in a big way, meaning cash flow, to start getting people to develop those properties, to bring manufacturing sites in. Exactly what Royal Dutch Shell did, removed a company that had been there forever, that my father worked, my grandfather worked, pristine, cleaned up the ground, built a state-of-the-art facility that will be around for 100 years, doing something that we have an abundance of, using the natural gas beneath our feet. There should have been another one of those with BP or Exxon, either in Beaver County or in places like West Virginia or Eastern Ohio. We should have already been developing building. Building trade should have left there and went to the next site and then went to the next site. But for some reason, once again, everything is stalled out. But now we have a person in office for the last 8 months has been promoting building, manufacturing, good-paying jobs. And those job numbers that came out, we'll talk more about it tomorrow, 22,000 for last month. I'm serious. I really think the president is onto something. People juggling numbers to make whoever they want politically to look good. Okay? Now, if those are 22,000 jobs of generational paychecks, that's great. But if they're not, and they're 200,000 jobs, what does it really matter? Those jobs are meant for young people needing extra cash and those that are seniors who need to supplement their income. And you cannot expect companies to give people for certain jobs $50 an hour. But there should be manufacturing jobs that can pay them $30 an hour. They're building trade jobs in carpentry, electricians, plumbers, steam fitters, boiler makers that pay that money because you have a skill set. But you got to have jobs for them to fill, like the Mon Valley with Nippon Steel. Things matter. The AI, Homer City, to Bruce Mansfield in Shippingport. The opportunity is there. This guy simply wants to take a swing at it. Let him. Let's get on board. Let's put our political differences behind us and start looking to the future as one nation, okay? One nation getting it done. News coming up next.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Tamara have found out that somebody really, a big name in sports, found out about your story and did something really unusual. That's Shaquille O'Neal.
He was just like, what do you need? What is something that's holding you back? I took wrestling off this entire summer so I can pay for a car. And he was like, okay, well, let me know what car you want.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Hi, it's Lynn Hayes Freeland. You know, when it comes to housing, Pittsburgh families are looking for new solutions that work for people of all ages. One option that's getting a lot of attention is the accessory dwelling unit, or ADU. Here to tell us more about an upcoming workshop on ADUs is AARP Pittsburgh volunteer Barbara Hill. Welcome, Barbara.
Thanks so much for having me. We're excited to invite the community to join us on Thursday, September 25th from 9:45 to noon at Tree Pittsburgh, 3262nd Street. It's called Small Spaces, Big Impact: How ADUs Can Benefit Pittsburgh, and it's an interactive workshop where people can learn what ADUs are and how they can benefit families right here in Pittsburgh.
Now, for those who aren't familiar, Barbara, like me, what exactly is an ADU?
Great question. ADUs are also known as in-law suites, guest houses, or backyard cottages. They can serve as an affordable living space for a parent, adult child, or caregiver. They allow families to stay close together while still maintaining independence. In fact, 79% of Pittsburgh voters age 50 and older support updating zoning laws to make ADUs easier to build.
I love this. Now, what will people experience at the workshop?
We'll have trivia with prizes, a catered lunch, and plenty of opportunities to learn from policy expert Mary Chase. Attendees can even envision their own ADU in a hands-on activity and share their ideas on our on-site photo booth. Folks can register at aarp.org/local. Everyone is welcome.
Thanks, Barbara. Sounds great. And you can register at aarp.org/local.
Hope to see you there.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 60 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. 2 people now have been charged in connection with the death of 9-year-old Renesmee Yutzi. Yutzi was found dead along the shore of the Youghiogheny River on Thursday morning after being reported missing on Wednesday. Those 2 people who have been charged are the girl's foster mother, Courtney Yutzi, and custodial guardian, Sarah Shipley. There was a prayer service Friday evening in honor of 9-year-old Renesmee Yutzi at Franklin Memorial Methodist Church in Dunbar in Fayette County, and it was all about honoring the 9-year-old girl.
This precious little child whose laughter should be echoing down the hillside and into our town tonight was taken from us in a horrifically unimaginable way.
Christina Benedetto is Yutzi's biological mother.
She could light up a room with her laugh. She was beautiful inside and out, and most importantly, she was our baby girl.
Another vigil to remember the life of Renesmee Yutzi will be held later on this evening, 7 o'clock, at the Dunbar Park. The man charged with a violent attack on a 10-month-old baby in July has been ordered to stand trial on criminal homicide charges. 18-year-old Dominic Pinnock will also be tried on several reckless endangerment and aggravated assault charges stemming from the death of the baby at a home in the 7100 block of Kedron Street in Homewood. Now, Pennsylvania is one of about a dozen states that does not have a child torture statute, and one state lawmaker is trying to change that. Here's News Radio KDKA's Pat Septak.
State Representative Ryan Warner says no punishment is too harsh for people who treat children as if they weren't even human beings.
Any type of abuse is absolutely sickening, but when the kids are purposely and mentally tortured, it takes it to another level.
And that's why he's proposing House Bill 1837, which would establish the offense of child torture, punishable by up to 20 years in prison and a $25,000 fine. Warner first introduced this proposal last session and was moved to renew his efforts this week in response in part to the tragic death of a 9-year-old girl in Fayette County.
I hope that we don't have to see another incident like this for us to get this bill passed and signed into law.
Pat Septak, News Radio KDKA.
KDKA Radio News Time is 7:03. It's time to call Carlos at Greater Pitt Tree Service if you're concerned about your trees. Call 412-884-TREE. The AccuWeather forecast next.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-525-7718, 800-525-7718, 800-525-7718.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings a cloudy and cooler start to the weekend with a shower or two around and a high of just 69, followed by a chilly night tonight under a clearing sky, low 48. Tomorrow also looks cool with sunshine, a few clouds and a high of 68. Then more sun for Monday and a rather nice day overall, high 70. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is an editorial by KDKA Radio Senior Vice President Market Manager Michael Spacciapoli.
Here we go. If you're from Pittsburgh, you can't say that without hearing in your head Steelers. Here we go. We have the 70s to thank for that. Those old enough to remember the energy crisis with mile-long lines to get gas, double-digit inflation, and the collapse of the steel industry. They also remember the immaculate reception and 4 Super Bowls in 6 years. The Pittsburgh Steelers were a life raft for our city that had its guts ripped out when all the steel-related jobs evaporated. Every displaced Pittsburgher became an even more devout fan. Every city has at least one Steeler bar, including Rome, and most have multiple. Those same fans take over stadiums all over the country when the black and gold is in town. We're from the town with that great football team, and while we may criticize them when they're not winning playoff games, you better be careful. Just go lay your hand on a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, and I think you'll finally understand. It all starts Sunday. Here we go.
This has been an editorial by KDKA Radio Senior Vice President Market Manager Michael Spacciapoli. To view a transcript, go to kdkaradio.com.
The following is paid for by One Health Benefits. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. KDKA Radio does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
So I was texting our host, Dina Schmid, yesterday, and I was thinking, I can't wait. I woke up this morning, got into the station, and I said, it's September, Labor Day's in the rearview mirror, October is almost here. Open enrollment period. And what do I love about Dina and Michael Coleman here today as well from One Health Benefits? We're going to give you a chance to phone in right now, get all the advice you need, questions answered when it comes to your Medicare coverage. If you're going to be 65, signing up for the first time, or you just simply, which is a smart move, you want to revisit your benefits, do so. And remember, there's never an appointment for their services at One Health Benefits. So we have a lot to get to today, but we really would like to drive the phones because this is an opportunity to give you peace of mind as you get ready to roll into that enrollment period and get the job done. And we highly recommend One Health Benefits. Again, never a charge for their services. OneHealthBenefits.com, very interactive. Check out what they do there. But you can call and ask for an appointment. You can do it today. You can do it any day. They will get back to you. 724-799-8873. 724-799-8873. But again, you have a question about your Medicare coverage. Now is the time to call us. All of our lines are available. First come, first serve, 866-391-1020. And within a matter of weeks, when she returns to start next month, the phones will be so busy, you'll probably get a busy signal. So if you need a question answered, as we are weeks away from the enrollment period, call us right now. 866-391-1020. Without further ado, Dina, Michael, back on KDK. Dina, you begin, and it's just about go time, is it not? Good morning.
Good morning, Pittsburgh. Good morning, Rob. And absolutely, it is time for getting ourselves together, preparing for 2026 health insurance, all things health insurance, whether it's Medicare, employment plans, you're planning on retiring, anything dealing with your health insurance. It's time to start thinking about it now. I know it's just human nature to procrastinate, but that's not what we want to do because it's going to be a very busy time. And think about it. This is the time that everyone's trying to enjoy the holidays. So we want to get on the calendar. We can't start appointments until October 1st, and changes can be made starting October 15th. But it does end on December 7th for Medicare for everybody for under 65. Those plans, the new plans come out starting November 1, and that closes January 15th. December 15th for January effective dates, but you do have till January 15th for a February effective date. But that time's going to come quickly, so we want to get on the calendar now. And as Rob said, there's no cost at all to use a licensed agent. It's not how it works. The rates are what they are. Whether you use us or not, you're paying the same thing. So if it's no cost and you have a professional, and this isn't just something I decided to do out of my basement, we have our license. We have to study all year long, take multiple tests, which we're doing now. I popped out three more this morning before the show started. I've been up since 5 doing these tests, making sure I'm ready and Michael's ready to go. So look forward to talking to all my current clients out there. Thanks for listening to the show, and I welcome all the new ones. We have Michael. We've had Michael on board here for a little over a year, and he is my right-hand man. Can't speak more highly of Michael, and hopefully today you get to hear some things from him, and you feel the love with Michael as well.
Michael, before I get to the phones, I've already got Patty waiting in the wings. Just some of your opening thoughts as we get ready to roll here on this Saturday in September. Go ahead, please.
I agree with that time's coming real quick, and we're ready. We're ready to help you guys and answer your questions and look at your coverage for next year. That's what we're all about, and we're definitely one of the best in the business. And as you said, Rob, our services are completely free.
Listen, love what Dina does, and Michael, obviously, as she mentioned, such respect for him as well. So let's help you today. Let's get going. This is one thing I've seen Dina do from day one, the first time we met. Passionate. She wears her heart on her sleeve. She wants to help people, and that means you. So let's go. 866-391-1020. Patty, you're going to join us first on KDK. How you doing, Patty?
I'm well. Thanks for taking my call. I have a question for Michael or Dina. If I understand correctly, you're not able to discuss the specific benefit changes that are coming up with Medicare Advantage plans, but are you able to give us an indication on the Part D coverage, the prescription benefits? Do you know if they're getting better or worse? They were horrid last year.
Go ahead, Dina.
Yeah, so, that's kind of subjective. So what I can say is I'm not allowed to give details, but what I can say is no, it's not getting worse. Actually, the whole reason the Inflation Reduction Act came out is to help beneficiaries. But if you're not in the right plan, and maybe you just happen to stay where you were, you didn't look into it and have a prescription drug check every year, which you need to do, it may not be the right plan for you. But the Inflation Reduction Act, which is all about the prescriptions, was actually a benefit to beneficiaries. It's limiting your out-of-pocket risk, which is enabling and giving you the comfort to know that these new drugs that are coming out that are super expensive, that you will be able to get them because you have an out-of-pocket limit on what your exposure is. Meanwhile, before that, when we had the donut hole, you could have spent unlimited. There was no end. It could have went on. Once you were in that catastrophic stage, it could have went on forever until the following year to unlimited dollar amount. But now it's capped. So what I do suggest, until I can give you details, is you get on the calendar so we can make sure your prescriptions are covered under the plan that benefits you most, okay? Because there is going to be many, many changes on that. Because of the Inflation Reduction Act, that's the biggest thing going on right now, is that's what's causing changes in the plans. Okay. So when you say to me, are they getting worse? Worse is absolutely not. It's actually getting better, but the plan designs are changing to compensate so that you have less risk for prescription. Does that make sense?
Well, first of all, I do have an appointment with Michael already set up for mid-October, and Michael actually signed me up last year. But in my specific circumstance, I ended up doing better when I hit the donut hole in previous years than I have this year. I'm still paying the out-of-pocket. I haven't hit the $2,000 deductible. But for me, I hit that donut hole earlier in previous years, and then my Tier 3 and Tier 4 medications went way down. So that's why I call them horrid in my specific circumstances. I understand that there are other drugs out there that, once people do hit their $2,000 deductible, that they probably were in better shape. But I was just hoping for some relief next year.
Well, we'll definitely, you're in good hands in October when he checks on that. But let me make sure the audience is clear. It's not a deductible. So that $2,000 is called your true out-of-pocket for a prescription. So, Michael, why don't you go clarify what the $2,000 is?
So the $2,000 is literally the maximum out-of-pocket that both you and the insurance company will spend in one full year. That Medicare math is a little weirder than normal math, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to actually pay the $2,000. It just really depends on the drugs and how those insurance companies are covering them.
All right, good stuff. Listen, Patty, you'll have that appointment with him, but if you need any more from them, 724-799-8873. I'm long overdue for a break, So let me get a break. We've got Fred waiting in the wings who wants to talk to Dina Schmid and Michael Coleman, One Health Benefits. So anybody else out there that has a question, now's the time to get these questions answered. So you get the appointment, never pay for their services. You're prepared, you get in there, and you get the deal done. Lots of things they can do for you, but you got to make the call, get those questions answered today, and then call them and set up that appointment. Again, never a charge for their services. 724-799-8873, onehealthbenefits.com. We have lines available here on this Saturday morning. You can join us at 866-391-1020. We'll be back. One Health Benefits.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Market with 8 locations to serve you better. High school football last night, KDKA Radio, Avonworth over Aliquippa, 23-7. Central Catholic and Woodland Hills each have players in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Central Catholic, of course, Dan Marino, and Woody High's Jason Taylor. Well, the 2025 version of these two teams will play in Canton today, and you'll hear it on KDKA. Pregame at 2:30, kickoff at 3:30. Former Pirate Quinn Priester, strong performance pitching as the Brewers beat the Pirates 5-2 last night. Two teams again tonight, 640, 93.7 The Fan. College football, Pitt, Central Michigan today at 93.7 The Fan. Also regional action, Penn State, Florida International. WVU takes on Ohio University, Ohio State, and Grambling, Duquesne and Lincoln University, and RMU and YSU. Pro football last night, San Pablo, it was Justin Herbert, 3 touchdown passes, 318 yards, as the Chargers beat the Kansas City Chiefs 27-21. Steelers favored by 3 tomorrow at the Jets, kickoff at 1. Novak Djokovic lost to Carlos Alcaraz in one of the men's semifinals at the U.S. Open, and Jannik Sinner, world number 1, was victorious in his semifinal, so it's Alcaraz and Sinner for the men's championship. And today, Anna Nizamova takes on Sabalenka for the women's title. More sports, 93.7thefan.com.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $300 into something bigger when you bet on money lines, spread, totals, player props.
$300 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply, in-app only.
Hey, folks. NASCO Roofing, the region's roofing leader, continues to exceed customer expectations. Carol from Pittsburgh praised NASCO Roofing for their quality workmanship and the timely manner NASCO completed her new roof. She loved how friendly and easy NASCO Roofing was to work with. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Carol. Get NASCO on your roof next. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, back with Dina Schmid and Michael Coleman, One Health Benefits, onehealthbenefits.com, 724-799-8873. Call to set up that appointment, never a charge for their services. Taking a look, because it will be here before you know it, that enrollment period, plus all sorts of information when it comes to health care. And if you've recently lost your health insurance, they can help you with that too. But this golden opportunity that we always give you a chance to simply open up the phones and talk about anything that's on your mind. We had a great caller in Patty to start it off. Let's go to Fred now. He joins us from Laurel Gardens. Fred, good morning and welcome to KDKA. How are you?
I'm fine, Rob. Dana, Michael, how you guys doing today?
Good morning.
We're doing great, thanks.
I just wanted to call you and thank you for all the help you've been over the past 3 or 4 years, and I'm looking forward to going over my plans in the near future for next year.
Well, thank you for the call. We're definitely appreciate you calling in and looking forward to working with you again and making sure you're still in the right place. Changes happen. So probably the second biggest change since last year was the biggest, and then this year. So we've got to make sure that everyone's still in the right place. So it's important that we have that review. So I'm glad we have you set. We do have you scheduled, right?
No, not really. No.
Oh,
not at all.
You need to give us a call so we can get you on the calendar, that's for sure.
I will, and I'll keep referring people to you also.
Thank you so much. So much appreciated. That means everything to us.
Well, listen,
The biggest compliment.
anytime somebody takes time before the sun really is fully up on a Saturday morning to call in,
Right.
just to say thank you, that's just, and 3 years running, that just goes to show you, Dina, this is more than a job. It's an adventure. It's a passion for you, is it not?
I absolutely am so blessed that this is what I do. I think about, people all the time who are not happy with their jobs, and it's all day, it's all consuming. And for me to be able to help people, I think about this woman I had the other day. She was 83. Oh, was she a little spitfire? She was so cute. I think about her and I laugh because she just put the biggest smile on my face. And I must have spent no less than 12 hours of my time trying to fix something because she got moved to a plan she shouldn't have been in. And the plan she was in was helping pay her Social Security. And the woman only gets Social Security. That's how she's living, on such a fixed income. So when she lost that extra benefit, she was scared to death. And, it's funny, she called the carrier, and the carrier gave her my name. And that was a compliment because, they have their own salespeople. And, there's so many of us out there. And the carrier, I think they knew that I'd take that extra step, and it wasn't easy. It was at least 12 hours of time, but I enjoyed every bit of it because she was the sweetest thing ever and so happy in life, and that's what I get to do. That is what I get to do for my job. I just absolutely am so blessed to be able to help people, like the caller who just called in. He listens to the show, and obviously he's been helped, and that just is what gets me to keep doing this and make it, I bleed it, I eat it, I drink it, it's everything. So I thank Pittsburgh for trusting me with your health.
Yeah, it's everything. And, Michael, you've been around her long enough to know her passion. The partnership's good, but we know who's guiding the ship, and that's what excites me every time I have a chance to talk to her. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, I agree 100%. The whole reason why I came on board here is her passion is unmatched to anybody else that I've seen in this business, and it really says a lot to her character and the way she handles her business. And I am so happy to be on board with her because my passion is the same as hers. We've been doing this for over 20 years, and our goal is always to do the right thing for our clients, and she instills that in me and herself, and it's completely unmatched.
Hey, before we get back, go ahead, Dina. Go ahead.
It's funny. The thing that I love most about the job is the thing that other agents like least. I absolutely love the interaction with the clients. I have so many friends out there now that are clients, and that's how I became friends, because I've talked to them and it's so intimate and so personal. I said to Michael, my gosh, I'm going out to dinner like 5 times a week, meeting people that have become friends. It's something that has been a blessing all these years. And my social life is very full with meeting people that are clients, because I really enjoy everyone, and I get, it makes me feel great when someone wants to go out and meet, and, we have that connection.
Here's what I love about Dina, Michael. I don't work for her, but sometimes I think she thinks I work for her, because the first thing she says to me every time when we're talking before, get me the callers. I want to help the people. Let's talk to the people. I want to talk. So she could sit here and spout all sorts of, analytics that most people wouldn't understand to show how smart she is, because we know how smart she is. But she wants to talk to the people. She wants to get down in the trenches, and she wants to help that individual, that veteran, that widow. She wants to help people. And, Dina, one of the things that I was so proud that you really introduced me to when you first joined me, it wasn't all about Medicare. Medicare is great. I'm approaching that part of my life. I get it. But you want to help the people who right now are waking up and maybe lost their job this week, or something happened. They're saying, I have no health insurance. What am I going to do? I'm doomed. I'm not feeling well. I need certain things taken care of. I need medications. And this is where you say, I can help you. There is help at One Health Benefits, right?
Well, I don't understand. And it's funny because I did it with a client the other day, and went through the whole thing with him, helped him make his decision. And he's like, Dina, how in the world do people do this without talking to someone? And I said, it's scary to me because think about it, Rob. Most people have had insurance through their employer their entire lives.
Yep.
And you may get one or two options to pick from, so you may glance at it, right, during your enrollment period with your employer. But most times you get one option and you just take it and you just use the plan. But you have no idea the verbiage or anything. I honestly think it would do the country a service if they had a class that you had to take in high school about the verbiage and all the terms. And, it changes so quickly, so you couldn't keep the curriculum the same because, legislation changes. But so people understand what's out-of-pocket mean, what's deductible.
Yep.
It would be wonderful because these kids are graduating or getting off their parents' plan at 26 because that's the longest they're allowed to be on it. They have no idea what to do. I have people who, it breaks my heart, who I've talked to because someone said, you need to call her, but they didn't even know that a licensed insurance agent existed. They didn't know. And finally got a hold of me, and they were eligible to get insurance at almost no cost because their income was low enough.
Right.
But they didn't know. It's uninsured.
That's what Dina does every day. So when I tell you to phone in, whether you need the health insurance, you've lost it, you're curious, you have a question about your children, now 26 and out on their own when it comes to health insurance, Medicare, enrollment period, around the bend, whatever it may be, that donut hole stuff that we've been talking about. Whatever. Call us right now. Seize the moment. Take this opportunity. 866-391-1020. 866-391-1020. We'll be back. One Health Benefits. Michael Coleman, Dina Schmidt, your Pratt Pack on KDKA. Good morning.
Hi, I'm Andrew McCollum, CEO of Philo, the streaming TV company that's proud to be different. At Philo, we put the audience first. It sounds simple, but how often are you frustrated just trying to watch TV? I run a streaming company, and even I can't figure it out. From hidden fees to impossible to break contracts to dozens of confusing apps, TV has gotten way too hard. So we set out to make it better. You want to watch live TV from the channels you've always loved, like Discovery, A&E, Nickelodeon, and more? Philo's got you covered. You want to discover something new from our library of over 80,000 movies and shows? Then save every episode for up to a year so you can skip all the ads? No problem. Your favorite show is over and you want to take a break from your subscription? We've made it as easy as possible, and you can still enjoy more than 100 free channels. We built Philo so that you can love the way you watch TV for a price you can afford. Because at Philo, we're TV fans too. Head to philo.tv/Andrew to start a free trial and see for yourself. That's philo.tv/Andrew.
When you're injured on the job, you need more than just a workers' comp lawyer. When you need a fighter, you need us. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. For the people. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we're here for you. And we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 61 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7:30. I'm Rob Taylor. It's just into the KDK Radio Newsroom. Route 28 is currently closed in both directions near downtown at the East Ohio Street exit. Pittsburgh Public Safety says it's due to an individual who's threatening to jump from the overpass. Negotiators are at the scene. If you're driving southbound on 28, you can get off prior to the downtown area at the 40th or 31st Street bridges. Stay with News Radio KDK for more on this developing story. The Fayette County community and several churches came together on Friday evening for a prayer service honoring 9-year-old Renesmee Yutzi. She's the girl who was found dead along the shore of the Yaak River on Thursday morning after being reported missing on Wednesday. 2 people have been charged in connection with her death: the girl's foster mother, Courtney Yutzi, and custodial guardian, Sarah Shipley. At the prayer service, which was held at Franklin Memorial Methodist Church in Dunbar, it was all about honoring the 9-year-old Renesmee Yutzi.
This precious little child whose laughter should be echoing down the hillside and into our town tonight was taken from us in a horrifically unimaginable way.
Christina Benedetto is Yutzi's biological mother.
She could light up a room with her laugh. She was beautiful inside and out, and most importantly, she was our baby girl.
Audio courtesy of KDKA Television. Another vigil to remember the life of Renesmee Yutzi will be held later on tonight, 7 o'clock at Dunbar Park. Suspended police chief of Arnold is now the former police chief. Josh Stanger resigned his position on Friday. Mayor Shannon Santucci tells the Trib that Stanger resigned in lieu of being terminated following a state police investigation of him. Robert House, who has been serving as officer in charge since July, will be appointed chief. The man charged with a violent attack on a 10-month-old baby in July has been ordered to stand trial on criminal homicide charges. 18-year-old Dominic Pinnock will also be tried on several reckless endangerment and aggravated assault charges stemming from the death of a baby at the home at the 7100 block of Kedron Street in Homewood. KDK Radio News Time, it's 7:32. AccuWeather forecast next.
Shop incredible end-of-summer savings at the Scandinavian Designs Labor Day sale. For a limited time, take up to 70% off select modern furniture and decor for every room in your home, including living room, bedroom, dining room, and more. This is the perfect opportunity to get your space prepped for the party season ahead. Stop by your local showroom today or shop online at ScandinavianDesigns.com. Scandinavian Designs. We make it simple, you make it home.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Keep an eye out for a passing shower or two today. Otherwise, it looks cooler and rather cloudy today with a high of 69, followed by a chilly night tonight with a sky that ends up clear, low 48. For tomorrow, expect a sunny to partly cloudy sky and another cool day, high 68. And Monday looks nice with sunshine, high 70. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by One Health Benefits.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, again, when Dina returns next month, we'll be just literally on the doorstep of the open enrollment period, so the phones will be extremely busy then. So if you're sitting at home today and you got a question or two going through your mind, you want to get an answer, I highly urge you to call right now, 866-391-1020. Dina Schmidt, Michael Coleman. It is One Health Benefits, onehealthbenefits.com. And I definitely would call to get your appointment set up. Again, never a charge for their services. You can do that by dialing 724-799-8873. Michael, this is for you. Why should people revisit their benefits on a regular basis? Go ahead, please.
Well, there's always so many changes every year, and you just want to make sure that, you know, those changes aren't going to affect you as far as your medications and, you know, the out-of-pocket costs for the services. But always, and that's really why they give you that opportunity every year to change your plan, is just to make sure you're reviewing it and make sure that your benefits for the following year are the same, or at least what you're expecting.
Dina, go ahead. Jump in.
Yeah, so it's not only that, it's the things change. The legislation changes. We have new people in office, so they are making changes as well. So you need to know how that affects you. We also know about programs that are available. Like, for example, Michael's a veteran, and so all you vets out there, I don't know if you all know, there's programs out there specifically for you to help with your Part B premium. So if you have TRICARE for Life, it's the best thing in this country you can have. So thank you for your service, and you deserve it. It's the best insurance. I think if I would have known how good TRICARE was, I would have probably gone into what's that called in college? What's that camp called in college when you start?
ROTC.
What is it called?
ROTC?
Yes, I think I would have went into ROTC to get that coverage now that I'm an educated citizen here and know about the health insurance. But by all means, you keep your TRICARE, but it can help you with your Part B premium. So those are things that you need to call. If you always are doing it on your own and just simply relying on talking to the carriers, it's kind of like that old adage where they say you only know what you know. Well, you're only going to know one part of it. And it's not that means you're not in a good spot, because you may have been lucky and picked the right carrier. But if you have an option to talk to somebody at no cost to you that knows these plans intimately, like within 2 seconds of talking to you, I ask you questions and Michael asks you questions, I can, in my head, have the policies I'm thinking are a good fit for you. It's that easy to me because I've gone through them. Oh my goodness, by the end of open enrollment, I have everything memorized from every plan. Like, you say it 100 times a day. So experience says a lot because you keep saying the plans over and over again, and you know what plans the niche for that plan is. Maybe the person who has expensive diabetic stuff, then I know they want to go there. Someone who has what's called limited income subsidy, LIS. There's certain plans only for you. So there is a niche for everyone. And if you're doing it on your own, there's no way that you know all those specific details, and you can find absolutely every benefit that applies to you specifically. So that's my point.
And we really take the time to do what's called a needs analysis to know exactly what your needs are, and so that we can find that right plan to fit your needs and make sure that you're going to be safe for the next year, and that you're not going to go broke because you didn't check, and now you're stuck in your plan for another year. So the needs analysis is really, really important. We take that time. We learn about you, and we know what your needs are before we make that decision. And because we've been doing it so long, like Dina says, we can literally go, all right, well, this is what you're telling me. This is what we're recommending based on what you're telling us. And that's the really personal touch that we give you, and make sure that we understand what your needs are versus us telling you what your needs are.
Listen, Dina and I are, if you want to know what our personalities are like, just go to the first letter in the alphabet, type A. We're both we're both driven. She has been such an inspiration to me, Michael. I can't even begin to tell you. And let me just tell you, she does birthdays to people. I do birthdays to people. I actually was wishing Doug Oster happy birthday, the organic gardener.
I did too. I think I sent it first, though. I did too. He's my client. I sent him a happy birthday.
But listen,
did you get the autoresponder? He's out of town.
Yes, I know. He's visiting his son. He'll be back tomorrow. But here's the deal. Doug's a man of few words, okay? Because usually when he gets here, he's wiping the sleep out of his eyes. But when he gets on the air, he's great. But one of the days he came in here smiling, literally ear to ear, and I'm like, man, what's he all happy about? He said, Dina Schmidt, he said, the best thing that ever happened to me. And this guy's a professional journalist, well-known, awesome. Loves you, and he knows all about planting the seeds and reaping the harvest, and he is just so ecstatic what you've done for him. But my point is, this is about building relationships. This is what Dina does. This is what Michael does. I'm talking to another friend last night who is under the weather, dealing with some health issues. He's in his 80s, really just a very incredibly wonderful human being I've known forever. Told me his medicine, $9,000 a month for a pill.
Wow.
And I just said, you got to talk to Dina. You know, I mean, the people, you need somebody to be your advocate, and that's what you do every day, Dina. And I know that's what makes you want to get out of bed in the morning.
You know, that is 100% right on. That's the difference. Is you can pretty much, you know, there's so many options out there to get insurance, but the difference here is I honestly, in my lifetime, and I'm not trying to be cheesy, but if I can make a difference in somebody's life, and this is important stuff, like this is life-changing, if I can do that, I have a smile on my face, and it helps me to continue. It's what I want to do. It makes me happy. And like talking to that lady the other day, I mean, I get tons of them, and she's just coming to my mind because I can hear her little voice talking, and it's just awesome. And to be an advocate, to fight somebody, she could not have afforded the plan that she was put to. Like, she would not have known what to do. At 83, she doesn't have internet, she doesn't have a cell phone. It was so hard for me to be able to do everything without her having any of those, but I got it done. And I was not going to take no from anybody because somebody screwed up. And it wasn't going to be, well, someone screwed up, it is what it is. Oh, no. We fought for her, and we got her the plan she had before she got changed. They gave her that money back in her Social Security because that's what she needed. And everybody needs an advocate. I need an advocate.
And, you know, Rob, the funny thing, Rob, is that after she took care of that 83-year-old lady, she literally called me, and she's bubbling, and it took about a half hour to explain exactly what she did. She was so proud of it because it was such a tedious task for her, but that's her passion. That's exactly what Dina Schmidt is all about.
She's the best. Listen, I was having some Wi-Fi problems at home. I said, Dina would probably be the only one that could actually get the cable company on the phone for me. So I know what she's capable of. She truly is one of the best. So listen, we're going to roll into a break, but I got to ask you a question, Dina, or Michael, either one or both of you. Got a couple of minutes before the break. Why does it seem like the biggest problems always surround prescriptions and pharmacies? Why is that such a big ticket item, do you think? Dina, you first.
Oh, my gosh, utilization. So my husband, I think people out there in the audience know, if you've listened to the show, my husband actually worked on the other end of this. He worked for the carriers. So he has over 30 years of experience working for the carriers. And I used to beat him up when he'd come home. I'd be like, your company's charging my clients this much for that, da-da-da. And it was a great experience because he got to show me and teach me their side of it. But the biggest part of utilization isn't the health part, it's the prescriptions people are on. There were groups that he had where some of the employees were on prescriptions that cost more than the employer was paying in premium a month. So we have, and the reason is we have all of these new things out. I mean, we're getting access to better medications. I mean, I remember I used to work for Big Pharma 30 years ago. And I remember when there was only one antidepressant out. It was Prozac. The company I worked for launched Paxil. It was the biggest deal in the world because now there was another option to the one antidepressant. Rob, do you know now how many antidepressants are out there? I could sit there and list at least 15.
Wow.
So the advancement in technology, or not technology, advancement in medicine is great. And that's why we have this Inflation Reduction Act, too, is we need to make sure prescriptions, everybody has access to them. There are protected classes, too, diabetics, antidepressants, that they have to offer one class of drug in all these plans. So it's just us putting that puzzle together.
Mm-hmm.
You are going to have some exposure on your end. Okay.
Right.
I can say another one here. Any woman out there, poor women, us, that's on hormone replacement therapy, none of those drugs are covered by any prescription plans if it's a bioidentical prescription, because that's not an FDA prescription. I can tell you all the women out there right now are going, yeah. You know how much women who are on hormone replacement therapy have to spend a month because that's not even covered by insurance? You can't even... There's no insurance care that covers bioidentical hormone replacement. and there are women that are spending hundreds a month. So I feel that pain out there.
Right.
I guess what we can say is accept and hope changes. I mean, we fight for you in Congress all the time.
All right, I got to get to a break. I'm overdue. We got Cindy on the line who wants to talk. We're going to maybe get Michael's thoughts on why it always seems to go back to prescription prices when it comes to what they do at One Health Benefits. If we have time, busy hour, lots of information, but the most important thing you need to know, if you haven't set up your appointment, you need to. For whatever healthcare issues you're dealing with, there's not a charge for her services. 724-799-8873. 724-799-8873. Dina Schmidt, Michael Coleman, your Pratt Pack, back with more of One Health Benefits on a Saturday morning at KDKA.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Market with 8 locations to serve you better. High school football last night, KDK Radio, Avonworth over Aliquippa, 23-7. Central Catholic and Woodland Hills each have players in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Central Catholic, of course, Dan Marino, and Woody High's Jason Taylor. Well, the 2025 version of these two teams will play in Canton today, and you'll hear it on KDKA. Pregame at 2:30, kickoff at 3:30. Former Pirate Quinn Priester's strong performance pitching as the Brewers beat the Pirates 5-2 last night. Two teams again tonight, 6:40, 93.7 The Fan. College football, Pitt, Central Michigan today on 93.7 The Fan. Also regional action, Penn State, Florida International. WVU takes on Ohio University, Ohio State, and Grambling, Duquesne and Lincoln University, and RMU and YSU. Pro football last night, San Pablo, it was Justin Herbert, 3 touchdown passes, 318 yards, as the Chargers beat the Kansas City Chiefs 27-21. Steelers favored by 3 tomorrow at the Jets, kickoff at 1. Novak Djokovic lost to Carlos Alcaraz in one of the men's semifinals at the U.S. Open, and Jannik Sinner, world number 1, was victorious in his semifinal, so it's Alcaraz and Sinner for the men's championship. And today, Anna Nizamova takes on Sabalenko for the women's title. More sports, 93.7thefan.com.
Folds of Honor has been meeting sacrifice with hope since 2019 in Western Pennsylvania. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal as well as a 4 out of 4 stars ranking on Charity Navigator. You can become a Folds of Honor wingman today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, boy, this hour goes by quickly. We're down to our final few minutes. I want to remind you before we go to the phones, you can reach them to set up your appointment. Never a charge for their services at One Health Benefits. Dina Schmid, Michael Coleman, 724-799-8873. Cindy, you're on the air. Welcome to KDK. Good morning.
Good morning. My husband and I are both on my husband's insurance. I am 65, and he will be 65 at the end of October. However, he will be retiring sometime during the first quarter of next year. Do we need to sign up for Medicare during the open enrollment, or do we do that when he retires?
Okay, great question. And I'm sure many people are going, yeah, what do we do? So great question. So you don't have to worry about that enrollment period because you guys are going to have what's called a SEP, special election period. Okay? So if it's going to be first quarter, when does he turn 65? You said next month, October?
Yes.
Okay, so you could apply for Part A. You just want to make sure you do not apply for Part B, because Part B you pay for. Part A is zero, but Part B you pay for, and you don't. If you're not going to take the benefits, why pay for it, right? So what you would want to do is you can apply for Part A. Did you apply for Part A since you're 65?
Yes, and so did he.
Yeah. Do this. Oh, okay. So he did. Good. So all you'll need to do is you can ignore the enrollment period, because that's not the period you'll need. You'll need what's called an SEP, and that's a special election period. You'll want to give us a call if you choose to. I hope you do. You'll want to give us a call probably like 3 months before he knows that date. So, for example, if it's going to be March, we want to then apply for Part B. We'll get you the paperwork. There's 2 forms from CMS, Center for Medicare Services, that have to be completed. And we want to get that done as soon as possible, because it could take some time. And then that's when we get Part B. So to answer your question, you don't have to worry about the enrollment period. You're going to use an SEP.
And the SEP is good any time during the year.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Cindy, thank you. And just in case you need it, I'll give it a couple of more times, but it's 724-799-8873. Literally, we're down to like 2 minutes. So, Michael, why don't you just jump in? I'd like to get your thoughts about why prescription drug prices always seem to be in the spotlight when it comes to the open enrollment period or Medicare in general. Go ahead.
Yep, and it's like Dina said, it's all about cost. And I was just telling her at the break here that recently CMS, Center for Medicare Services, is actually starting to advertise on TV, if you've seen it, information about the Extra Help program or low-income subsidy for those people who do have those really high expensive drugs, based on your income. You can actually get some assistance through the government to help pay for those drugs and eliminate this big $2,000 cap for each person. Again, it's based on your income, but there are so many programs that you can get into that help spread that cost out. But I think, Rob, what you're looking for is it's basically the cost of these drugs. They get so expensive, and everybody has the carriers have it on different tiers. You might have it as tier 2 for one carrier, but a tier 4 for another. So it's really important for us to, gather that information and make sure that we're getting you on the right plan that's not going to break the bank, so to say. Right, Dina?
No, absolutely. So there are programs out there for people who are low income. But this year, guys, the carriers, it's a top secret, so I can't say anything, but there are going to be some changes for some of the prescription plans that will affect you. So you will get a notice in September. It's called the ANOC, Annual Notice of Change. That will show you. Please read that, okay? And if it's not going to benefit you to be on that plan, give us a call. We can help find one that will.
All right, guys, listen, a fantastic job. Already looking forward to October, our next get-together. Keep up the great work, okay? Have a wonderful weekend.
Everyone, enjoy your weekend. Thank you. Bye.
All right, good stuff. Michael Coleman, Dina Schmidt, lots of passion there. So if you have any questions, you want to get that appointment set up, now's the time to do it. Before you do anything else today, you can call right now, as a matter of fact. I wouldn't be shocked if she answered the phone. 724-799-8873, 724-799-8873. OneHealthBenefits.com. All right, so here's what's coming up after Rob checks the news at 8. Brian Carranza will be here, Secure Money Advisors on the Money. And then, of course, we roll right through the day. Lots of exciting stuff, including in that 11 o'clock hour, we're going to the state of Kentucky, where AAA Central Talking Travel will be at their travel showcase in Kentucky. And Alicia Maisel, Andrea Benacki, Christine Zapp, Marita Williams, they're all going to be hosting today, so that's something to really look forward to. Much more with your Pratt Pack today on KDKA. Good morning.
The preceding was paid for by One Health Benefits. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. KDKA Radio does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Tamara have found out that somebody really, a big name in sports, found out about your story and did something really unusual. That's Shaquille O'Neal.
He was just like, what do you need? What is something that's holding you back? I took wrestling off this entire summer so I can pay for a car. And he was like, okay, well, let me know what car you want.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Super September savings underway at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. Save with your Coons Reward Card. Hickory smoked Sugardale bacon, 1-pound packages, $3.99 each. Jumbo California honeydews, 2 for $5. And selected varieties of Haagen-Dazs Belgian waffle cones, 4-count package, $2.99 each. Additional savings in our meat department. Bone-in country-style spare ribs, $1.99 a pound. And boneless, skinless tilapia fillets, $9.99 a pound. In our produce department, locally grown bicolor corn, 6 for $3. And locally grown eggplant, 99 cents each. In our deli department, Eckeridge spicy pineapple ham is $8.99 a pound. And Boar's Head sweet barbecue chicken breast, $11.99 a pound. And this week, selected varieties of Coke, Sprite, or Dr. Pepper, 6-pack half-liter bottles, 4 for $15.
So get in on all the Super September savings at Coons Market. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Honey, is our car still under warranty?
No, not anymore.
My sister just got an extended service plan from Ox Car Care.
Ox Car Care?
Yeah, Ox will cover our repair bills if anything happens to our car, new brakes, a transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
Wait a minute, we pay nothing on the repairs? Ox gets it fixed for us? Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance? What's the number?
800-240-1465. Ox has a 30-day money-back guarantee and an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike other warranty companies. We should call now, 800-240-1465.
The last thing we need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now.
Call Ox Car Care for your free quote. 800-240-1465. Ask about senior and military discounts. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care, 800-240-1465 or oxcarcare.com.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 61 degrees in Pittsburgh International at 8 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. This just into the KDKA Radio newsroom. Route 28 currently closed in both directions at the East Ohio Street exit near downtown. Pittsburgh Public Safety says it's due to an individual who's threatening to jump from the overpass. Negotiators are still at the scene. Now, if you're driving southbound on 28, you can get off prior to that East Ohio Street exit at the 40th or 31st Street bridges. A man charged with a violent attack on a 10-month-old baby in July has been ordered to stand trial on criminal homicide charges. 18-year-old Dominic Pinnock will also be tried on several reckless endangerment and aggravated assault charges stemming from the death of a baby at a home in the 7100 block of Kedron Street in Homewood. Fayette County community and several churches came together on Friday evening for a candlelight prayer service honoring 9-year-old Renesmee Yutsi. She's the girl who was found dead along the shore of the Youghiogheny River on Thursday morning after being reported missing on Wednesday. 2 people have been charged in connection with her death: the girl's foster mother, Courtney Yutsi, and custodial guardian, Sarah Shipley. Now, at that prayer service at Franklin Memorial Methodist Church in Dunbar, it was all about honoring Renesmee Yutsi. Christina Benedetto is Yutsi's biological mother.
She could light up a room with her laugh. She was beautiful inside and out, and most importantly, she was our baby girl.
There will also be another vigil to remember the life of Renesmee Yutsi. It will be held tonight, 7 o'clock at Dunbar Park. Now, Pennsylvania is one of about a dozen states that does not have a child torture statute. One state lawmaker wants to change all that. Here's News Radio KDKA's Pat Septak.
State Representative Ryan Warner says no punishment is too harsh for people who treat children as if they weren't even human beings.
Any type of abuse is absolutely sickening, but when the kids are purposely and mentally tortured, it takes it to another level.
And that's why he's proposing House Bill 1837, which would establish the offense of child torture, punishable by up to 20 years in prison and a $25,000 fine. Warner first introduced this proposal last session and was moved to renew his efforts this week in response in part to the tragic death of a 9-year-old girl in Fayette County.
I hope that we don't have to see another incident like this for us to get this bill passed and signed into law.
Pat Septak, News Radio KDKA.
A Tarentum man is in custody charged in this week's stabbing of a man in his neck, happened in Homewood. Police have charged 51-year-old John Reznikchek with attempted homicide, aggravated assault, and robbery. Investigators say he demanded money from a man, then stabbed him in the 7600 block of Baxter Street, a victim in stable condition. KDK Radio News Time coming up on 8:03. It's time to call Carlos at Greater Pitt Tree Service. If you're concerned about your trees, call 412-884-TREE. AccuWeather forecast next.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $300 into something bigger when you bet on money lines, spread, totals, player props.
$300 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Team Foster raises money to provide life-saving service dogs to injured and disabled veterans. Show up for vets at Team Foster's Rough Ride Pittsburgh event. This 24-hour spin event starts at 10 a.m. on September 27th at the UPMC Cooper Fieldhouse. Park competition and park festival, you can ride for 5 minutes, 15 minutes, or 5 hours. Join or create a team for Rough Ride Pittsburgh at roughride.org and help save a veteran's life.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248 today.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings a cloudy and cooler start to the weekend with a shower or two around and a high of just 69, followed by a chilly night tonight under a clearing sky, low 48. Tomorrow also looks cool with sunshine, a few clouds and a high of 68. Then more sun for Monday and a rather nice day overall, high 70. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Secure Money Advisors. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Yeah, you heard me talking about Brian during my show this week. Always love talking finance, always love talking business, but I can tell you now more than ever, there are a lot of people who are counting on that Social Security check as their only means of income. Look, no matter your age, wherever you're at, young, not so young, you need to get a hold of these folks at Secure Money Advisors. They can do incredible things for you. And a young man who continues to educate me, even though he is my middle child's age, in his mid-20s. I know. He's none other than Michael Diolis. He's here. But our fearless leader, Brian Caranta, lots to get to. I want to tell you to get your hands on that book, Right Track Your Retirement. He wrote it. They'll send it to you. Pick up the shipping absolutely free. Just go to righttrackpittsburgh.com. But what you need to know, I did it. You should do it. Get that first in-house review. It'll give you some stuff that'll definitely change the course for you as well in a positive way. You can get that in-house review absolutely free the first visit by dialing 800-656-8616, 800-656-8616. Without further ado, here is our host with another edition of On the Money, Secure Money Advisors founding member and our own Brian Caranta. Brian, good morning.
Good morning, Rob. I hope you did buy tickets for the Powerball.
I got to admit, I have done it because what would happen, I would just give it all away, and that's the truth. People that know me. But I was talking to Michael and you off the air. If people would put some of that money away throughout the year and not bank on the Powerball hitting, just imagine where we would all be. I mean, think about it. What people spend, and I love the Pennsylvania lottery system because it benefits people like me, senior citizens, but people just, if they could just look at the big picture, take a little bit of that and put it away or do some work with Secure Money Advisors, imagine where you would be 20 years down the road.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, well, first off, I mean, that's the key to savings is consistently saving.
Yes.
Whether it be building in. I was just telling Michael about, I said, you know, how much have you diversified your portfolio recently? Now, he's young, so what I'm about to say, there's a disclosure here, okay? Because what I'm about to share with you, I don't want people to run out and go do this. But, you know, Michael, being as young as he is and having his, foundation of his investments built inside the company 401k, as he continues to have additional income, he can diversify into some alternative investments like cryptocurrency, right? And I said, have you started doing that yet? He says, no. And I said, well, I want you to go to Coinbase, and I just want you to set up a reoccurring buy of like $25 a day. That's it, or $20 a day, and just let it buy, and every day $20 will be bought and bought and bought and bought. And that's the way you do it. And what will happen is, 5 years will go by and he'll forget that he was putting $20 a day away into this cryptocurrency. And
instead of into Powerball tickets.
Every time I go to, because I just let the machine pick it, but it never fails. This person in front of me, they have like literally 20 or 30 different combinations.
Yes.
And they're putting down 50, 30, 20. I mean, like it's nothing.
Right.
You know? Yeah. And their chances are no more better than me.
Yeah.
With the one ticket. I mean, I want people to support the lottery, but you should also support yourself.
Yeah.
Right. Somebody once told me years ago, Michael, you can jump in here. Somebody once told me years ago, pay yourself first before you pay anyone else. Go ahead, Michael.
Well, and it's as we were just talking about, it's about investing methodically, systematically, over and over again. And, there was a journalist that was interviewing Warren Buffett, and they said, Warren, you've shown that your advice works. why do so many people not just take your advice and run with it? You know what he said? Because no one wants to get rich slow. Everyone wants to get rich quick.
Yep.
So they want to find that lottery ticket, that grand slam, something that's going to take them to the moon immediately instead of investing $20 a day, instead of being slow about it.
How long we've been doing this show? This is how much you've educated me.
Yeah.
I knew exactly the article he was going to talk about because I read the same article before he even talked about it. That's how plugged in I am.
Yes.
Unbelievable. But listen, speaking of Berkshire Hathaway, I get one question and you do your show.
Yeah.
I mentioned you a couple times this week. Heinz, Kraft, I like the two splitting away because it really strengthened numbers.
Yeah.
Just your thoughts about that.
Yeah. Well, look, I got to tell you a great story about Heinz. This is going back probably, 8 or 9 years ago. And Heinz was downsizing. There was a lot of people from Heinz getting laid off, people that had been there for a long time. One of my clients was one that was getting laid off, and he was part of the team that invented the green ketchup. Remember they came out with the green ketchup, purple ketchup, all that kind of stuff. He was part of that. But Heinz was offering a pension that was so unbelievably rich to every employee that I literally could not figure out the math on it. And it was not only a high monthly income that they were receiving, but on top of that, they were giving them a 4% increase, a cost of living increase every single year. And I'm looking at this and I tell my client, I go, I don't know how they're doing this because, your income's literally going to double in like 20 years. You're going to have like double the amount of income that you're getting now. And I said to him, because the option was, to either take the lump sum and move it to someplace else or keep it with Heinz. And, there's many times that, pensions have become insolvent. It happened, with U.S. Airways, that pension became insolvent. And then you have companies like the Pension Benefit Guaranty Corporation, which is called the PPGC, that wind up taking over those pensions. And when they do, you're usually only getting, maybe 40 cents on the dollar, right? And so that's the risk you take when you take your pension from your company is, are they going to be solvent the whole time that they have to pay you? And so I'm trying to figure out this math. And I said to him that my exact words were, if Heinz can do this, they need to get out of the ketchup business. Wow. And they need to go into finances. And because there is the math was so, Rob, I still have the letter to this day, and it was probably about a month after him and I had this conversation, and we agreed that he would split the risk, meaning he would do half of the pension with them, and then he would take half of the lump sum and diversify it into an annuity in the private marketplace to provide some more safety. Anyway, about a month or so after that conversation, he comes back to me and he says, Brian, look at this letter. And Heinz wrote him a letter, and it says, Heinz is selling off the pension to a large insurance company. They're currently vetting a number of large insurance companies to buy the pension. Heinz is going to do what we do best, and that's make ketchup.
Touche. All right, what are we going to do when we come back? What's on tap today?
Oh, we got a lot, man. We're going to be talking about all the different ways that you can generate income in retirement. We're going to be talking about taxes and a lot more. And by the way, folks, go to righttrackpittsburgh.com. Get a copy of my book if you haven't done so yet. I am telling you, it is a road map laid out for you, made simple for you to be able to understand what retirement planning is all about and give you the peace of mind and clarity that we all want going into that time of our lives.
All right, again, that phone number to get that in-office review. The first visit is free, 800-656-8616. That's 800-656-8616. You're going to absolutely love the book, Right Track Your Retirement. They'll send it to you free. Brian wrote it, and they'll even pick up the shipping free, too. All you have to do is go to righttrackpittsburgh.com. Secure Money Advisors on the money. Brian Caranta, Michael Diolis, back with more on KDK in just a couple of minutes.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest-lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends. Only 1 in 5 people with autism are employed, despite many having the skill set and desire to work.
Maybe it's because employers don't know what kind of jobs they can do. Like, what about a programmer?
That's a job for someone with autism.
How about a healthcare worker?
Yep, that is too. People with autism can do a lot of different jobs, but often get overlooked due to outdated stigmas. Introducing WIN by Autism Speaks. We help businesses lead the way in inclusive hiring.
What about a ranch hand?
To learn more, go to autismspeaks.org/win.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we are back. Secure Money Advisors on the money. Brian Caranta, Michael Diolis again. First office review, absolutely free. You got to dial 800-656-8616, 800-656-8616. To get the book, Right Track Your Retirement, go to righttrackpittsburgh.com. They'll send it to you and pick up the shipping absolutely free. Brian?
You know, Rob, one of my mentors said to me a long time ago, he said, Brian, one thing you have to realize in the financial business is that there is no perfect investment. Everything has pros and cons. You know, obviously I'm very passionate about the annuity, right? But the annuity is not a perfect investment.
No.
You know, and the annuity is not the right investment for everybody. It certainly does solve a major problem, right? But it's not a perfect investment. So, but you know, even the guaranteed lifetime income stream from an insurance company, for example, you know, if we buy an annuity and it's going to pay you, let's say, you know, $4,000 a month, right? Well, that payment's flat, right? Meaning it's not going to increase. All right. Well, how do we solve that problem then? If the cost of living is going to go up and the annuity that I purchase is only going to give me $4,000 a month, and 10 years from now I'm going to need more income, what's the solution to that, Michael?
That's why we use 2 buckets of money.
Right.
Right. So the first bucket is that annuity.
Right.
It's focused on the guarantees, the safety, the protection, that monthly income coming in. But as you mentioned, eventually that's not going to be enough.
Correct.
That's why bucket number 2, the risk bucket, is the market.
Yep.
You know, we talk about annuities so much that sometimes I feel that people think we don't like the market.
Right.
It serves a purpose, and that purpose is growth.
Yes.
To help with inflation and to help grow that money for the long term.
Yeah.
So eventually, 10, 15 years down the line, when that annuity is not providing you with enough income, you let that market money grow for 10, 15 years. And it's had the time to go through the ups and downs, and now you can shave some of that off and create more income.
Now, let's just say we've got $1 million and somebody needs, let's say, $50,000 a year in income in retirement to start, right? How are you going to split that $1 million up?
Yeah, of course, it first comes down to what their risk tolerance is, how much they feel comfortable having in the market. But let's say you split that 60-40, 60% into that annuity and 40% in the market. That's $600,000 in the annuity in today's interest rate environment will generate guaranteed lifetime income of $50,000 per year
Or more. Yeah.
And then while that's generating you the income, that $400,000 in the risk bucket, that 40%, you don't need to touch it.
Right.
Because you've solved 100% of that baseline income with the annuity. And now you have time. That's the one thing retirees are lacking whenever they have monies in the market is time, unless you specialize your money.
Yes.
And you have the annuity generating the income, and your market money now has time, 5, 10, 15 years to grow.
And if I average a little over 7%, I'll double my money in 10 years.
Correct.
So that 400 now goes to 800,000. Do you just take the additional income from the market to get that additional income, that you need because maybe you can't live off of the $50,000 a year that the annuity is producing?
You can, but it's not predictable. So what you can do, let's imagine we're 10 years down the line, you can shave off some of that growth. Take some of that
So talk
growth.
about what that means to shave off some of that growth. I know that's a term that we use, but
Yes.
for the listener, they might not understand what shaving off that means.
So you started with 400,000 in the market. Over 10 years, it's doubled. It's
Yeah.
now worth 800,000.
Yep.
So let's say you took 300,000 of that from that growth bucket and moved it over into another annuity.
Gosh darn, Michael. I mean, I was testing him here this morning, Rob.
I would have answered that.
I'm just making sure that he's following the philosophy.
Listen, I would have answered that the exact same way. Unbelievable smarts.
Yes, yeah.
Yes.
But let me say this. I see you tutor people and mentor people.
Yep.
And you do it very quietly, and they, like a sponge, absorb. So make no mistake about it. You've educated me, Ben, Neil, he's right there with you. Michael, so you're kind of the guy kind of pushing the buttons, and we're all learning from you. So thank you for that.
Yeah. I've always, I think the one thing that I'm really proud of with Secure Money Advisors is the fact that you find very few firms out there today, Rob, that all the advisors are on the same page. I'm always shocked when we talk to people, and they'll tell us that they recently changed advisors within their firm that they were working with, right? So they're still with the same financial firm, they've just changed advisors. And the new advisor that comes in says, oh, God, I would have never put you in this mutual fund, or I would have never bought this stock, or why did he buy you life insurance, or whatever it is. And I always think to myself, my gosh, how can you have a financial firm with multiple advisors and they're all picking each other's strategy apart?
And there's no turnover either. That's amazing to me. They stay in the company. I've been around a lot, various companies. It just doesn't happen.
Yeah. Well, I think making a change is very scary for people. And that's a big deal to make that change. But I also think people feel that it's a bigger process than what it really is. And one of the things that we do really well at Secure Money is once someone gives us a thumbs up that they want to move forward, we do it all the work for them.
Exactly.
They don't even need to contact their advisor if they don't want to. Now, some of our clients want to contact their advisor and just say thank you, and usually when they call and they say that they're moving, the advisor will say, well, what are you doing? And they'll explain to them what they're doing. They'll go, and they'll go, well, I can do that for you. I can buy that annuity for you. I can do this for you.
Right.
Well, of course you can, because you're about to lose the business. And but we do prepare people for that, because if they could do it, the question is, why didn't they do it?
Right. What took so long?
What took so long to do it? And but it's always very interesting to me to see these big box firms out there with 20, 30 advisors at these firms, and they're all on different pages.
Yep.
They all see things differently, which how can you work with a firm that doesn't have a committed philosophy? There are many times when when I was still in production and meeting with people, Michael might have worked on a case, Michael might have been out for the day, and we get a phone call, and I didn't even sit in any of the meetings, and the gentleman is asking me questions, and I'm answering the questions, and this is what they would say. Okay, that's exactly what Michael told me.
Perfect.
Okay, that's
Yes.
exactly what Michael told me.
And
it's exactly what Michael told
I
me.
got about 30 seconds. Go ahead.
I wonder if that's because these bigger box firms, they don't have a message.
They don't have a
They don't
message.
have a message.
Right.
And we all believe in ours so strongly
Yes.
that we follow it to a T. And that's why you could call Brian, you could call me, you could call Neil, Ben, anyone in our office, and we will sound like a broken record, a carbon copy of each other.
Yes, and I'll leave you with this, and I know we got to go to break, Rob. But that's also why we've got a 98% client retention rate.
Yes.
And I said, if people didn't die, our retention rate would probably be higher.
All right, listen, here's how you get that first in-office review to meet the crew, the staff at Secure Money Advisors. 800-656-8616, 800-656-8616 to get the copy of Brian's book. You're going to love it. He wrote it. They'll send it to you and pick up the shipping absolutely free. Right Track Your Retirement. Go to righttrackpittsburgh.com.
Hey folks, it's Marty. NASCO Roofing, the region's roofing leader. Wow, they're good. They continue to exceed customer expectation. For instance, Charles from Bethel Park highly recommends NASCO. Charles was pleased with NASCO's exemplary customer service and the quality of their work. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Charles. Now's the time to get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO, NASCO.
Who are the youth who lead with purpose, innovate with passion, and inspire everyone in your community? Junior Achievement in Western Pennsylvania is searching for their next class of exceptional young leaders for JA's 18 Under 18, presented by the EQT Foundation. Know a young person who is making an impact? Nominations are open for the 2026 class, ages 18 years or younger. Submit your nomination by September 30th to see them honored on February 3rd, 2026 at Acrisure Stadium. Nominate a young leader today at jawesternpa.org.
Long live the king!
Return to the magic and mystique of the Renaissance. The Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival, just southeast of Pittsburgh, is back. 6 magical weekends through September 28th.
It's entertainment, it's fantasy.
It's an adventure to the past.
Filled with royalty, pageantry, jugglers and musicians, comedy, games, fine arts and crafts. Eat, drink and be merry at the Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival. Discounts available at shop and save locations.
You wanted to be cool, which led you to smoking, which led to a pack a day. Then you met that special someone, which led to starting a life with them, which led to wanting to live longer, which led to quitting. Then you heard you may be at risk for lung cancer, which led you to getting a low-dose CT scan. If you smoked, get scanned. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
Wish your life came with a warning app?
That dog does not want to be petted.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA, the source you trust for news and information that matters. News Radio, KDKA.
Colin Dunlap on KDKA.
I don't want to hear excuses. It's never been easier to not drive drunk. With the advent of rideshare, with Uber, with Lyft, with everything else. It's the dumbest choice that can and does affect other people. It's selfish because you want to drive drunk, but it affects so many other people.
Weekdays 2 to 6 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is now 63 degrees, Pittsburgh International at 8:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Right now, Route 28 closed in both directions near downtown at the East Ohio Street exit. It's been this way for about an hour and a half now. Pittsburgh Police and Pittsburgh Public Safety say it's due to an individual who was threatening to jump from the overpass. Negotiators are at the scene. Once again, Route 28 closed in both directions at the East Ohio Street exits. If you're driving southbound on 28, you can get off prior to the downtown area at the 40th or the 31st Street Bridge. The man who's charged with a violent attack on a 10-month-old baby in July has been ordered to stand trial on criminal homicide charges. 18-year-old Dominic Pinnock will also be tried on several reckless endangerment and aggravated assault charges stemming from the death of the baby at a home in the 7100 block of Kedron Street in Homewood. Well, the Fayette County community and several churches came together on Friday evening for a prayer service honoring 9-year-old Renesmee Utsi. She's the girl who was found dead along the Yakahani River on Thursday morning. After being reported missing on Wednesday, 2 people have been charged in connection with her death: the girl's foster mother, Courtney Utsi, and custodial guardian Sarah Shipley. At the prayer service held at the Franklin Memorial Methodist Church in Dunbar, it was all about honoring the 9-year-old Renesmee Utsi. Christina Benedetto is Utsi's biological mother.
She could light up a room with her laugh. She was beautiful inside and out, and most importantly, she was our baby girl.
There will also be another vigil to remember her life. It will be held tonight, 7 p.m. at the Dunbar Memorial Park. KDKA Radio News Time is 8:32. The AccuWeather forecast coming up next.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends. At a time when children are in crisis, the Kids Mental Health Foundation envisions a future where mental health is a vital part of growing up, and support starts with all of us. At home, at school, at practice, everywhere kids are.
If you're at school having a bad day, you just don't want to do anything.
I just get these thoughts like, do better. All my little emotions in my head is just running crazy. I don't know what to do.
As a teacher or coach, do you ever feel overwhelmed?
He's just in tears in the huddle. Yeah, I was like, what's wrong? And he's just like, I'm just so frustrated, and I didn't know what to do.
None of my undergraduate studies talked about mental health.
Teachers need tons of help. The Kids Mental Health Foundation is the leading organization promoting mental health for children in the U.S. and has free tools and information developed by experts.
Having those resources is the same as the CPR class to me. We're trying to save a life here.
Check out kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org to get started.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Keep an eye out for a passing shower or two today. Otherwise, it looks cooler and rather cloudy today with a high of 69, followed by a chilly night tonight with a sky that ends up clear, low 48. For tomorrow, expect a sunny to partly cloudy sky and another cool day, high 68. And Monday looks nice with sunshine, high 70. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Secure Money Advisors.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we're back. Brian Caranta, Michael Diulis. It is Secure Money Advisors on the Money. Get that book, Right Track Your Retirement, absolutely free by going to righttrackpittsburgh.com. They'll pick up the shipping. But you need to get into the office and get a review. How do you do that? And the first one is free. You just dial this number, 800-656-8616. Brian.
That's right. Whatever you said. Let's talk about Social Security for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
I know you know, when I was coaching all the advisors at the office, I have always said that mathematically the perfect age is 70, right? Mm-hmm. If you're looking at it purely mathematically, because that is the highest amount that you're going to get, right? How many people that you help each and every month are taking it at 70?
Less than 2%.
Yes.
Very, very minimal.
Why?
Because nobody wants to wait till 70 to retire.
Right.
And if you're going to retire, let's say at 65, you want to defer your Social Security until 70, where's your income going to come from?
Mm-hmm.
Your own pocket.
Right.
Your money.
Right.
Everything you've worked your life to save. And that is a lot of stress to put on your investments early on.
Even if I just built a bridge from 65 to 70, so I build a bridge account where I've got 5 years of income coming from a portion of my portfolio that I've set aside to build this bridge to get to age 70. What do you think about that?
Still oftentimes makes sense to take that Social Security earlier. Because here's the thing, Brian. If you take your Social Security at 70 and you build that bridge for those 5 years, what if you only make it to 72?
Yeah.
73?
Right.
You only got your Social Security for 3 years and you spent your money, which could be passed to your spouse, to your kids, to your grandkids, to charities. That Social Security is only there as long as you're there.
Yes.
And then it's gone.
Yeah. And I've always said every dollar that you get in Social Security is one less dollar that you actually have to take from your retirement savings. Right? And that's a big deal.
Yeah. There's some folks out there that say you definitely should wait until 70 for your Social Security.
Like Susie Orman?
Yes. Defer all the way till 70.
Susie Orman's advice is, I want you to spend all of your money to zero.
To zero.
To zero. Every account that you have, your bank accounts, your retirement account, I want you to spend every bit of that money to zero before you ever think about turning on Social Security. And I think to myself, oh my God, these poor people.
Yes. And what happens when that emergency comes?
Yeah.
And you need some additional cash.
Yeah, right. And you got no money.
And you've spent everything down.
Right.
Now you're taking a loan out.
Yeah. And what happens when Social Security becomes insolvent and they go, we're cutting everybody's Social Security check by 20%. Right.
In 2034.
In 2034.
9 years.
9 years it goes insolvent, right?
Right.
Hey, you want a fun math problem to do? Look at your Social Security statement. And on that Social Security statement, it will show you how much you've paid in taxes for Social Security. Take that number and divide it by your annual Social Security amount. And that'll tell you how long it'll take you just to get the tax money out of Social Security that you paid in.
Exactly. Folks,
and it's usually like 13 to 14 years.
Yes. And I think we could all agree the goal with Social Security is to get as much out of that system as possible.
Of course, right.
You've paid into it for 40-some years. You want to get as much as possible.
Right.
If we all had an expiration date stamped on us, we would know exactly when you should take it every time. But I was just watching a video the other day, too, about if you started taking your Social Security at 67 instead of 70, even if you didn't need it, even if you were still working, and invested that money, dollar cost average in the market, buying each and every month, you'd never break even. Because of the returns you would receive in the market long term.
Yes.
It's in the mid 100s, which I don't think anyone lives to 150 years old.
Right.
Right?
Yes.
So taking the Social Security earlier, preserving your wealth can oftentimes make the most sense.
I've done this many times. I've had so many people over the years, Rob, that have come in that have been behind, drastically behind with no savings in their 60s. And they're finally at a point to where they're making some good money.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as they turn their full retirement age, which on your Social Security statement is going to be listed as FRA, look for that, those 3 letters. At that point, you can start taking your Social Security without being penalized and still work and make as much money as you want. And now you can take that Social Security and you can start saving it and investing it. I did it for my dad. I've done it for many other people.
Mm-hmm.
And the amount of money that we're able to save in a 5-year period, it's unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
And now you go from not having any retirement account to having a retirement account that you can literally retire within the next 5 to 6 years and have more than enough income coming in.
So let me tell you what somebody who I've known forever, my age, told me just the other day. I said, so what's retirement look like for you? He went, death. And I went, what? He said, I can't stop working.
Wow.
I said, well, when are you going to retire? He says, when I die.
Yeah.
In other words, he has no resources, so he has to work. And I was fighting back tears.
Yeah.
Right.
And as I look around and start thinking about people, places, and things, there are so many people that I know, contemporaries, that are living off Social Security, have nothing. How can that happen?
I know.
I mean,
we have a retirement crisis.
Mm-hmm.
There's no doubt about it.
Exactly.
You know, I mean, look at how many small businesses out there don't even offer their employees a way to save.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we have people that, you know, they're saving into a traditional IRA account because their employer offers them nothing.
Right. And the max they could put away per year is $7,000.
Yeah.
Instead of a 401k where you can put away 3 times that.
That's like, even if you're, like, say, 62, you start collecting but keep working, and then you put that money into an annuity or something. So it's just to have a bit of a cushion, some mailbox money, cash flow.
Yes.
I don't know. I just hope people will go and visit Secure Money Advisors and sit down, and don't be embarrassed. You're not the only one, and it's never too late. But you'll get some peace of mind.
And it's never too early.
No.
Either.
No.
Okay,
Some people wait until just a month before retirement. You know, folks, if you're within 5 years or so from retirement, it's a good idea to sit down and figure out where you stand and what your plan is going to look like 5 years from now.
Did you have those kind of smarts at 25? Like my son and like Michael Diola?
I was smarter than Michael at 25.
Listen. you know what they used to call me?
What?
Keep the change. Listen, looking back, what you've taught me.
Yeah.
I'm going to give you one quick story.
Yes.
So Social Security, which I got.
Yeah.
And I thought to myself, how long have I been paying this? Okay. 1976, when I was a busboy. I was back in that building last night for the first time in forever.
Wow.
And I was interviewing someone who opened a business there, gratis, just trying to help them out.
Yeah.
And I thought to myself, where I was then, where I am now, and who would have ever thought that little job that started me down that path, that got me paying Social Security, and because of meeting you and others along the way, I'm a whole lot better off today. That journey, but it went like that quick. So as he said, the earlier you can get going, if you're in your 20s, like my son, he's got a financial person, he's got this, he's got that, he owns his own home now. So I'm just saying, good things can happen if you get the right people in your corner, and that's the team you have at Secure Money Advisors.
I look at it as the team of doctors that I have right now. I mean, it's taken me a long time to find an incredible team of doctors, and I want to give Betty, who owns Connected Health, a shout out, because I use Connected Health up in Wexford, and Connected Health is a concierge medical service where, I mean, look, I had my physical the other day.
Right.
2.5 hours long. You know the last time I sat with a doctor for 2.5 hours? Never. I mean, usually, you know, the last time I got my physical, they hit my knee with the little hammer, felt my glands. I thought I was 3 years old. Right? But Connected Health is changing the way that healthcare is being delivered, just like Secure Money Advisors is changing the way that retirement planning is being delivered. And that's why I want folks, Rob, to get my book, Right Track Your Retirement, because it is the roadmap and the blueprint that you need so that you understand all the moving parts in retirement. Because retirement planning, folks, is not your 401k. It's not your diversified portfolio of investments.
No.
It's your income, it's your taxes, it's your investments, it's your healthcare strategy, and it's your estate planning strategy. Those are the 5 areas. The book is a simple read. And while you're there, you can also schedule a time to come in and meet with the team. And the great thing about Secure Money Advisors is that we're not in the business of selling you, okay? I want to make that very, very clear. You might be used to people trying to, pressure you into moving your money. We're there to actually roll up our sleeves, work with you, identify any problems together while we're working on a big screen together. And then if there's anything there that is a red flag, we talk about it, and it's up to you of whether or not you want to fix it. It's very simple.
All right, get the book, Right Track Your Retirement, righttrackpittsburgh.com, free. They pick up the shipping, and get in there and get that first in-office review. Never too early, never too late. 800-656-8616, 800-656-8616.
The KDKA Mobile News Fleet is driven by Jim Shorkey Kia, North Huntington and Wexford. JimShorkeyKia.com.
Hey, this is Lisa from Nest Expressions Window Fashions. I am so excited to offer this back-to-school special on all draperies made right here in Pittsburgh. Several fabrics are up to 50% off, so call 724-933-5500 or book online for a free shop-at-home appointment, nestexpressions.com. We would love to meet you in our new gallery on Village Run Road in Wexford, nestexpressions.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248 today.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
You can't escape a traffic jam. Know what else you can't escape? Seasonal allergies. And you might think you can avoid that coffee stain until... Oh, really? You can't escape a lot of things in life, but you can escape prediabetes. Prediabetes captures 1 in 3 adults. There are usually no signs of prediabetes. In fact, most people don't even know they have it. But with early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Take action by taking the 1-minute risk test at doihaveprediabetes.org. You might not be able to escape having this song stuck in your head, but you can escape prediabetes. Go to doihaveprediabetes.org today. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, time is of the essence, so I'm going to get right back to Brian and Michael. Secure Money Advisors on the money. Go ahead.
All right, let's have a little fun with ChatGPT. What do you think?
Yeah.
All right, so I during break, I just said, hey, tell me the 5 most important things you absolutely need to handle in retirement. Okay. What do you think number 1 was?
Income.
You got it. You got it. Income. A paycheck for life.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when we talk income, here's the way that we like to look at it. I think everybody needs a paycheck,
Mm-hmm.
but you need a playcheck too,
Yes.
right? You need a playcheck. You got the paycheck that takes care of the bills, but now you got this playcheck that comes in, and that's for you to go do what you want to do,
Mm-hmm.
right? Whether that be save it a cup for a few months so that you go on a trip somewhere, or you just go and you do what you want with it.
Right. And why is that important? Because when you retire, let's say it's 62, 65, you want that paycheck to be insured as well.
That's right.
You don't want to have a lost decade, 99 to 2009 happen. And yes, you could pay the bills because you have the paycheck coming in, but you can't take that dream vacation for 10 years because the market's getting crushed. You want to make sure that you can live that bucket list life that you promise yourself.
So when people say we need $50,000 a year in income, okay, great. I'll usually build a plan where I'll show $60,000 a year. They're like, why 60? I don't need 60. Yes, you do. Yes, you do, because you're going to want the freedom to go buy whatever you want, when you want, knowing that you're able to do it, right? Because look, if you think about annuities versus the stock market, because you can definitely build an income strategy off of the stock market, okay?
You can.
And as long as everything's going in the right direction, meaning it's going up, you can probably take a good portion of money out of there and not impact the principal amount. And that's what everybody hopes for. But here's how I look at it. An annuity is a salary. The market is a commission check, right? Because, you know, and if you ask most people if they were going to work, most Americans are going to want to find a job that pays a salary.
Right.
Why? Because they know how much is coming in every week. Most Americans are not going to accept a job that is 100% commission based.
Right. So you could either have $60,000 a year guaranteed coming in for a salary, or you could do commission and have maybe $100, or maybe you just get $20,000 that year.
Or nothing.
Or nothing.
Or nothing. Now, I want you to understand what I just said, right? Really let that sink in. That if you're building your retirement income strategy utilizing the stock market, you are working a job for 100% commissions. And you never know what's going to happen. Now, here's what I love about our planning model. The best job to get is salary plus commissions. And so when we split our accounts up into 2 buckets, right, and we've got the annuity, which is the salary, and now we have the market, that's the commission.
Right.
That's brilliant. But that's why I love being a waiter back in the day, because you got a little bit of a paycheck.
Yes.
When you hustled, you got those tips at the end of the night.
That's right.
Win-win. All right, take us home. 30 seconds.
RightTrackPittsburgh.com, folks. Go there right now and get a copy of my book absolutely free. When do you get a hard-covered book these days for free?
Never.
I mean, I literally pay for the shipping and handling, pay for the printing of the book. And, you know, all you got to do is go to RightTrackPittsburgh.com, fill out the little form, and my team packages up for you. It comes in a nice little golden envelope. We call it the Willy Wonka envelope. And there's a little bookmark in there, so as you're reading and something hits you and you go, you know what, I'm ready. I want to schedule a time. You scan the QR code and you go right to our calendars and you get the schedule. But if you want to schedule right now, when you order the book at RightTrackPittsburgh.com, or Rob's going to give you the phone number here in a minute too, you can schedule a time at the time that you order the book to come in and meet with us. So that meeting is about 45 minutes to an hour. We're just there to have a conversation. You're not making any decisions when you come in. Other than that, folks, thanks so much for listening to us today. We'll see you again next week with another episode of On the Money with Secure Money.
800-656-8616. 800-656-8616.
The proceeding was paid for by Secure Money Advisors. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program. Investment advisory services are offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is intended for informational and educational purposes only. The views, statements, and opinions expressed herein are those of the individual speakers and not necessarily those of Foundations or its affiliates. The information contained herein does not constitute an offer to sell any securities or represent an express or implied opinion or endorsement of any specific opportunity, offering, or issuer. Any discussion on performance or returns is not indicative of future results. Foundations does not provide legal or tax advice.
Hey, it's your Pat Pack for Janoski's homegrown pickles, cucumbers, and eggplant packs are buy one, get one free for a limited time. But how about this? Hot off the press, a flash sale. Hot banana peppers. You know you want them. You know you love them. They taste so good. $12 select half bushels while supplies last. Let me give you that again. A flash sale underway right now this weekend at Janoski's, Route 30 in Clinton. Hot banana peppers, $12 select half bushels while supplies last. All roads lead to Janoski's. Like them on Facebook. Find out more at janoskis.com.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Tamara have found out that somebody really, a big name in sports, found out about your story and did something really unusual. That's Shaquille O'Neal.
He was just like, what do you need? What is something that's holding you back? I took wrestling off this entire summer so I can pay for a car. And he was like, okay, well, let me know what car you want.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
My dad served in Vietnam, the 82nd Airborne Division. He never talked about it, and my mom knew not to ask. So Dad buried himself in work and self-medicated and would lose his temper sometimes. Loud noises would put him on edge. It got rough. So I finally said to him, Dad, you gotta get help.
As a family member or friend, you may be the first to notice when a veteran you love has been going through changes. Things like withdrawing, drinking more, or increased anger could be a sign of a larger health concern, but help is available.
Dad finally went to VA for one-on-one and group therapy and got some really great tools to help him manage things. And I got my dad back.
Listen to hundreds of inspiring stories at maketheconnection.net and learn how you can support the veterans in your life. Treatment works. Recovery is possible.
Only 1 in 5 people with disabilities, including those with autism, are employed, despite many having the skill set and desire to work.
Maybe it's because employers don't know what kind of jobs they can do?
Okay, try me.
What about a programmer?
That is a job for someone with autism.
What about a teacher?
That is a job for someone with autism.
Oh, how about a healthcare worker?
Yes, those are all jobs for someone with autism. The truth is, qualified people with autism can do a lot of different jobs, but often get overlooked due to outdated stigmas and beliefs. Businesses value diversity, but sometimes don't recognize the unique strengths and abilities of the autism community. Introducing WIN, the Workplace Inclusion Now program by Autism Speaks. We help businesses lead the way in inclusive hiring.
Ooh, what about a ranch hand?
Yeah! Sure, that's a job for someone with autism too. To learn more, go to autismspeaks.org/win. That's autismspeaks.org/win.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 61 degrees in Pittsburgh International at 9 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Route 28 has reopened at this hour. It was closed earlier this morning due to, as Pittsburgh Public Safety says, an individual who was threatening to jump from the overpass. Once again, Route 28 now open at that East Ohio Street exit in both directions, northbound and southbound, this morning. The man who's charged with a violent attack on a 10-month-old baby has been charged, or rather has been ordered to stand trial on criminal homicide charges. 18-year-old Dominic Pinnock will also be tried on several reckless endangerment and aggravated assault charges stemming from the death of a baby at a home in the 7100 block of Kedron Street in Homewood from back in July. Well, President Trump has signed an executive order rebranding the Department of Defense. Here's CBS's Linda Kenyon.
We're going Department of War.
Speaking in the Oval Office, President Trump said he believes it's long overdue.
We won the First World War. We won the Second World War. We won everything before that and in between, and then we decided to go woke and we changed the name to Department of Defense.
The president added changing the name reflects the nation's strength, saying Department of War is much more appropriate, especially, quote, in light of where the world is right now. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
Fayette County community and several churches came together on Friday evening for a prayer service honoring 9-year-old Renesmee Yutzi. She was the girl who was found dead along the shore of the Youghiogheny River on Thursday morning after being reported missing on Wednesday. 2 people have been charged in connection with her death. The girl's foster mother, Courtney Yutzi, and Sheriff Shipley, the custodial guardian. At the prayer service held at Franklin Memorial Methodist Church in Dunbar, it was all about honoring Renesmee Yutzi.
This precious little child whose laughter should be echoing down the hillside and into our town tonight was taken from us in a horrifically unimaginable way.
Christina Benedetto is Yutzi's biological mother.
She could light up a room with her laugh. She was beautiful inside and out, and most importantly, she was our baby girl.
Audio courtesy of KDKA Television. There will be another vigil to remember the life of Renesmee Yutzi tonight, 7 o'clock at Dunbar Park in Fayette County. KDKA Radio News Time, 9:03. It's time to call Carlos at Greater Pitt Tree Service. If you are concerned about your trees, call 412-884-TREE. The AccuWeather forecast next.
Have you been told there's nothing that can be done for your neuropathy? Tri-State Neuropathy Centers is pleased to tell you that is not true. As one of the largest and most successful neuropathy treatment practices in the country, Tri-State Neuropathy Centers has grown to 9 regional centers and helped over 14,000 patients, like Janie from West Homestead. Janie's neuropathy pain limited her activities to where she couldn't stand long enough to cook a meal. She feared she might need a wheelchair. Then Janie found Tri-State Neuropathy Centers. Their effective FDA-approved treatment program greatly improved Janie's neuropathy, and she considers her decision to use Tri-State Neuropathy Centers as a wise investment in her health and future. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers helped Janie, along with thousands of others. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings a cloudy and cooler start to the weekend with a shower or two around and a high of just 69, followed by a chilly night tonight under a clearing sky, low 48. Tomorrow also looks cool with sunshine, a few clouds and a high of 68. Then more sun for Monday and a rather nice day overall, high 70. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by MediConnect. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, the man, the myth, the legend, full of energy, Lance O'Brien behind that brand that's MediConnect, the best at what they do, the inside connection, Medicare. September already starting to chug along, and it won't be long before we say open enrollment, ready, set, go. So today, whatever your question may be, you want to be signing up for the first time, you need a couple of things to kind of get you started a little bit. You're going to be 65 or you just turned 65, call us, 866-391-1020. You want to revisit, you want to come back a little bit as far as what you're putting out in expense with that prescription drug or drugs, call us, 866-391-1020. Or you're just looking for a better deal because you want to save some money on that fixed income, call us, 866-391-1020. The phones are going to be open the entire hour today. Anything on your mind you want to talk about with Lance, give us a call, 866-391-1020. We've got this day in history. We've got birthdays, all sorts of incredible things that you need to know about AEP, legislative changes, all sorts of stuff. Here he is, the host of today's show, Lance O'Brien. And Lance, literally, the days are ticking by.
Yeah, I can't believe it's September already. I feel like, you know, when you were a kid and, you know, Christmas was like the big deal. I don't have the same fond feelings completely, you know, towards AEP, but it feels like my whole life revolves around this now. And, you know, we're getting into that time of year where, you know, the information's starting to come out. There's a lot of questions. It's why I texted you last night and said, hey, you know, I'm personally getting a ton of questions on social media, just when I'm out and about, people just saying, this is what I'm hearing. Is this true? So I did want to give opportunity this morning for anybody that wanted to ask questions. And, you know, if they ask something I can't really give full details, I'll do the best I can to answer because obviously we're still constricted by some things. But, like, it's going to be... I think this is my 11th or 12th year doing this. This is going to be easily the most disruptive year that we've seen in Medicare since I've started.
So why do you think we've come to that point?
It's a convergence of a number of factors, really. You know, one is just legislation, right? Changes in rules that have to be listen, when laws are passed and they affect your industry, you can't say, I'm not going to do that, right? You have to do it. So, like, you know, so there's legislation. Then secondarily for prescription drug plans, Medicare Advantage plans, there's reimbursement rates that have been affected by things in the budget. Overutilization, which again, I'm a big proponent that if people are feeling sick or they're not sure what's happening with them, I'm a huge believer that they should be going to the doctor, right? Like, I'm not an advocate of I'm never going to go to the doctor, but utilization rates are way up, right? So again, think about how insurance works, right, Rob? It's, you know, insurance companies are insuring people hoping that they don't really use the benefits that much. I mean, it's car insurance, it's life insurance, it's your homeowners, right? Like, all of that is built on, yes, we're going to insure, but there's a balance of risk. There's been a lot of utilization since the COVID days and everything. So it's really convergence of a lot of factors that are leading us to where we're going to be.
See, what I love about MediConnect, this is what they do. This is the single most important thing they do when the lights are turned on in the morning and the door is locked at night. When you go into that incredible world headquarters, as I like to call it, from the person that greets you to everyone along the way, every step of the way, everything you need to have done and get done, that's what they do for you. And they're on top of this stuff. They're being educated literally 365 days a year, 24/7. And as we roll into this enrollment period, they will be ready to give you the best possible plan for you, a family member. Whatever you need, they will help you find a way. So what you need to do, you need to call 888-818-6334. We have those advisors, as we do every week. Only place you're going to be able to get a real person on a Saturday morning up until noon, not just during the show, up until noon. I highly urge you now, make an appointment. If you're going to be 65, you just turned 65, but if not for anything else, save yourself some money. Get some time, set it aside, get that appointment, no charge for the services. Revisit, I'll say it again, revisit your current benefits, because let's face it, you never know unless you try.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think this is not the year to stick your head in the sand, because there's going to be a squeeze, right? Like preliminary reports on Part B, as Part B is going to jump potentially $20 a month this year, which is a pretty big jump, right? You know, if you go from 185 to 205 or in that area, and again, we don't have the final number yet, but that was from the preliminary findings in the Social Security report about a month ago, right? So like we've got that, and then most likely it looks like there's going to be increased premiums this year. There's going to be a rollback in benefits, not just from the medical side of things, like, and what I mean by that is, you know, copays for doctors and things like that. The medical side, it looks like there's going to be some drawback on ancillary benefits as well. And I do want to say this, it's like the coverage, Rob, is still going to be good. Right? Like people, I don't want people to hear this and do what I think becomes a little bit common in our society today, which is hit the panic button, right? That's not what people should be doing. They should be planning appropriately to find out, are all these changes necessitating me to actually change my plan, or am I just going to confirm, one, that I have the right coverage, or is there another option that's going to help me, right? So like, and again, that's always our approach. We're definitely not saying everyone should change their plan. That's not the message that we're having. But what we are saying is there is going to be definite changes to costs and benefits and networks, and you need to be aware of that.
We are going to open the phones up at 866-391-1020. Anything on your mind, whatever you want to talk to Lance about, feel free. But we want to simply say again, welcome to MediConnect, the Inside Connection on KDKA today. And we're going to start with some history and pop culture, because sometimes what happened years ago shapes the world we live in today. So where would you like to begin?
So we'll start way back in 1620, which is crazy. That's over 500 years ago, Rob. But the Mayflower set sail on this day from Plymouth, England, carrying the pilgrims to the New World.
And think about it. The life expectancy, they weren't worried about Medicare. First, we didn't have it, nor many did they live to be 65.
No, not at all. I mean, life expectancy has changed so much over the years. 1901, President William McKinley is shot at the Pan American Exposition in Buffalo, New York. Unfortunately, he dies a week later.
Well, he was shot in, I didn't know, in Buffalo. I didn't know.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. A little too close to home, right?
This is pretty cool. I never knew this either.
Yeah. 1916, the first self-service grocery store, Piggly Wiggly, opens in Memphis, Tennessee, changing how Americans shop forever.
Think about what that did for especially the immigrants who were coming here, becoming citizens. They had to grow most of this stuff, but now you could walk into a place and you could pick it off the shelves.
Yeah, novel idea, right? And kind of funny, going back to what we were talking about. A lot of people don't want to go to the store or the malls anymore, right? They just want to do it all online. 1972, a little bit of sad news, the tragic end of the Munich Olympics hostage crisis when 11 Israeli athletes were killed.
I remember that as it was yesterday. Jim McKay, the live coverage, Mark Spitz being, basically shuttled away from the games because of his Jewish faith. That was a very scary time.
Yeah, a lot of work to still be done on a lot of fronts in our country, right? So this day in 1975, Lynette Squeaky Fromm attempts to assassinate President Gerald Ford in California.
Yeah, everybody kind of forgot about her until right now.
Yeah.
So did she go to prison for life?
I don't know that. It's a great question. Who's gonna fact check us?
I will fact check that.
There you go. 1997, this day, over 33 million viewers watch Elton John perform his rewritten "Candle in the Wind" at Princess Diana's funeral, one of the most watched broadcasts in the history of television.
By the way, she was not sent to prison for life. She was granted parole in July of 2008.
Wow.
That was a long time, though, to be behind bars.
Yeah, 30 plus years.
Long time.
Yes, for sure.
All right, what's the next one?
And the last one today, on this date, 1995, Cal Ripken Jr. breaks Lou Gehrig's record playing in his 2,131st consecutive baseball game.
And I watched that live.
Yeah, I did too as well. It was such a big thing, and to think of I mean, we're seeing it across all sports now where there's all these rest days and people taking a break. You know, sometimes we hear people say, I probably shouldn't say this, but I'm going to, you know, they don't make things the way they used to when it comes to dishwashers and washing machines. I feel like maybe with when it comes to athletes and stuff, but that record will never be broken.
Well, let him work 40 consecutive years every weekend and never take a day off, and then he can come and talk to me how tough he is.
There you go.
I'm just kidding. I love Cal Ripken. All right, we got a trivia question for you, and that person is going to win what?
They're going to win a $15 gas card to get-go. This is a tough question this morning. I'm not joking. This is going to probably require some
Googling,
some help.
Okay.
So we just talked about how on this date, Cal Ripken broke Lou Gehrig's record playing in his 2,131st consecutive game. How many games did he play consecutively before his streak was ultimately broken?
Boy, that's a good one. If you think you know it, 412-922-1020. You're going to win a $15 get-go gas card. But if you have any questions, we already have one call in the queue, but if you have any questions about the annual enrollment period, your current coverage, signing up for the first time, call us right now. It's 866-391-1020. The Inside Connection, MediConnect, and Lance O'Brien today on KDKA.
Your source for everything that's news. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
The source you trust for news and information that matters. News Radio KDKA. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we're going to go to the phone, take some calls here for Lance. So 866-391-1020. He's calling from Denora, is one of our favorites. He's Bishop. He's on KDK. Hey, Bishop.
Hey, how you doing there, Mr. Pratt? Listen, I got a question for you. I'm 63. I still work 5 days a week, and I have benefits, all that. When is the best time? Now, because I've been getting a lot of stuff, you know, in the mail and all that kind of stuff about the Medicare, rather. When is the best time to enroll in Medicare? And my point with that also, with the shakiness of the government as far as dealing with Medicare, is it a person like me, should I continue to work? I might reduce it to like 3 days a week. Is it beneficial for me to hold on to apply for Medicare, or what's the best age?
Yeah,
and the enrollment period. Can you give me that, please?
Yeah, so Bishop, it's a great question. Appreciate you listening this morning. So there's multi-layers to the question, so I'll try to answer it as simply as possible for you. First thing is as long as you're actively working in what is considered a full-time capacity, if you have benefits, then you don't have to enroll in Medicare. So, like, let's just say that you decided to keep working past the age of 65, but you kept working at a full time, you wouldn't have to enroll in Medicare. There's a big misconception out there that when you turn 65, you have to enroll in Medicare. If you don't, you're going to get penalized, and that's not true necessarily.
Thank you.
Okay, because now the big thing is you have to be actively working and have coverage through your employer.
Right.
Now, the second thing I'll say is, like you said, you may cut back to 3 days a week. Now, if you fall below the level that the employer says that we can offer benefits for, then at that point in time, you would have to enroll in Medicare, right? Because then once you don't have benefits at age 65, then you do need to enroll in Medicare so you don't get a penalty later. right? So, and then as for your overarching question, when's the best time to start this? You said you're 63. We always recommend that people actually start, and again, if you want to connect with us, we'd be happy to have you do that. But like we recommend a year out. So when you turn 64, we'd say, hey, attend one of our seminars or meet with one of our people in person. We'll explain to you how Medicare works, and then we'll do two things with that. We'll help you set up a timeline of knowing when to make your decisions, and then begin to understand from a financial standpoint what would the cost be. Because again, Medicare is actually very good coverage, and one of the questions I do get a lot is Medicare going away. And the truth of it is for Medicare to go away, that would be like such a massive overhaul. No one's going to do that. Are there going to be changes? Yes. So again, I recommend 1 year is when you really start. Don't fill out any information that you get in the mail, because then you just open your door to everybody and their brother. You decide who you want to work with and go that angle instead.
Well, I'll be contacting you. I'll be 64 next month, so thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, yeah, Denora's a good guy, and Bishop's a good guy there in Denora, and Bishop, I can tell you, you're not going to want to go anywhere else, so give them a call, 888-818-6334. Annual enrollment period, legislative changes, IRA plus one big, beautiful bill. Fill in the blanks.
Yeah, so like I just addressed it a little bit, like there's some feeling out there, because of things people have heard about the big, beautiful bill and other things, that the sky is falling when it comes to Medicare. And again, Rob, we do a lot of advertising on digital and social media these days, right? Which you're very familiar with, and people have the opportunity to comment. And one of the comments I consistently get is it doesn't matter with this bill, Medicare is going away, right? Medicare is not going away. Is there possibility of major overhaul down the road? But even in the big, beautiful bill, there's not massive overhaul to Medicare at all. There's a reduction in some funding. But the other thing I want to kind of address is that the changes that are coming this year as it relates to Medicare have nothing to do with the big, beautiful bill. We'll talk about that in a couple years, right, when the effects of that legislation, and again, this isn't a political statement at all. This is just trying to help people understand. Fact. Just because this bill is signed, what we're seeing now has nothing to do with that. What's going on now actually has to do with the Inflation Reduction Act, the bill that was signed back in 2022. And again, there were some very good things that came out of that bill. The capping of insulin at $35 for people that had to take life-sustaining insulin.
Game changer.
That, to me, was a great move, especially because the cost, and I don't want to get too deep here, but the cost to synthesize insulin has not changed much since it was founded. So, like, the cost to actually produce it hasn't changed, but the price has skyrocketed. That is, to me, that's wrong, right? So that was a really good thing that they instituted. Now, what we have to understand is if we're going to cap that, someone has to pay for the difference, right, between that, which is where the insurance carrier and the individual comes into play, right? So the second thing was eliminating the donut hole, which again, somebody that had high prescriptions and they got into the donut hole, they could be paying $35,000 to $4,000 a year out of their own pocket. That was capped this last year at $2,000. To me, on the surface, that's a very good thing. We can't have our seniors spending 20% of their income on their prescriptions.
All right, the winner is Judith in Canonsburg. Give the winning answer, and she gets a $15 Get-Go gas card.
Yeah, Judith, thanks for calling. The answer was he played almost a little over 500 more games, 2,632 consecutive games, Cal Ripken.
That's incredible. All right, let's go to, I think it's Lydia in Beaver. Lydia, you're on the Inside Connection with Lance O'Brien, KDKA. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine, thank you.
Hi, Lydia.
Hi. I just wanted to get an appointment made. That said, I didn't want to really talk.
Oh, that's great. The best number to call, Lydia, would be 888. I'll do it nice and slow, too, because I know sometimes on the air when we're talking we go a little bit fast. But it's 888-818 6334.
888-818-6334. Thank you.
You got it, dear. Have a great day.
I really I enjoy your program every Saturday.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
We appreciate it. Thanks you, Lydia. And you guys still go out and visit people in their home if they can't make it, right?
We still run about 70% of our appointments are in the home still.
Yeah, I'd like to make sure that people know that but Beaver's a short drive, but within a half hour you can be from your door to their door. Again, anybody has any questions as the annual enrollment period is weeks away. That's right, weeks away. You want to call us, you can call us now. Again, that number is 866-391-1020. And if you want to set up an appointment with them, you can do that by calling them as well at 888-818-6334. Anything about seminars you want to talk about real quick?
Yeah, we'll announce them at the end of the segment. We'll kind of segue that, but I do want to just touch on something you just said, which is how are we still doing business? I mean, when we started this show 6 years ago, we talked about this a lot as people were getting to know us, and I think we take a little bit for granted. I do, take it a little bit for granted. But again, never a cost for our services.
Never.
Right? So no matter what appointment they set with us, we do have a fully licensed call center, so they can a lot more people are getting comfortable doing this process over the phone, so they can call and have an appointment over the phone. We do a lot of Zoom meetings, so we do help people via Zoom and walking through this process. But a lot of people come to our office now, located right off of exit 60A and 79 Steubenville Pike. Very easy to get to, and we still do a ton of home appointments. So again, if you want to make sure you get seen by in the enrollment period, just like Lydia just did, call, set up that appointment. We'll make sure that you get taken care of.
Yeah, the whole Inflation Reduction Act, the donut hole. Why do you think prescriptions are always the big ticket item?
Well,
so many people affected by it.
One, because I don't think that there's enough regulation around the cost of the pharmaceutical companies in our country are charging, quite frankly. Again, if you break this down, Rob, the same drug that we have here, you can get for half the price in most countries in Europe. You can get the same thing in Canada. It's out of control. And again, one of the other good things that came out of the Inflation Reduction Act was the ability to begin negotiating prices on Part D medications. And that does go into effect. Even though this bill was signed in 2022, the first year we're going to see the reality of that, Rob, is this coming year, 2026. The 10 most expensive medications when it comes to what consumers and Medicare pay are going to be renegotiated. So stuff like Eliquis, Xarelto, very expensive, important prescriptions. There's going to be price changes on those come this next year.
And because of Sean and Horn and MediConnect, we were introduced to a guy by the name of Cal McCormick, who is incredible at what he does. They've cut out the middle person, Blueberry Pharmacy. He's going to be here Tuesday night at 7 o'clock, so you're going to want to tune in for that. But because of MediConnect, we were the ones that were able to bring Cal to the airways for the very first time. Okay, run those seminars and we'll go to break.
Sounds good. So again, if you're new to Medicare, as Bishop was asking just a little bit ago, new to Medicare in the next 12 months, you're looking to start the education process, we're going to be at the Pine Community Center in Wexford on September 9th. We'll also be at the Baird Private Wealth Management in Wexford on September 16th. On September 25th, we're going to be at the Quality Inn in New Kensington. On September 30th, we'll be at the Ligonier Library in Ligonier. We're always moving all around the city, all the 4 major quadrants. If I didn't mention one, you can go to our website, MediConnectInsurance.com. Click on the seminars tab. There's a full listing of our seminars there. Or you can go to the website, register for the webinar that we do every Wednesday at 11 and 6. Get the same information there.
Yeah, and you can call 888-818-6334. These are free seminars, but you do have to reserve. You could do it by phone as well. All right, we've got Kevin coming up next for Lance O'Brien, MediConnect, the Inside Connection, KDKA.
The popularity of cremation is on the rise. Unfortunately, so is the cost. I'm Dustin D'Alessandro, supervisor and funeral director. To keep the costs down, the Thomas M. Smith Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Blawnox and the D'Alessandro Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Lawrenceville have on-site crematories. By performing the cremation on-site without losing custody of the remains, our funeral homes can defray those costs and pass the savings on to you. Our fee for a direct cremation is only $1,250. This low-cost, direct cremation offer is available to all residents of Allegheny County. Surrounding counties will incur a slight additional fee based on mileage. Contact us with questions or to schedule an appointment by calling the Blawnox office at 412 412-828-5700 or our Lawrenceville office at 412-682-6500. Our websites are thomasmsmithfuneralhome.com and delisandroltd.com.
A teddy bear dreams of a best friend who they grow up with. What they don't dream of is being left alone in a shrine for school shooting victims who could have been their best friends.
School shootings are preventable. Learn the warning signs at sandyhookpromise.org.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
It is 61 degrees in Pittsburgh International at 9:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Well, the Fayette County community, along with several churches, came together Friday evening for a prayer service honoring 9-year-old Renesmee Yutzi. She's the girl who was found dead along the shore of the Youghiogheny River on Thursday morning after being reported missing on Wednesday. 2 people have been charged in connection with her death. The girl's foster mother, Courtney Yutzi, along with custodial guardian Sarah Shipley. Now, at the prayer service at Franklin Memorial Methodist Church in Dunbar, it was all about honoring Renesmee Yutzi.
This precious little child whose laughter should be echoing down the hillside and into our town tonight was taken from us in a horrifically unimaginable way.
Christina Benedetto is Yutzi's biological mother.
She could light up a room with her laugh. She was beautiful inside and out, and most importantly, she was our baby girl.
Another vigil to remember Renesmee Yutzi will be held tonight at 7 o'clock at the Dunbar Park. KDK Radio News time is 9:31. Next updates at 10. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDK.
There are things in this world that are just a bad combo, like morning rush hour on the Parkway and an empty stomach.
Well, folks, it looks like today is going to be a doozy. Be safe out there.
But you know what's actually a smart combo? Upside cash back with your credit card rewards. That's right. With Upside, you can earn cash back every time you fill up or grab your morning coffee at hundreds of nearby gas stations and restaurants in Pittsburgh, like GetGo, Circle K, and Dunkin'. The best part? You can combine Upside with your credit card perks and loyalty programs. It's like double dipping your rewards with an extra side of cash back. Download Upside, and for a limited time, get a 10% bonus on your first purchase with promo code PITT39. That's promo code PITT39 for an extra 10% cashback bonus. See why millions of Upside users have racked up almost $1 billion in cashback earned. Next time you're filling up or fueling up, choose the smart combo with Upside. Don't forget to use promo code PITT39. Upside. Cashback smarter. Offers vary by user and location. Terms and conditions apply. Go to upside.com for details.
At Baths R Us, we believe home improvement is life improvement, and that starts with the team who brings your vision to life. Our installers aren't just skilled, they're experts.
This is who we are. This is what we do all day, every day.
Right now, get $1,500 off a shower or tub replacement or $3,000 off a full bathroom remodel. Plus, low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsrus.com. 412-556-2284. Baths R Us, where dreams soak in.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Keep an eye out for a passing shower or two today. Otherwise, it looks cooler and rather cloudy today with a high of 69, followed by a chilly night tonight with a sky that ends up clear, low 48. For tomorrow, expect a sunny to partly cloudy sky and another cool day, high 68. And Monday looks nice with sunshine, high 70. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by MediConnect.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Listen, when that annual enrollment period hits, these phones will be stacked, okay? So if you have a question, these next couple of weeks is when you really want to call us. So 866-391-1020, or you can just leapfrog us and call that 888-818-6334 number, set up an appointment, never a charge for their services. And we do have live advisors until noon today standing by. All right, Kevin, you're up next for Lance O'Brien. How are you? Good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call. Okay. Give me a little leeway to kind of give you a background, if I may, please. My wife was diagnosed with kidney failure 4.5 years ago, and actually was deemed, I guess, last August to have not been able to work, and therefore was able to get Medicare and Medicaid. But we didn't know that fact until January of this past year. So in January, we did sign up and got her on Medicare, Medicaid. My wife unfortunately passed away about a month ago.
Sorry to hear that.
I just recently got a bill. Thank you. We got a bill for $78,000 from the dialysis center, indicating that because my wife was available to have coverage as far back as August of 2024, that the primary insurance was not covering her. And because she hadn't been signed up with Medicaid until January, that time frame was uncovered. So I'm asking, the question I asked, is there any way to get to reverse and have the Medicare and Medicaid move back, or what would be your suggestion in this particular case?
Yeah, so my suggestion would be, and before I give you that, is one, sorry to hear about your wife. I know that, that's really difficult to walk through, and then for the medical aspect to become a financial aspect is incredibly stressful. So again, our sympathies there. We would love to try to, help you with this. It's going to be very difficult to walk through on air, but we do have a full client experience team that if you want to reach out to our main number and just say that you spoke to Lance on the radio on Saturday, what they'll do is they'll get a little bit, because we're going to need a little bit more details to find out, did she have only original Medicare at that time, or did she have a secondary insurance? Like, there's going to be some follow-up questions that we're going to have to see if there's a way where there's a possibility where you don't have to pay all or part of this bill.
Is there any kind of a limitation, or is it all or nothing? I mean,
well, that's a good, and that leads into actually what I had just said. If she only had original Medicare when she was getting the treatments and she didn't have a secondary insurance, then there is no cap on treatments when it comes to original Medicare. You pay 20% of whatever the treatment is. So that's where, really kind of understanding the timeline of how things unfolded, what insurance she was using for certain things. But there are situations, not to be the bearer of bad news, but there are situations if only original Medicare is in play, there could be significant out-of-pocket costs where there's not a cap.
Yeah, we never stopped our primary, but they're the ones saying, she should have been on in August and wasn't, and they're denying the claim. So. Okay.
Yeah, so again, we'd love to take a look at it for you. Obviously not knowing all the details yet, I can't make any promises, but the people that we have in that department are really, really good at, being able to say, okay, this is what we can do to try to rectify what's happening here.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Again, Kevin, sorry for your loss. Boy, that's tough.
That is tough. I mean, again, like one of the things I always say is you never want a medical emergency to become a financial emergency, right? And again, I can't imagine one going through the loss of your spouse and then after the fact getting hit with a bill for almost $80,000, right? So for me, we're definitely going to want to try to jump in there and see if there's anything that can be done to help mitigate that cost for him.
This is what separates MediConnect from everyone else. They jump in both feet first, do whatever they can to help people, even in very tough situations like that. Again, please give them a call, Kevin. Let's go to Donna in Grove City on the air with Lance O'Brien on KDK. Go ahead, Donna.
Hey, Donna.
Hello. I just have to give a shout out to your company, and I'm just going to, and an agent. I'm 74. We were on MediConnect, on Medigap originally, and the premium kept going up so high, and I would listen to your show, to Rob's show in the morning, and hear you speak. I thought this would be too good this is just too good to be true to get something. So long story short, I called one morning about 4 years ago during COVID. I called the number that you're telling people to call right now. I was very leery to change. And I spoke with a girl. May I shout her name out?
Sure.
Or should I keep it to myself?
No, that's
her
fine.
name is Julie.
Yep,
her name is Julie.
She's still with us.
Julie Joyce.
Yep.
Yeah, I know she is because she's still with us.
Love that.
She helped us. She helped us so much. You have no idea. We were on a Zoom call with her, and she walked us through everything. She was trustworthy. Your company's trustworthy. I heard she texts me immediately if I need something or if I have a question. She'll go right back. I mean, this has been going on since COVID with the same agent, and she's wonderful. And your company's wonderful. And I heard Marty Griffin had you on a few weeks ago. Kind of panicked me a little bit. So I texted her, and she said, "Oh, we're on top of this. I don't know." Same thing you're saying. And I just want to tell all the people that were maybe be leery, because when I was on Medigap, we tried to go on a less expensive company because we were paying more for the same, they're all the same, but different companies.
Yep.
And because I was a cancer survivor, I couldn't change. But on Medicare Advantage, they never looked at my previous cancer experience. So you feel bad enough being a cancer survivor sometimes. Well, you feel wonderful, but when I was rejected, it was kind of, anyway. So I just want to tell everybody if they're thinking about changing, to please call your company. You're reputable. Jolie's, go ahead and do it. Just take the plunge and do it, because, we kind of do panic as being older people and are afraid. But you're wonderful, and I want to give you a shout out to the company and to Rob Pratt, who has you on every week, because it's a wonderful service.
Thank you
so
so
I just want
much.
to thank you.
Appreciate that very much.
All right.
Thanks,
Dawn.
you so much.
Thank you.
You bet.
Bye, Donna. One thing Donna did say, things that never used to bother me, like this type of stuff. Now, when you get older, because you're basically your own advocate, and you have to make sure the T's are crossed, the I's are dotted. I can't tell you how much peace of mind you folks have given me. And I got the inside track, obviously, I see every week. But anybody who calls, like Donna, Kevin before her, they get the same treatment I get every week. So people just need to understand this team is large, it's vast, and they have one single purpose. They want to help you.
Yeah, and I want to address a couple things that she said, because, again, there's a lot to unpack in her comments. And, again, I'm happy that she's satisfied. It is awesome. That's what she just said about Julie is what we hope for out of all of our employees, right? So that is all great, And, sometimes people say to me, well, Lance, you guys only push Medicare Advantage. And I just want to say that's actually not true, right? Like I'm glad there's two systems. I'm glad there's Medicare supplements to choose from and Medicare Advantage. And one's not right for all people and one's not wrong for all people and vice versa. And, to Donna's point, like the one challenge with supplements, because it's great coverage. It literally is amazing coverage. But it does go up every year. And if you're living on a fixed income and that premium for just one of you gets to be $300 a month on top of the $200 that you're paying for Part B, that's $500 a month for one person. Right? Money. If you're married, that's $1,000 a month. And again, so Medigap plans definitely have their place. Right. But Medicare Advantage is not a bad thing. I had somebody actually reach out to me through social media this last week and said Medicare Advantage plans kill people. And, it's that type of hyperbole that's out there that is just not really helpful or useful. For some people, they would swear by their Advantage plan, that there is no other way to do it. For other people, they would do the same for their supplement plan. For us, we truly, and I've said this since we've been on the air, we want to help you understand how they both work so you can make the best decision. And that best decision, yes, does include your health, but it also does include your finances. And you have to be able to marry those things to figure out what's right for you.
See, the thing that I also admire about you, and I learned this from the very beginning, even though you put everything out there, you let them make the final call.
Yeah. Again, we want them to say at the end of the day, this is what I think is right for me, right? Based on having the knowledge to get in that position.
All right, listen, we're going to run the seminars again, tell you about the webinar as well. We'll take a break. Anybody else on the other side of the break that wants to get in here, as the annual enrollment period is just weeks away, you have any kind of question, you can call us. We want to hear from you. 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. And to make that appointment for these seminars and everything that you need as far as those seminars, again, the number is 888-818-6334. They are free seminars, or you can register by going to MediConnectInsurance.com, clicking on the seminars tab. And I'll just say this, if you want to set up an appointment, you can do that now as well, and there is never a charge for their services at 888-818-6334. Before the break, here are the upcoming seminars.
Yeah, so September 9th, we're going to be at the Pine Community Center in Wexford. September 16th, we'll be at Baird Private Wealth Management, part of our partnership with Baird. Also in Wexford, the addresses for all these locations are on the website. September 25th, we're going to be at the Quality Inn in New Kensington. All three of those seminars are at 6 o'clock. And then on September 30th at 5:30, we're going to be at the Ligonier Library in Ligonier. And then again, this Wednesday, if you want to do it remotely, one of those locations isn't near you, you don't want to wait, you can go to the website, register for the upcoming webinar. You can pick between 11 o'clock this Wednesday or 6 p.m.
Tell my friends at Baird I said hello to some of the best people ever who taught me so much about this business and finance. So I think about them all the time, and now two greats coming together, Baird and MediConnect. Absolutely love it. We'll take a break. You have a question for Lance, get it in now before the final segment is gone in a couple of minutes. So call us, 866-391-1020.
It's the little things, the information you need, people you know, the little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248 today.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, lots of calls today for Lance, so let's keep them coming. Here's Ralph in Whitehall. Ralph, you're on KDK. How are you?
Yeah, okay, Rob. Good morning to you,
Ralph.
Lance and Rob. Question. We talk about all the changes, the increases and everything, but is the insurance providers' feet going to be held to the fire concerning wait times for MRIs, hip replacements, knees replacements, etc.? That's the question. Or are we going to get like Canada, where we got to wait a year for everything, or 8 or 9 weeks for an MRI?
It's a great question, Ralph. I recognize the voice, too. How are you doing?
Okay, Lance, we're friends.
Yeah, it's good to hear from you. It's a great question, and unfortunately, I think as we're walking through how to balance this managed care aspect of things, that we're still going to continue to see wait times. And it's weird how for some things it goes quickly, because there are some appointments personally that I've done lately that I've been able to get very quickly, but like one of them, for example, for me, now I'm not on Medicare yet, was an MRI. I was able to get in for an MRI in about 3 days, right? But to actually get an injection after that MRI, it took like 6 weeks. So if you're asking me to give my educated opinion, I think that we're not going to see an end to the wait times anytime in the near future. The system is overloaded, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you for answering my question. Have a great day.
You too.
All right, so as we wrap up the show here, ACA Marketplace, subsidy changes, Medicare education, MediConnect resources.
Yeah, I really do want to take a minute and talk about what's happening with ACA. On this show, rightfully so, we talk a lot about Medicare, right? And I think so much sometimes that people don't realize that we actually help a lot of people with individual insurance through Penny. It's got a lot of names. Obamacare, ACA, Marketplace, Penny, right? Penny's really the big word now in the state of Pennsylvania. And I just want to let you know, if you're out there today and you haven't kind of gotten wind of that, that there's going to be significant changes to the private insurance through Penny this year. You're not going to want to just let your plan automatically roll over if that's been what you've done in years past. The big thing that's going to be affecting the Affordable Care Act. So, Rob, this is like people who maybe work for a company that doesn't provide insurance. Maybe they have under 50 employees and they haven't got to the place where they're providing insurance yet. It might be the self-employed people out there that, you know, they have to self-insure through one of these other companies or whatever, right? The subsidies that were given during the COVID years extended through the America, and they were first in the America Rescue, then they came and were extended through the Inflation Reduction Act. Those subsidies are running out this year, and unless there's legislation that passes in the next couple of months, that is going to run out, and there could be significant premium changes for people that have their coverage through Penny. So if you're out there, you're on Penny, please do not stick your head in the sand this year when it comes to your policy. Don't let it just auto roll over. You're going to want to reach out to us on that once the enrollment period starts, which, as many of you will know, is a little bit later than the annual enrollment period for Medicare. But very important to understand that those subsidies that have made it so really, Rob, millions more Americans could get insurance this way, it's going to affect pocketbooks and some people significantly.
You know, there's just so many things changing. Just to have MediConnect in your contacts, you know what I mean? Just to be able to reach out to give yourself that peace of mind. And even if you're already signed up with MediConnect and you're going about your business, you know, every Saturday we've got a live advisor standing by. So if you want to talk to somebody in real time, you can call Saturday.
Well, and that's the thing, Rob. Like from my perspective, you know, when I first started, I was obviously sitting across the table from people, helping them understand Medicare, their benefits. Then I went into a role where I was training our agents and, you know, helping build things that way. In my role now, a lot of what I talk about here is this is what I'm living in. I'm talking with the carriers. I'm reading all the things that are happening. Like, my job now is to really understand the industry at a high level so that it can be disseminated out through our entire team and then ultimately to the public, you know, because we want the public to really be educated. At the end of the day, that is the flagship of what MediConnect does, is we want people to be educated so Medicare can be simple for them.
You know, when we started this, two of the bigger ones on the block were barking at each other, and now we're just so fortunate to have them in the healthcare facilities that we have. Pittsburgh in this region really is a unique place. We are really in good hands.
We have some great healthcare systems, and the way that they have merged their healthcare with their health systems with healthcare has enabled them to offer some pretty good opportunities. Again, and it's not perfect. I mean, I think Ralph brought up a great point in his question. You know, within Advantage, you know, you do have to deal with more managed care, which means more prior authorization, possibly wait times. And those things can be detrimental as well. I mean, it's obviously, I'm not going to sit in this seat and say that our healthcare system is everywhere that it needs to be and our insurance system is. You know, that's why voting is important. That's why asking questions and talking is important. But what we will always promise to do is to get you the facts in the simplest manner so that you can feel in control and confident about your health care and enjoy your retirement, really.
I also think this is where I think Medicare is going to head. Not so much for me because I'm there now, but I mean my children, grandchildren. I think there will be more about preventative, keeping people healthy, giving them opportunities to get that gym membership, do something just to give them a fighting chance so they don't find themselves having to use Medicare all the time because they're not going through all of the things that have been happening for years to people as they age out. People are going to live longer, they're going to be healthier, and I think Medicare with people like you is going to be able to give them plans that will give them more to do to stay healthy. Also nutritional plans, things like that. I think it's going to be more preventative moving forward.
You know what? You just opened Pandora's box in a great way. You know, think about it. When all there was supplements, if someone wanted to get coverage other than just Medicare,
right,
they might have had to pay $150, $200 for that. Guess what they're going to do if they can't afford that? They're not going to do it. So then when they only have Medicare, what are they then going to do? They're not going to go to the doctor because they don't want to get the bills. The reason Medicare Advantage, and again, I want to be absolutely clear, Medicare Advantage is not for everybody, right? But the reason Medicare Advantage was created was for the reasons that you just said was they can get extra coverage, maybe sometimes for as little as $0 or $20. Yes, there's co-pays. Yes, there's some hoops that they have to jump through sometimes to use it, but they're also getting benefits like gym membership, over-the-counter options to pay for vitamins, things that can keep them healthy. Some people get transportation if maybe it's difficult for them to afford to get to all of that. Listen, preventative healthcare is way more cost-effective than anything else. So I'm right there with you.
Well, because I don't think anybody, young or old alike, wants a hospital stay.
Nope.
Or wants to have to be at the pharmacy every other day, or, do a certain medicine every day. And listen, to be able to walk, get out, do things, be healthy, be active, is what life's all about. Because I don't care who you are, if you're just starting out, you just came into this place called planet Earth, or you're my age looking at that third act, you want to be as happy as you can every day, because no matter young and old, it goes by very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely does.
Listen, I'm 10 years plus older than you. I promise you, you'll one day say, he was right when you're like knocking on 70. Honestly, I told someone yesterday, Lance, I don't know where my 40s went.
Yeah.
That's why you have to be prepared. And God bless Kevin, what he's going through, losing his wife, facing that. You guys have been ahead of that topic forever on the show. Get it taken care of now, so you're not dealing with a financial issue and a health issue at the same time.
Get someone that's going to really care about your scenario, that's going to respond like Donna said, that's not going to just sign you up for a plan and disappear somewhere.
Well, you guys aren't going anywhere. You're easy to find, too.
Yep, we're very easy to find.
All right, seminars and webinar, please.
Yep. One more time, again, if you're new to Medicare in the next 12 months, you're looking to start your education process. In this webinar, we talk about what is Part A and B, what do they cost, what do they cover, what about the penalties that you hear. We talk about how do you sign up, when do you sign up. We'll review in a pros and cons scenario what people like about supplements, what people like about Advantage plans, what are the drawbacks of those systems. We go over prescription drug coverage, so we really give you in 45 minutes a great overview to start the journey. Then it goes into an individual appointment. September 9th, we're going to be at the Pine Community Center in Wexford. September 16th, Baird Private Wealth Management, also in Wexford. On the 25th, we're going to be at the Quality Inn in New Kensington. And then on September 30th, Ligonier Library, Ligonier. There are more seminars that are already ready and scheduled. You can just go to the website, MetaConnect Insurance, to find those. And then, obviously, you need to call to register, 888-818-6334.
Final 30 seconds. Anything else?
Be informed. Look, your ANOCs are going to start coming in. You'll notice the changes will start showing up probably sometime in the next 10 days. Be aware for other letters that might come out. People have probably heard on the news or read that there are some plans terminating this year. Highmark, Aetna, United Healthcare, other carriers, maybe looking at making changes. This happens every year, but it could be happening in greater volume.
And if you're one of those card-carrying members, you definitely want to reach out, set up an appointment, never a charge for their services. It's 888-818-6334, 888-818-6334, 888-818-6334, MediConnectInsurance.com. Lance, thank you.
Thank you very much.
News coming up next.
The preceding was paid for by MediConnect. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
Wednesday night at 10, join us for I'm Listening, a special Odyssey program featuring some of the biggest names in news, sports, and music, and some of the most respected mental health professionals. Hosted by Carson Daly with Katie Neal. Talk saves lives. For more information, visit imlistening.org, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply, stop to opt out.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce is complicated. It affects every part of your life, your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce and the unexpected directions that it can take, it's times like this that you need a partner you can count on.
If you're a man facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today to connect with a local divorce attorney who understands the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Text Firm 66 to 32 32 32. FIRM 66 to 32 32 32. Firm 66 to 32 32 32. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 63 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 10 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Fayette County community and several churches came together on Friday evening for a prayer service honoring 9-year-old Renesmee Utsi. She's the girl who was found dead along the shore of the Youghiogheny River on Thursday morning after being reported missing on Wednesday. 2 people have been charged in connection with her death. The girl's foster mother, Courtney Utsi, along with custodial guardian Sarah Shipley. At the prayer service at Franklin Memorial Methodist Church in Dunbar, it was all about honoring Renesmee Utsi.
This precious little child whose laughter should be echoing down the hillside and into our town tonight was taken from us in a horrifically unimaginable way.
Another vigil to remember Renesmee Utsi will be held tonight. Dunbar Park is the location at 7 o'clock. The man charged with a violent attack on a 10-month-old baby in July has been ordered to stand trial on criminal homicide charges. 18-year-old Dominic Pinnock will also be tried on several reckless endangerment and aggravated assault charges stemming from the death of the baby at a home in the 7100 block of Kedron Street in Homewood. Well, President Trump has signed an executive order rebranding the Department of Defense. Here's CBS's Linda Kenyon.
We're going Department of War.
Speaking in the Oval Office, President Trump said he believes it's long overdue.
We won the First World War. We won the Second World War. We won everything before that and in between, and then we decided to go woke and we changed the name to Department of Defense.
The president added changing the name reflects the nation's strength, saying Department of War is much more appropriate, especially, quote, in light of where the world is right now. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
KDK Radio News Time is 10:03. The AccuWeather forecast coming up.
Who are the youth who lead with purpose, innovate with passion, and inspire everyone in your community? Junior Achievement in Western Pennsylvania is searching for their next class of exceptional young leaders for JA's 18 Under 18, presented by the EQT Foundation. Know a young person who is making an impact? Nominations are open for the 2026 class, ages 18 years or younger. Submit your nomination by September 30th to see them honored on February 3rd, 2026 at Acrisure Stadium. Nominate a young leader today at jawesternpa.org.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings a cloudy and cooler start to the weekend with a shower or two around and a high of just 69, followed by a chilly night tonight under a clearing sky, low 48. Tomorrow also looks cool with sunshine, a few clouds and a high of 68. Then more sun for Monday and a rather nice day overall, high 70. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
At a time when children are in crisis, the Kids Mental Health Foundation envisions a future where mental health is a vital part of growing up, and support starts with all of us. At home, at school, at practice, everywhere kids are.
If you're at school having a bad day, you just don't want to do anything.
I just get these thoughts like, do better. All my little emotions in my head is just running crazy. I don't know what to do.
As a teacher or coach, do you ever feel overwhelmed?
He's just in tears in the huddle. I was like, what's wrong? And he's just like, I'm just so frustrated, and I didn't know what to do.
None of my undergraduate studies talked about mental health.
Teachers need tons of help. The Kids Mental Health Foundation is the leading organization promoting mental health for children in the U.S. and has free tools and information developed by experts.
Having those resources is the same as the CPR class to me. We're trying to save a life here.
Check out kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org to get started.
It's time for the KDKA Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value. KDKA's Home Improvement Hour is an informational program sponsored by True Value. The information featured is intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about home improvement. Individual home improvement should be referred to your personal contractor. This is 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, Andy is here, Mr. True Value. It's he and I, just like the good old days. We miss Mike, we miss Paul, we miss Eddie.
Don't.
I do a little bit, but it does feel good to just go back to the way we started this thing almost 30 years ago.
Yep.
So this means you get more Andy and less of me, because I'm going to let him carry the show as he has been for years. So any home improvement question you need answered, you need to call us right now. 866-391-1020. 866-391-1020. You know what? If you did put some grass seed down like I did, funny thing happened on the way to putting it down in the middle of August. Now it's the early part of September. Going to be 70 today, 69 tomorrow, a little bit of rain. Yeah. Mother Nature is actually giving you a helping hand.
It is right now. We do need the rain, and I love fall. I like the season, but it's a great time for planting grass and putting in shrubs and, you know, getting your bushes ready, some trees and so forth for the winter time. This is a great time to start planting. We do need more rain, and that's what normally is a great thing about fall. It's warmer in the day, cooler at night. The ground temperature is still warm, but we do definitely need the rain. So if you are planting and you're not getting the rain, you do have to water. So I usually not a fan of watering yards all summer long, but if you start, you got to continue. But if you are going to start looking at doing that yard work and so forth, if it doesn't rain, you will need to water it, because grass seed needs water to grow, that's for sure.
Listen, whenever Andy's here for some reason by himself, I can't get a word in edgewise because the phones start lighting up so quickly. So if you have any question, give him a call, 866-391-1020. One question I want to bring up. We always like to talk everything, including business. And my mind works in mysterious ways, and I've been thinking a lot about corporate America, where we are, Main Street America. Do you realize even the corporate giants who rolled in many years ago, those concrete, big cookie-cutter box stores, everything where we're headed now, the thing that may be left standing is the local True Value store.
Yeah, I hope so. We're having another good year. We're up about 15% this year. So year after year after year, it seems to grow. So I'm very, very happy with it. But, Rob, we work hard at it. And with us being smaller, if you want, we can make changes and adjustments pretty much instantaneously. If I want to change something tomorrow, I do it. I don't have to go to the board of directors and, make plans and say, okay, what's our 5-year? What are we going to do? How are we going to change things? we're small enough that we can make changes as we see fit on a daily basis, from number of personnel to adding on people instantly to changing hours to changing merchandise. And I do work on budgets. I do work on where do I want to be at the end of this year? What am I working on for next year? What are we working on for the year after that? We do that a lot, like every business does, but I like to think that we're here for the long haul, and my store's been there, 74 years, I guess? 74 years. I've been there going on 52 years. So been there a long time, and no plans on retirement. Still thoroughly enjoy what I do.
Here's what's amazing. Not only you with Mr. Evie, but your beautiful children, Jamie, Kat, and Robbie.
Yep.
But every time I go there, I meet these incredibly talented, energetic young people.
Yeah,
How do you find so many really
I
employees?
love the high school kids working for us. Rob, I want to say I'm very blessed, very fortunate. I have a waiting list of people that want to work for us. Amazing. And I know that's different. I know we're unique, but we just brought in a couple more high school kids starting the season with September, a group of our college kids that went back, and some of them are freshmen college, so we keep the rotation going. We just had a couple college graduates that haven't found their career paths that started back with us after being with us for 4 years of high school, 4 years of college, and they're back as they're looking for their career. We're able to always maintain a spot for them. I love having the high school kids with us. I work a lot with the Interact Club, which is an amazing group of volunteer high school kids that work with the Rotary groups. I work a lot with DECA, DECA, you know that. They're one of my favorite. And we work a lot with the National Honor Society and different groups in the school district, Bethel Park's school district. So I have a lot of students that always come up to me and, Mr. Hamrine, can I work for you? Can I work for you? What can I do for you? So we do internships, and I find them internships with a lot of our nonprofits that we work with. But I tell you what, Rob, the high school kids keep me young. They keep me going, even the 8th graders when I work at our Independence Middle School in Bethel Park and so forth. I love helping and working and teaching and doing things at the school district, and it gives me access to a lot of amazing students, and there are a lot of amazing students out there. You hear stories of the bad ones, but I'm sorry, I hear stories of the good ones more than I hear stories of the bad ones, and I have my pick as to who I want and put them on the list, and when spots open up, we bring them in.
Listen,
for sure.
All these young people turn out to do incredible things, and even your own 3 children. Think about
they're doing well.
It's honestly, I absolutely find it fascinating, and Andy's just got that Midas touch. He makes it work, and I've never been around anybody who's more dedicated to helping his family, his friends, his community than Andy Amrine. Okay,
thanks, Rob.
We got lots of folks that want to talk to him. Here's Doug. He joins us first from Bell Vernon on KDKA. How are you, Doug?
Oh, pretty good. I got 3 questions,
sure.
Not necessarily unrelated to one another.
All right.
Behind the access panel of the vanity, I found some black mold.
Okay.
It's dry there, but the black mold is there. What should I do?
Okay. Well, don't panic. Anytime you panic, you generally make mistakes. But if the area is dry, then that's a good thing. You need to kill the mold and clean the black off and move forward with it. The best way to kill the mold itself in your instance, and in most instances with mold, I use Sniper. Sniper is a spray-on disinfectant that is used with the stabilized chlorine dioxide. So it's an amazing disinfectant with no bleach in it, because bleach does not kill mold. So spraying something with bleach, it may remove stains, but it doesn't kill mold, doesn't kill the roots of the mold. Sniper will instantly kill the mold and kill the roots of the mold. So once you have sprayed Sniper on it, then you know that mold is dead. Now you will need to clean the black spots off if you wish to remove them, and most people do. So then you can go to any kind of household cleaner you want to wipe it off and remove the black spots. And once you have the area clean, I would respray it with Sniper and just spray and walk away. Now, from there, I would leave the space open for a couple of days using the sink and make sure that there's no water dripping. Mold generally is caused by the right climate, let's say, and one of the things mold needs is moisture. So seeing if there's drips, seeing if there's something that has caused that mold to grow. And if you can't find any drips, that's great. If you do, then you need to address where the water's coming from, where the mold will continually come back again. And it could be coming from the vent stack, it could be coming from drain lines, it could be coming from the supply lines, it could be coming from the faucet body, it could be coming from anywhere. So even if you're unsure, take something like paper towels and just lightly crumble them up, filling the space in that area of the wall. And if you come back in 12 hours or something and you see the paper towel is wet, then you know you have a drip somewhere and you got to look until you find it. You cannot ignore a drip. But sniper to kill the mold, clean it, do something to expect for moisture damage and moisture coming from somewhere, and then move forward from there.
The next question is the enamel finish on an older cast iron bathtub.
Okay.
Anything to bring that back?
Yeah.
Better.
Sure. The easiest thing to do would be to polish it. And polish it just like you would wax your car. You want to buff it down, have it nice and clean, and then if you want to bring a luster or something back to it, you could actually just use a car polish. It might make it a little slippery for you, so be very, very careful not to over wax to where you step in on it and you take it like a skating ring itself. But just buffing it is going to give it its natural luster back. So whether you use turtle car wash, zip car wash, wax, any of that kind of stuff, and buff it up, it'll make it look nice. Like I said, just watch so you don't over wax it to make it too slippery for you.
Final question, unrelated. I'm moving a Versalock wall, and the front edge of the blocks have black dirt and soot and things. Can I just take a power wash, or is there some that I should do to clean it better?
Okay, a pressure washer on a Versalock wall would be great. Chances are that's going to be enough to clean it and move on from there. If you need something heavier, you can use something as heavy as muriatic acid. Is a great brick and block cleaner, but be careful because it is an acid. Or if you don't want the acid, then you can just use any kind of house wash that you add into a pressure washer. So pretty simple cleaning. You may want to just try with the pressure washer and move on from there.
Doug, I got to get to a break. Thank you for the call. We've got Jackie and Paul waiting to talk to Mr. True Value. He's here today hosting the True Value Home Improvement Show, 866-391-1020.
When you need to talk, we're here for you. Always have been. News Radio KDKA.
Online security is a must, and millions are choosing NordVPN to stay safer and more private online. And you can do that too. Get NordVPN with 77% off and up to 3 months extra. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic from data snoopers and internet service providers, while NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro will reduce risk of phishing and alert you about the fake online shops and known scams. And that's not all. If your email address is leaked to the dark web, you will get an instant notification from the Dark Web Monitor and act accordingly. Get the special NordVPN deal today at nordvpn.com. This offer includes a 77% discount on a 2-year plan and up to 3 extra months. Savings and additional terms apply and can be found on nordvpn.com. The offer is valid until October 15th.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest-lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
This is what you call friendship. So I had Andy get some stuff from True Value. So I gave him the code to my garage. And because we've had some rain this week, I haven't cut my grass like multiple times. So he says to me, "What about your stuff?" I'm like, "I haven't been in my garage." But I trust Mr. True Value so much that he has the code to my garage. Did you ever think in our lifetime, sir? First off, thank you. No one does it better than True Value. But did you ever think we would live in a world that everybody would have a security code to get in their garage? Remember how we used to just leave our garages open?
We never locked them.
No.
Most of the summer, the garage door never closed. It was just open.
Let me tell you one other thing about garages, because I had her on this past week, Melissa Hart, former congresswoman.
Uh-huh.
Wonderful lady.
Yep.
And I said, "What's wrong with your finger?" She broke her finger.
Oh.
The power went out.
Okay.
So she went to pull the rope.
For the garage door opener.
And something slipped. She slipped. So tell people, just be patient when you do that.
Yeah.
She's going to be okay, but I was worried about her. But I've had that. Listen, Andy has educated me so much. I didn't even know you could get your garage door open if the power went out. So Andy said, he said, "There's that little pulley up there. Just pull on it."
Oh, is that what that's for, Ron?
Yeah. He's taught me so much.
I thought that was for drying clothes.
Listen,
Clothesline.
All these True Value dealers that support our show, True Value dealers out there, you need to form a relationship, a partnership, because as you need and go and grow, whether you're that newlywed, you're single, or you're a grandparent, you're a widower, they can take care of you. So please build that relationship with True Value.
I want to find out. We delivered a wheelbarrow to you. I want to know if you know how to use it.
I do.
Do you?
Listen.
Do you know which end of it to hold?
I do.
Okay.
I do. The one I used to actually sit in, and someone was pushing me going, remember wheelbarrow rides we used to get as kids?
Yes.
We used to do that. But listen, this is what True Value has done. This is what they do every day, not just for people like me. And the prices are absolutely second to none. All right, here we go. Let's say hi to Chuck in Shaler. Hey, Chuck, how are you?
Good morning, guys. I'm doing excellent.
Good.
First-time caller to the show. I listen to all the time, but first-time caller.
Thank you.
And it matter. Before I get to my question, if you walked out your front door and looked to the left, I grew up out that way. It used to be Foodland, and then the Amico station was beside that.
Yep.
Is any?
Yep. Yeah, well,
it's still out there?
Well, I mean, the buildings are still there. None of those businesses are still there. The Foodland now is a Planet Fitness, and the Amico station is Bethel Park Barber Shop. So Bethel Park Barber Shop's been there 75 years too, but they were up on Park Avenue, and they moved down to where the old Amico station was. So, I mean, the businesses are still full. There's not very many empty storefronts in Bethel Park at all. I'd have to really drive around to think of it. There's no homes for sale, and there's no real business fronts available for renting.
That's incredible. That's
so the township, the community, the municipality, what is it, 22,000 families, and it's growing strong, building a brand new elementary center. So that's going to be a big change for Bethel Park in school year 26-27. We'll have a new elementary center instead of the 5 elementary buildings itself. But, Bethel Park's doing very, very well. I'm very fortunate to have a business there, and I was born and raised and still there, never left.
That's incredible. That's good news.
Oh, yeah. I was at your store many times when I was younger.
Thank you.
You know, when I lived out that way. Yep. But now I deal with, out in Shaler, I deal with a local do it best.
Sure.
I don't go to the box stores.
No, good for you.
No, because when I go, not only do I get the stuff, but they'll show you what you need to do, what you need to go with it, explain it to you. You know, it's a big help.
Good.
But anyways, I went and I splurged and I bought an Echo weed whacker.
Okay.
56 watt.
Mm-hmm.
Or 56 volt, I'm sorry.
Right.
What is the proper way to charge it? Do you, like when it's half full, or do you let it run all the way empty?
Well, with the new type of battery systems, they're smart batteries is what they call them. So it really doesn't matter whether the battery's totally drained, not totally drained, partially, putting it on the charger, and it could sit on the charger for days and not overcharge. So they're really simple, whether it's Echo or Toro or Black & Decker or any of them. The newer battery technology really is goof-proof with one exception. The battery cannot be hot when you try and charge it. So if you're cutting and using your battery and you quit, let the battery cool for about 10 minutes or so before you put it on the charger itself. That's the only time that there really is issues with smart batteries. The charging systems cannot charge a hot battery. The battery has to be cooler before you throw it onto the charger itself. Now, you can put it on the charger. It's just not going to charge until the battery system cools down. So I prefer, when I'm using my cordless equipment, I have a spare battery or something, so when I take it off the trimmer or the mower, I set it next to the charger, finish my job, or go do something else, and then I come back and slide it on the charger after that. But other than that, you really can't hurt the battery by putting it on half charged or totally drained or anything like that. I don't like to totally drain a battery to being dead. I think it's more of just me, but it's harder to get the battery to start charging if there's no juice whatsoever in it. But other than that, Echo's a great brand. You enjoy it.
That's why I called the expert. I was really impressed with the power the thing had. I mean, it just, you can almost kill somebody with that thing. It just cuts everything down.
Yeah, Echo's a good brand.
Good stuff, Chuck.
Well, yeah, thank you for your help.
Thanks for calling, Chuck.
My man Chuck, who's a UPS delivery guy from Shaler. Listen, we got about a minute before the break. Let's talk about all the other stores. Obviously, R.C. Walters, Daniels, Slippery Rock, Eddie Pfeiffer, Mike Broniszewski, and, of course, your store.
Yeah, no, the stores make it possible for us to do the show week after week. But you got Pfeiffer True Value in Mars, PA, Slippery Rock Hardware in Slippery Rock, PA, R.C. Walters & Son, Boston Hall Road, Boston, right there by McKeesport. Michael's store, Sarver True Value, up on South Park Road in Sarver. We got two Daniel stores, one in Pleasant Hills and the one in Hampton Plaza, and then, of course, Evie True Value in Bethel Park. If you need me throughout the week, it's 412-835-5780. Or I love to answer emails, so please send me emails all the time. I do answer them all, and that's eveyhdw@gmail.com.
So could people start planting grass now?
They can. Like I said, the moisture is the biggie for it. These cooler temperatures are nice. The ground temperature is so warm. It's raking out any brown spots, dead areas, loosening the soil, getting the seed down, and making sure that seed is covered. You can't just leave it on top. So whether you're covering it with mushroom manure, whether you're just covering it with topsoil, or you're using products like pit moss, a good potting soil on top of it, the trick is going to be the water. Without rain, I know we're getting it was raining nice this morning, but if we don't get rain for 4 or 5 days, go out there once a day and give it a nice watering, soaking, so the water helps the seed to germinate. But this time of year for aerating, big fan of aerating. It's just the ground cannot be rock hard to aerating. So after a day or two of rain, so maybe this morning or afternoon, it would be a good time to aerate. But you can aerate and seed, and don't forget about Magic-L. That raises the pH of the soil. With low pH, grass doesn't grow well. Weeds grow well with proper pH. Then the grass grows and weeds won't.
All right, good stuff, Andy. And as always, Andy's here and the phones are jammed. We only have one line available, so if you want it, Chuck was just on it. It's yours. 866-391-1020. Rob's next with an update, then we're right back to your calls.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Hey folks, NASCO Roofing, the region's roofing leader, continues to exceed customer expectations. Carol from Pittsburgh praised NASCO Roofing for their quality workmanship and the timely manner NASCO completed her new roof. She loved how friendly and easy NASCO Roofing was to work with. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Carol. Get NASCO on your roof next. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
Go between the hash marks and get your football fix every Thursday evening at 6 with the Bowser Chevrolet Quest for the Best High School Football Show live from Dave & Buster's. Dan Zangrilli and the Dean of High School Sports, Mike White, break it all down. It's powered by Bowser Chevrolet and brought to you by Diulis Law and by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 62 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 10:30. I'm Rob Taylor. 2 people now have been charged in the death of a 9-year-old girl from Fayette County. The Fayette County community and several churches came together Friday evening for a prayer service to honor that 9-year-old, Renesmee Utsi. The 2 people charged in connection with her death are foster mother Courtney Utsi and custodial guardian Sarah Shipley. Utsi was found along the shore of the Youghiogheny River dead Thursday morning after being reported missing on Wednesday. Now, at that prayer service on Friday evening at Franklin Memorial Methodist Church in Dunbar, Fayette County, Christina Benedetto is Utsi's mother. She was among those who spoke at the service.
She could light up a room with her laugh. She was beautiful inside and out, and most importantly, she was our baby girl.
There will be another vigil to remember the life of Renesmee Utsi to be held at Dunbar Park this evening at 7 o'clock. KDK Radio News Time is 10:31. Next updates at 11. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDK.
Millions are choosing NordVPN to stay safer online. Get NordVPN today with 77% off and up to 3 months extra. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic and help you avoid phishing, scams, and malware. Get the special NordVPN deal today at nordvpn.com. This offer includes a 77% discount on a 2-year plan and up to 3 extra months. Savings and additional terms apply and can be found on nordvpn.com. The offer is valid until October 15th.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply, stop to opt out.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce is complicated. It affects every part of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce and the unexpected directions that it can take, it's times like this that you need a partner you can count on.
If you're a man facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today to connect with a local divorce attorney who understands the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Text Firm 66 to 32 32 32. FIRM 66 to 32 32 32. Firm 66 to 32 32 32. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Keep an eye out for a passing shower or two today. Otherwise, it looks cooler and rather cloudy today with a high of 69, followed by a chilly night tonight with a sky that ends up clear, low 48. For tomorrow, expect a sunny to partly cloudy sky and another cool day, high 68. And Monday looks nice with sunshine, high 70. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program is paid for by True Value.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
All right, here we go. Next hour, how about this, Andy? We're going to the state of Kentucky, for the AAA East Central Showcase that's happening this weekend. And all four will be here today: Andrew Benacki, Alicia Maisel, Kristen Zapp, and Marita Williams. They're going to be joining us on the Metropolitan Window video screen. You can click on kdkradio.com and click on KDK Watch like you can now and see and hear the program stream live. Don't forget our YouTube channel, the Odyssey app. Download it. It's free, AUDACY. And, of course, KDK 100.1 FM, AM 1020. All right, here's Jackie in Allison Park for Andy Amrine. Hi, Jack.
Hi. How you doing, Andy?
Well, life is perfect. Thank you.
That's good. I just have a quick question.
Sure.
I've been using Bactrikill, and my spray bottle is almost empty. Now, I've got Sniper. I want to know if I can put the Sniper into the spray bottle while there's still Bactrikill in it.
Yes.
Okay, good. That's my question.
Okay, very good.
I enjoy your show. I love it.
All right.
Listen every week.
Thank you, Jackie.
You so much.
Uh-huh.
All right, let's go to Clairton and say hi to Paul. Paul, welcome to KDK. How are you?
Okay, good morning.
Morning.
I'm planning to put a new roof on, and right now I have a couple vents on the top of the roof and two small vents on the side of the house.
Okay.
Plus, I have a attic fan.
Oh, good.
I put a new roof on and put ridge vents on. Do I really need that attic fan?
Well, I can't answer that. The answer would be maybe. A lot depends on the surface area in your roof itself. So your roofer can calculate the square footage inside your attic space. They take the peak of the house and what the air movement is, and depending on the square footage and air movement you have in that attic, it may or may not need the power vent itself. So having the ridge vents, having the E-vents and so forth, all that is good, but it's just dependent. If you don't get proper air movement and the attics get too hot, then it shortens the life of the shingles itself. So me not knowing all the specifics, I can't give you a definite yes or a definite no. The power vents are on for a reason, so if a previous roofer put it on, then they must have done the calculations and felt it was the best way to ventilate your house, your attic area. So at this point, I would say probably it should be on. If you're adding additional vents, then maybe you don't, but your roofer's going to have to give you that final calculation to tell you whether you need the airflow or you don't need the airflow. It's all about the airflow and making sure the attic doesn't get too hot, which will shorten the life of your shingles.
Okay, I have another question. What's the best type of grass seed for this area?
Well, my favorite grass seed for southwest Pennsylvania is made by Jonathan Green, and it's called Black Beauty Ultra. And what makes the Black Beauty Ultra different than any other seed made is the depth of the roots that it'll grow. After 2 years, Black Beauty Ultra roots are over 4 feet deep meaning it's going to be below your drought lines. So it's a very, very durable seed in both sun and shade. Where normal grass seeds, whether it's your Penn State mix, whether it's Scott's, whether it's Pennington, your normal grass seed roots are 3 to 4 inches deep. So getting a grass seed that's super, super deep roots is very good to be drought resistant and snow mold resistant and everything else. So that's my seed of choice. It's Black Beauty Ultra.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to Linda. Linda, you're up next in Bloomfield for Andy Amron. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Nice to hear you guys.
Thanks.
Long-time listener to all of KDKA, about 20 years.
Thank you.
Love your show, but had to call only because the landlord doesn't take care of rodent problems. I'd like, several questions.
Sure.
Is there only one entry point that mice come into in a house?
No, those little buggers will generally find a couple entry points. If they find one easy point, they'll keep to it, but they generally do have multiple ways of getting in. And unfortunately, you got to realize the mouse can, shrivel up its skeleton. So a mouse can travel through a hole that's probably the size of your pinky or even smaller. They can go through really tiny holes.
So would you have to get a professional?
No, not
pest control. Do they go through the foundation of the house?
If there's
where do they?
Yes, they can go through anywhere. So it's a matter of inspecting the garage door areas, your main door areas, for cracks around windows or even just holes in foundations itself. So finding all those cracks, finding all those holes and filling them is your best bet of keeping mice from coming into buildings. And, September, October, this is when the rodents are going to start coming indoors because it's going to be warmer in your house than outside on it. But areas around the hose bib or areas around where the electrical wires are entering the house or a garage door seal on the bottom that has been rotting away, and they could come through that way. And the biggest things that I like to suggest you do with filling all those holes, they make a foam insulation that it's in an aerosol can that has spearmint and peppermint oils added to the foam. And spearmint and peppermint oil is a tremendous repellent for mice. They can't stand the smell of it. So getting a can of foam spray that has the repellent in it and just taking a quick squirt into any hole,
spray,
any nook or cranny.
O-M-P-R-S-A-Y?
Say that again?
How do you spell that, spray?
Foam, F-O-A-M. It's just an aerosol can of foam caulking.
How do you spell that?
Foam, F as in Frank, O as in orange, A as in apple, M as in Mary. Foam spray.
So it's a it's a caulking. Did you spray it?
Correct. It's a caulking, but it's in a spray can. And just spray that into any holes and cracks that you find in the foundation or around doors and windows.
Can I ask a stupid question? Where's the foundation? Is that the basement?
That's the block. Right. That would be the basement of the house. Then you spray these walk around the outside of the house, and you find any holes or cracks, then you spray this into it.
Do you guys? Do you just have it? Does Home Depot? Anyone else have it, or just you guys? Anybody have it?
Any hardware store will have it. Any and every hardware store.
So it's foam spray crackling.
Foam spray crack filler. It's just in an aerosol can, simple and easy to use.
All right, Linda, thank you. I got to get on to the rest of these callers. We got a lot of. Let's say hi to Sid, Bethel Park. Sid, you're on the air with Andy Amron. Go ahead.
Hi, good morning, guys.
Hi, good morning, Sid.
I'm just calling to say that Bethel Park is very blessed to have Andy. He is everything that he says he is. It's true. And when the store, everybody, it's always a great experience. If they don't have it, they get it. And any organization that Andy's involved in thrives. And he's really a blessing to our community and more. And I'm just honored to call him a friend. That's why I was calling.
Thank you, Sid. I appreciate it. You made my day.
Well, you have a great day, you guys.
All right, thanks.
All
Ed.
right, yeah.
Take
Listen,
care. Bye-bye.
I echo those sentiments. I've known him forever, and he's one of the most humble, decent human beings I've ever met. All right, let's go to Susan, South Hills. Up next for Andy. Go ahead, Susan.
Hi, I've got a question about my French door refrigerator. The vertical seal has black mold on it, but I've used concrobium, but because it's vertical, it's going to run down, and I can't really, leave the door open to let it sit. So I've wiped it down a number of times, and then I sprayed some sniper on it.
Right.
Is that sufficient? I mean, is it that the stains from the black mold just aren't going to go away?
No, actually, how I have cleaned the seal on a refrigerator, I prefer Sniper over the concrobium for what you're doing, because Sniper is food grade, so it's safer than concrobium on a refrigerator and in kitchen and kitchen countertops and so forth. And even any of the drips are running that might fall on the floor or the rest of the fridge or something, Sniper is a lot safer to use in this instance. And then I use a magic eraser made by Procter & Gamble, and that magic eraser will clean that black stains off, and then just do it as needed, whether it's every 2 or 3 months or whatever. But the Sniper will kill that mold instantly, the black stain, and then it's just a matter of cleaning it. But the magic eraser does a very, very nice job of pretty quickly, easily cleaning that black marks directly off of that magnetic strip. And then once you clean it, do a quick light misting. Don't soak it, just a light spray and walk away of the Sniper a second time, and you're going to be good for months.
But again, Andy, because it's on the gray rubber seal that's vertical, so I could spray the Sniper on after and then just shut the door?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, so that won't add to the condensation that I see when I open the door on that
No,
seal?
you're not soaking it. You're just doing a light mist spray on it, and that's all it takes.
Oh, perfect. Okay, well, I hadn't thought of the magic eraser sponge. I'll have to check that out.
They do their amazing job.
it.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Listen, we got lots of folks want to talk to Andy. We'll get to them after the break on KDKA.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
At Baths R Us, we believe home improvement is life improvement, and that starts with the team who brings your vision to life. Our installers aren't just skilled, they're experts.
This is who we are. This is what we do all day, every day.
Right now, get $1,500 off a shower or tub replacement, or $3,000 off a full bathroom remodel. Plus, loads and no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate, or go to bathsrus.com, 412-556-2284. Baths R Us, where dreams soak in.
Folds of Honor has been meeting sacrifice with hope since 2019 in Western Pennsylvania. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal as well as a 4 out of 4 stars ranking on Charity Navigator. You can become a Folds of Honor wingman today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
There are things in this world that are just a bad combo, like morning rush hour on the Parkway and an empty stomach.
Well, folks, it looks like today is going to be a doozy. Be safe out there.
But you know what's actually a smart combo? Upside cash back with your credit card rewards. That's right. With Upside, you can earn cash back every time you fill up or grab your morning coffee at hundreds of nearby gas stations and restaurants in Pittsburgh, like GetGo, Circle K, and Dunkin'. The best part? You can combine Upside with your credit card perks and loyalty programs. It's like double dipping your rewards with an extra side of cash back. Download Upside, and for a limited time, get a 10% bonus on your first purchase with promo code PITT39. That's promo code PITT39 for an extra 10% cash back bonus. See why millions of Upside users have racked up almost $1 billion in cash back earned. Next time you're filling up or fueling up, choose the smart combo with Upside. Don't forget to use promo code PITT39. Upside. Cashback smarter. Offers vary by user and location. Terms and conditions apply. Go to upside.com for details.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
All right, next hour we go to the state of Kentucky because AAA Central's having a showcase there. Andrew Benacki will join us, Alicia Maisel, Marita Williams, and Christine Zaff. They're going to be in the Metropolitan Window video screen. All you got to do is click on KDKRadio.com and click on KDK Watch. But right now, if you're tuned in, you'll see Andy Amrine wrapping up another edition of the True Value Home Improvement Show. Here's Ryan, Mount Pleasant. Ryan, how are you?
Doing pretty good. How are you guys?
Good, sir.
The question I have is I've been in my house for around 15 years. The issue is the garage door opener. So the opener itself it's older. I think it's from 2004.
Okay.
I lost a remote for it. I have two, but lost one. So I thought, well, I'm just going to program this with the buttons in both of our cars. And I'm pretty tech savvy. I couldn't get it to work. So I kind of gave up, and I went online, and I found a 2-pack of the replacement remotes for the door.
Right.
Now, the opener itself is a Linear brand.
Okay.
And then on the side of it is it's like a metal box, kind of has like a metal antenna maybe sticking out of it.
Right.
And that brand is LiftMaster, which is what it said on my remotes. So the remotes I ordered were the LiftMaster, and it had the same numbers on the back and everything as my old one. I can't get those to program either.
Okay.
Do you have any advice?
It's a really good question. And LiftMaster and Chamberlain are your two biggest makers of the garage door openers. And depending on the model and the serial numbers and the years they're made, they have different ways that it has to be programmed. And yours should have, because 2000 is when they started using smart buttons on programming, where it's a matter of holding the buttons in as you're holding your remote and they sync each other. But on the older brands, they had to be very, very specific frequency numbers on the remotes, and you had to open up the remotes and set the numbers inside the remotes to the frequency that was set on the garage door openers itself. So not knowing specifics, I would have to look at your specific model and serial number and try and find the owner's manual, and it would be online. LiftMaster would have in their system every model and serial number, and they will walk you through all the different steps it takes to get the exact programming. I've done garage door openers that I've been able to program in a matter of 2-3 minutes, and I've had some that have taken me hours. And there was one that I was never able to do.
Yeah. Now, the opener itself, it does have that learn button on the side.
Mm-hmm.
And I did go online for the opener itself and, got the manual. And I'm doing everything that it tells me to do, but it's just not communicating.
Yeah.
My other question would be, what would be that separate box that's on the side of the opener that's made by a different brand? Is that...
Well, the whole unit is going to be, there's only two real makers, and it's LiftMaster and Chamberlain. So, and they private label a lot of different names under those companies. Even like all your Home Depot and Lowe's ones, those are all Chamberlains on them. You get into the commercial side of it, just about everything is LiftMaster with it. So yours is going to be a LiftMaster garage door opener, and that box with the antenna, that's the receiver. That's the receiver unit that the frequencies and everything go into. Now, if this unit is still working by your that one old remote button you have, then I'm not going to say it's a opener issue. I'm going to say the transmitters just won't sync. The new transmitters you bought won't sync with that age or model of that garage door opener you have. If you've done everything by the book that it's telling you to do and it's not syncing, then I'm going to blame it on the new push buttons just aren't the right ones to sync with what you have.
Okay. Now, did you ever hear of what's called a bridge? Like it plugs into just a wall outlet? and it'll help you communicate with your transmitter that's on the garage door opener itself?
No, I've never used one of those, so no, I'm not familiar with those.
Okay. I think at this point I just want to start with a whole new opener.
That's pretty much what I'm sitting here thinking. I think I'd just take it down, and at 20 plus years old, I think it might be time to just put a new opener in.
Yeah, I think I might just go that route. But all right, guys, I thank you.
All right, thanks.
Sometimes the littlest things can drive you crazy.
That would drive me crazy.
Oh,
absolutely, that would drive me crazy.
My dad had a garage opener long before anybody else. He told me to open the garage, shut the garage, open the garage, shut the garage. Now it's all modern technology. All right, here is Melissa, last call of the day for a very busy Andy Amron, Mr. True Value on the True Value Home Improvement Show. Hi, Melissa.
Hi, guys. You saved the best for last.
I agree.
Yeah. I just have a real quick question.
Sure.
I always hear you guys talking about this sniper, but am I confused? Because I thought sniper was like a weed killer. It was also a weed killer.
No, sniper is a disinfectant. Now, I will use sniper diluted as a fungus control on plants. But sniper is not a weed killer. Sniper is a stabilized chlorine dioxide. It is a disinfectant germ killer. It kills germs. Every type, from mold to bacteria to COVID to MRSA to anything and everything, it kills it on contact. There's no scrubbing or wiping or washing or anything with it. Now,
I'm going to go to that and buy that.
But now what I use on plants, like on rose bushes and tomatoes, you'll get a fungus on them. Sniper is too strong to use full strength. So I have a separate spray bottle that I have diluted sniper 50-50, and I have it marked with a Sharpie on it. I just write on it plant fungicide. And if I would get black spots on my roses or on my tomatoes, or I got a mushroom growing in my mulch, I'll take that bottle, diluted one, and I'll take it out there and spray it into the yard or onto the plants, and I'll kill any fungus control, but it has to be diluted or it will kill the plant. But sniper is an amazing germ killer.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
And there was a product that was like Pet Safe that was a weed killer. What was that called again?
Well, now the other product we talk about is Harmony. Harmony.
That's it.
Okay, Harmony Organic Insect. It's an insect killer. Harmony Organic Insect Killer. You can use it on your dogs and cats to kill fleas and ticks.
That's kind of amazing.
100% organic. It's 100% organic. So you can use it around your house to kill ants. You kill spiders, to kill anything. But you can spray your pets to kill and or help prevent fleas and ticks. So I have some good pet friends and so forth. Harmony is an amazing, very, very safe organic insect killer to be used inside or outside.
And I can spray it on him. I have a German Shepherd, so I can prevent it.
Yep.
Yep.
You can just spray it on them and, use your fingers and work it through the fur down to the skin. And it will kill and help prevent until the dog gets wet. Rain, baths, showers, stuff like that. And then you could respray it. But, I spray it on my pant legs and everything. When we go hiking in the woods, I'll spray it on my sleeves and pants and my hat and so forth, because I don't want to get those, fleas and ticks on me as we go hiking out in the woods. It's an amazing way of preventing along with killing.
Okay. Thank you. I don't want to keep you guys, but now that I can keep asking about weed killer, which one would you suggest?
Okay, weed killers are specific to the weeds itself. So it's a long conversation. If you're the most general purpose weed killer for the yard without killing the grass, I like a product called Weed Beater Ultra. Weed Beater Ultra.
BEATER?
Correct. Weed Beater Ultra it's made by Bonide. It is absolutely one of the best all-purpose weed killers, but it does not kill grass. It's just for used in weeds. It weeds in the grassy area, but it's amazing. It'll kill clover and dandelions and everything.
All right, thank you for the call, Andy. 30 seconds, all yours.
Absolutely. Thank you, everyone. It was a great day. I love taking all these phone calls, but you can reach me throughout the week, 412-835-5780, or please shoot me an email at eveyhdw@gmail.com.
All right, Andy, good stuff. Always good seeing you. Stay tuned. News at 11, and then we head to Kentucky for the AAA East Central Showcase. Of course, all four will be joining us in the Metropolitan Window video screen moments away. KDKRadio.com, KDKA Watch, Rita Williams, Christine Zapp, Alicia Maisel, Andrew Benacki. We're going to make some magic. That's next.
The proceeding was paid for by True Value. Information on the program was intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Tamara have found out that somebody really, a big name in sports, found out about your story and did something really unusual. That's Shaquille O'Neal.
He was just like, what do you need? What is something that's holding you back? I took wrestling off this entire summer so I can pay for a car. And he was like, okay, well, let me know what car you want.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
At Tax Relief Advocates, we get it. Thinking about back taxes to the IRS can be very unsettling. Don't lose hope. With thousands of 5-star Google reviews and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, TRA is resolving taxpayers' delinquent tax problems nationwide once and for all. We could significantly reduce and even eliminate what you owe the IRS. If you haven't filed your taxes in years or are already facing collections, we can help. We aren't just some run-of-the-mill tax service company. We specialize in helping individuals and businesses with $10,000, $50,000, or even $500,000 in back taxes get speedy resolution. And in many cases, only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. The IRS isn't going anywhere, and neither is your tax problem. To see what tax relief you qualify for, visit TRA.com or call 800-335-8578. 800-335-8578. Again, that's 800-335-8578. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey folks, Marty here, Voss TV and Appliance. You'll find the best prices and selection, name brand TVs and appliances. Third generation family business that's built on relationships, not commissions. From sales, installation, at Voss, Rick, Matt, the entire Voss team are experts who know appliances and TVs inside and out. They won't leave you hanging after the sale. Visit Voss, South Hill Showroom, 412-650-VOSS, 412-650-VOSS. The best prices guaranteed.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 63 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 11 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. The man who was charged with a violent attack on a 10-month-old baby in July has been ordered to stand trial on criminal homicide charges. 18-year-old Dominic Pinnock will also be tried on several reckless endangerment and aggravated assault charges stemming from the death of the baby at a home in the 7100 block of Kedron Street. That's in Homewood. Well, a Toronto man is in custody, charged in a stabbing earlier this week of a man in his neck. It happened in Homewood. Police have charged 51-year-old John Vrsnichik with attempted homicide, aggravated assault, and robbery. Investigators say he demanded money from a man and then stabbed him in the 7600 block of Baxter Street. That victim was last known to be in stable condition. Well, the Fayette County community, along with several churches, came together Friday evening for a candlelight prayer service to honor the life of 9-year-old Renesmee Utsi. She's the girl who's found dead along the shore of the Youghiogheny River on Thursday morning after being reported missing on Wednesday. 2 people have been charged in connection with her death. The girl's foster mother, Courtney Utsi, along with custodial guardian Sarah Shipley. Now, at that prayer service at Franklin Memorial Methodist Church in Dunbar, it was all about honoring Renesmee Utsi.
This precious little child whose laughter should be echoing down the hillside and into our town tonight was taken from us in a horrifically unimaginable way.
There are also comments by the biological mother of Renez Mayuzzi, Christina Benedetto.
She could light up a room with her laugh. She was beautiful inside and out, and most importantly, she was our baby girl.
Now, there will be another vigil tonight to remember the life of Renez Mayuzzi. It will occur at Dunbar Park in Fayette County tonight, 7 o'clock. KDKA Radio News Time, 11:03. AccuWeather forecast on the way.
While retinitis pigmentosa takes Mark's vision, his family gives him hope, whether at the family business or at home with his wife and sons. He knows he's not fighting alone. For 50 years, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has funded research into treatments and cures for blinding retinal diseases, providing hope to people with vision loss. And for Mark, winning the fight means being there for his family. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even I added too much water to the pizza dough day?
Yep.
How about getting a call from my daughter to pick her up at the airport because her boyfriend is unreliable day?
Especially that day.
What about finding out that one of my pipes suddenly burst in my basement day?
Progressive has every day covered 24/7 with a Home and Auto Bundle. Also, you have a lot of bad days.
Oh no, that was all the same day.
At least you're covered with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Is your car still under warranty?
No, not anymore.
My mechanic just suggested an extended service plan from Ox Car Care.
Ox Car Care?
Yeah, Ox will cover repair bills if anything happens to the car. New brakes, transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
Wait, you pay nothing on repairs? Ox gets it fixed? Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance?
Yeah, you don't pay. Ox pays. Ox even has a 30-day money-back guarantee and is A+ rated on the BBB. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike those other warranty companies.
The last thing I need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now.
Call Ox Car Care for your free quote. 800-240-1465. Ask about senior and military discounts. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care. 800-240-1465. 800-240-1465. Or go to oxcarcare.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings a cloudy and cooler start to the weekend with a shower or two around and a high of just 69, followed by a chilly night tonight under a clearing sky, low 48. Tomorrow also looks cool with sunshine, a few clouds and a high of 68. Then more sun for Monday and a rather nice day overall, high 70. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program, Talking Travel, is sponsored by AAA Travel Agency. All information provided on this program is supplied by AAA. News Radio KDKA cannot guarantee the accuracy of the information, nor do we warrant the price, availability, or quality of the travel services discussed. If you're planning a getaway, go with the folks who know travel. We're Talking Travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. If you're planning a getaway, go with the folks who know travel. We're Talking Travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
I got to tell you, this is some kind of picture I'm looking at right now. You need all to go to the Metropolitan Window video screen by clicking on KDKARadio.com, KDKA Watch, because they are there ready to talk all about the travel showcase in my old Kentucky home, the home of the Churchill Downs, the fastest, most exciting 2 minutes in sports, and the best bourbon you'll find anywhere, but you'll also find the entire crew. From left to right, ladies and gentlemen, it's Christine Zapp, it's Alicia Maisel, it's Andrew Benacki, and no stranger to the program, but she's been a stranger because I haven't seen her in forever, Marita Williams. I am so happy, and all of you get a gold star. I'm going to tell Bevy Powell, I can't believe you pulled this off. Only if Andrew would quit going and answering that door, everything would be perfect. Tell them you're on the air. You're doing a live broadcast on the Pioneer Broadcasting Station to America. Anyway, so sit down, relax. Marita, you start off. Big day for AAA in Kentucky, is it not?
It is. It is. We are having a mini Pittsburgh show in Kentucky. We have a one day with lots of cruise vendors and tour companies, and hopefully all of our AAA members down here in this area are going to come out. We're in a new venue this year, so we're really excited about that. And we're already planning the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, so stay tuned for more details on that and what's new this year for our 3-day show at the end of January.
So I've been at KDKA since 1984, and this may be the best day I've ever had here. I'm so happy that we pulled this off. I was texting with Andrea, Alicia this week. I'm glad we pulled it off. And it's the magic of technology. Never did I think that we would be doing this when we started this show over 3 decades ago. But Marita, before I get to the rest of the incredible people co-hosting today, and we've got some great itinerary to talk about, think about just since you and I've known each other, how this industry has changed and evolved. And we're going to be doing a whole lot more really innovative and unique stuff on this program as we move forward. But of all things, one thing that has really moved the meter, and it started with the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase that you've now taken to Cleveland, you've taken to Erie, you're in Kentucky. People still want to come out and talk to travel professionals, Marita, do they not?
Yeah, absolutely. And we also, throughout the year, we don't just do the Pittsburgh Travel Show. Throughout the year, we do other vendor shows like Rocky Mountaineer and Princess, just to name a couple, that we'll do inside our branch locations. So we invite our members to come out and join us for that. So yes, things have evolved, Rob, and we are now going to be fondly called Rob's Angels.
I'll tell you, I'm so excited. So Andrea, tell me a little bit about what the folks are going to see in Kentucky with AAA. Go ahead.
So in Kentucky, we have tons of vendors. We have Member Choice Vacations, who's one of our preferred partners. We have CIE, Royal Caribbean, Carnival, all of our dear friends that come to Pittsburgh as well. But the most important piece is we have our AAA travel advisors there. They're ready to book. What our members usually do is they'll walk in, they'll visit all the vendors, they'll find the perfect destination, and they sit down with one of our AAA travel advisors and they book their dream vacation.
And Alicia, obviously you can take the girl out of Pittsburgh, but you can't take the Pittsburgh out of the girl. She's rocking some Pittsburgh Pirates gear today.
That's right.
And of course the Steelers begin tomorrow as well, and she loves her Steelers as well. Tell me a little bit about travel in that part of the country. Do people and their taste differ, or is it pretty much the same wherever you go? They want a good cruise, they want to save money, they want it all-inclusive. What is the traveler like in that great state of Kentucky that will be enjoying the showcase? Alicia?
Yeah, so I think that the cruising is so popular this year, along with the same destinations you see people going out of Pittsburgh. But, you know, there's a lot to do here in Louisville. And I have my pirate shirt on because we just got back from the Louisville Slugger Museum. And on the way there, you see people doing things along the Bourbon Trail, right? They're in line for these distilleries at 9 a.m. So exciting things to do here in Kentucky, but people in Kentucky are ready to come to the show. They're ready to book cruises, escorted tours, all-inclusive vacations. And if they're not sure what they want to book, they can get ideas at the show.
Now, Christine is the foodie of this entire group. She loves vacation. She loves food. And believe me, Kentucky's got some great food. Talk about the food in that fabulous state of Kentucky. Go ahead, Kristen.
Well, Andrea kind of planned it all out for us. Apparently, we're having Italian every single day. Apparently we're having Italian every single day. So I'm excited for that. I love Italian. It's one of my favorites. We did find a really cool Cuban restaurant that we're going to try to get into as well. So we'll see where that takes us. I think one of my favorite parts about the travel show that they didn't mention is we also have these theaters that if somebody comes and they're not sure what they're interested in, maybe they walk around, talk to some of the vendors. Our vendors give presentations on their products. So you can see videos of that incredible, Rocky Mountaineer train going through the Canadian mountains. You can see, the newest ships with Royal Caribbean. So there's a lot of ways that you can get ideas and then sit down and actually book with an agent. They've really, Marita and Andrea really thought of everything when it comes to these travel shows.
Listen, if I had Bevy here, I'd ask her or any of the folks that were at one time hosting this show. So Marita, you've been doing it the longest along with me. So why do you think these showcases really have grown? I mean, when we started in Pittsburgh years ago, I thought this is really cool. And then you started to kind of branch out a little bit. And it's like there's no end in sight. You guys just continue to evolve and grow. And wherever you go, it's a success. Why do you think the recipe's been such a good one?
Well, I don't think people have stopped traveling. We don't like to talk about that 2020 thing, but I think there was a lot of pent-up demand after that, and people are still getting into the travel mode post the COVID era that we lived through. So I think there was a lot of pent-up demand, not just demand, but people were saving their money to maybe do a more luxurious trip or go somewhere and go longer. We Americans, we think vacation is 1 week. People in Europe, they go 2-3 a month is their holiday, they call it. So I think we're getting more into that mode where we like to take advantage of the longer days that you can be out. And a lot of that, a big bonus is that, a lot of your vacation dollars when you're traveling overseas is your airfare. So you want to make the most of that. Maybe you're not just going to fly round trip to London. Maybe you're going to fly into London, do a lot of England, and then take the tunnel over to France and do Paris, or maybe even beyond that. And river cruises are really the hot ticket right now. And a lot of them are 7-night itineraries, but people are planning pre and post nights because normally on a river cruise you start in one location and you end in another. So we're seeing a lot of that post travel that adds those extra nights, and people taking advantage of, I'm already here, I might as well see as much as I can.
Yeah, and the other great thing about these showcases, and Andrew, you can jump in on this, is that people have such a wide variety. They can walk in with some luggage that there's nothing in it, and by the time they leave, they want the luggage they can get, they want to fill it up, and they want to get on the road because there's one for them. They just have a chance now to look at a whole lot of different trips, great variety, something that floats their boat literally and figuratively, and they're off and running. Whether it's a river cruise or it's a traditional cruise or you're going to Vegas, whatever you're doing, I think variety is the spice of life, and I think that's why these showcases work, Andrea.
Yes, it is. There's so much to see and do at these shows. We not only have our preferred vendors, but we also have local vendors. So if someone doesn't want to fly or they don't want to go to Europe, they don't have their passport or something like that, we also have drive destinations. So they can walk around to all the booths, they can collect all the goodies, because you said they like to gather all their little freebies and leave with them. So we have anything that someone could think of. We have fly vacations, drive vacations, cruise vacations. So if there's something and someone doesn't know what they want, we have it here for them to come, and we'll figure it out for them.
All right, listen, we're going to come back. So give me an idea, Alicia, some of the things we're going to be talking. I looked at the itinerary, but just kind of tell the audience, we'll set them up with a little tease, we'll take a break, and we'll get into it. Go ahead.
Sure. We wanted to talk about some of our favorite things, some of the things that we've done recently, because that's the most important part of using AAA and using a travel advisor. We have some of that experience. We've been to the destinations. So we're going to talk about the Mighty Five, which is near and dear to Marita, the Star, which Kristen has so much excitement about because of Sailor, and a trip to Ireland, excuse me. So we have a lot to talk about today.
Yeah, by the way, she is going, and so are you, both to watch the Steelers play in Ireland in just a few weeks. So I want to wish you nothing but the best, okay? We'll be back here watching it. They'll be drinking
Us and
Guinness.
145 other people.
Larry Richard is doing the Pitt game today. He's going to go. So it's really cool. And I can't wait to have a chance to talk to him when he's over there on my sports show as well. All right, short break. We'll come back. Lots more with the Fabulous Four. They are live, and you can watch it stream live now on the Metropolitan Window video screen by going to KDKRadio.com and clicking on KDK Watch. They're in Kentucky because it's another travel showcase for the folks at AAA, and we've got a lot of stuff to showcase with you, so don't touch that dial. Back with more in a moment. AAA Central is Talking Travel with your Pratt Pack on KDKA. Good morning.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA.
Now is the time to start thinking about a getaway before the holidays. The perfect way to get into the holiday spirit. Join AAA on one of their exclusive motor coach tours, departing from the Pittsburgh region. Travel with family, friends, and new travel companions you'll meet on board a tour to some of the most festive holiday destinations. How about a 3-night holiday escape to Bethlehem and Lancaster, PA? Or a 4-night favorite, my old Kentucky home for the holidays. Try AAA's ever-popular Nashville tour for a country Christmas. Or head to New York City for one of AAA's 'Tis the Season getaways. and see the Rockettes. Every getaway includes deluxe motor coach transportation, hotel accommodations, some meals, exciting sightseeing, and services of a AAA tour manager. Visit your local AAA office or call 1-800-354-8761 for all the details. Don't wait. AAA's holiday adventures sell out fast. 1-800-354-8761.
You shouldn't go anywhere without Sniper. Larry Richard with Andy Amrine from EV True Value Hardware.
Sniper, your hospital-grade disinfectant, kills all those germs, bacteria, viruses, mold, everything, Larry. Sniper, your hospital-grade disinfectant. You need it for your home, your office, your car, everywhere. Let's get those germs killed now.
Simply spray and walk away. Available at participating True Value Hardware stores or online at disinfectwithsniper.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, real quick, I want to tell as we go back to Kentucky, as they get ready for the curtain to come up on the travel showcase today, the crew, the incredibly talented four, the fabulous four from AAA Central, Christine Zapp, you like that, don't you? Christine Zapp, Alicia Mazel, Andrea Benacchi, and Marita Williams. I finally have got a date that I'm going to be doing some social media stuff at the airport, heading out there on September the 18th to spend the day and interview some folks. Paul Hoback, who is the project manager from nearby Beaver County, is going to be one of my guests. I just want you to talk about this airport, Marita, and as you travel around the country, they've got great airports, they've got good people, they've got wonderful employees of AAA, but we are so fortunate to have this airport in Pittsburgh with this renovation project that is going to make it even more spectacular. Hard to believe, but we've got a crown jewel in the Pittsburgh International Airport. Do we not, Marita?
Absolutely. And Alicia got the behind the scenes tour a few months ago. So we're really excited. I've been traveling quite a bit this year, and I, for one, can't wait for it to be completed. But it's going to be great. Lots of, I think there's a lot of new retail stores. No longer have to take that tram from the land side over to the corridors. What do they call them?
Airside.
Yeah, airside. So we're really looking forward to that. And I think they're streamlining the international arrivals for when you go through customs. It'll be a lot easier through doing all that whole process. And we're excited that we have all these TSA events in some of our branches that you can make an appointment, come in, get your TSA number so you can go through quicker in the TSA lines. Boy, that's been a really great thing for the Pittsburgh airport. I know, even with the construction going on, sometimes those TSA lines are longer than the other lines, but you do get through that line a lot quicker. No shoes off, no taking your laptop and your toiletries out. So it's well worth, if you travel a couple times a year, it's well worth the $75 to get your TSA.
All right, so Ireland South Day Tripper, Mighty 5, Salt Lake City. We got lots of stuff. So, Alicia, why don't you begin? Let's talk about that Ireland South Day Tripper. Go ahead.
All right. So the Ireland trip is one of our featured vacations. So you ask, what's a featured vacation? So AAA East Central has an exclusive department where we block itineraries with all different cruise vendors, all different tour vendors, and some are even unique itineraries we created on our own. You can only book these trips with AAA East Central, and you're going to have a unique departure, a unique inclusion, and special pricing. So we have our Ireland South Day Tripper. This is April 25th through May 3rd of 2026. So if you're interested in this, space is filling up fast. You have to book soon. The price is $4,079 per person based on double occupancy. There's a ton of inclusions in here: a Dublin tour, Ring of Kerry, Cliffs of Moher, and much, much more. If you want to see the detailed full itinerary, AAA.com/radio, April 25th through May 3rd, $4,079 per person based on double occupancy.
And listen, I've been around Anthony Agostinelli enough. I've been around you all enough. That's got to be the Cliffs of Moher. The picture that I'm looking at now at KDK, of course, on my computer here. That's AAA.com/radio. Have any of you actually ever been at the top of the Cliffs of Moher to look down into the beautiful body of water? Have any of you ever done that?
I have, Rob, and it is It's pretty intense. So you're walking up the hillside. There are no guardrails. There nothing. It is windy, but when you work your way to the top, the view is breathtaking. Some of the photos in our motors are actually from one of my trips. So I mean, you can't take a bad picture. The weather changes the view. The green gets brighter as the sun comes out, and it's often cloudy, and it still looks amazing. So really great experience when you're traveling to Ireland. And a lot of your itineraries are going to stop there, including this one.
So, Marita, obviously you've been everywhere because I don't think I've seen you for about 5 years, something like that, since you... and you miss me, so it's good to see you again.
I do.
Tell me about Ireland a little bit. What do you like about it?
Well, you know what, Rob?
I know it's your first time there.
One place.
I know
the
that.
one place in the whole wide world that I have not been is, well, there's many places, but Ireland is one.
But what are you
really
looking forward?
to? Go.
What are you looking
Pardon?
forward? What are you looking forward to seeing? Because I know you've never been there. What do you like about Ireland?
Well, this trip, it's a quick trip for the Steelers. We're there 4 nights. We're gonna learn everything there is to learn about Dublin. Alicia's gonna show me around.
That's right.
But then I'm going back next year for our member appreciation cruise, where it's during the eclipse. So there's a full day at sea that will experience the eclipse, but the rest of the cruise is going the whole way around Ireland. It's on a small ship, so you get to be intensive in the ports, and what that means is you usually get in earlier in the morning and you leave late at night or overnight in some of the ports. So I'm really excited. She just made me dream about the Cliffs of Moher. I can't wait to go see those. And I'm happy to hear that one of these guys have been somewhere that I haven't been, since they're all at least 20 years younger than me.
Well, go ahead, rub it in. And I'm older than you, so go ahead, rub it in. But here's the thing. The reason I ask you is because of all the places you've been, to anticipate a place that you've never been, it's hard to believe because you've been on just about every continent. But why is it taking you so long to get to Ireland? I've often wanted to ask you that. Why?
Rob, that's a really good question. I had plans to go. My mom always wanted to go to Ireland, and I feel so bad that we never got her there. But she's really excited for me to go and experience and bring back all the photos to show her. I've been to England, or Scotland, Wales, and Great Britain, but never been to Ireland. So I'm not sure how that actually happened all these years, but I'm getting there now. Hopefully nothing will prevent that from happening.
All right, Alicia, real quick before we get a break and come back and talk about some others with Kristen and Andrea. They're all in Kentucky for the Travel Showcase. I heard very slow pace, lots of time to enjoy, relax, lots of beauty to see. That price is amazing. I mean, when you think about what you're going to get, please explain. People need to lean in on that price. That's an incredible opportunity.
Yeah, so I didn't mention the price includes your round trip, airport hotel transfers, 7-night hotel accommodations, all of your taxes and fees, 13 meals, the attractions and admissions in the itinerary, your sightseeing in chartered motor coach, and services of a professional tour director. April 25th through May 3rd for only $4,079 per person based on double occupancy. And like I said, this is one of our featured vacations. So we highlight this in our advertising and it fills up fast. So this is definitely something to be excited about, a great way to explore Ireland. And again, this is another reason for coming to our shows. We can give you these ideas, inspire you with an itinerary, and you might end up going somewhere that you didn't realize you wanted to go.
All right, Kristen, before we go to break, I got to let you jump in here real quick. You're the newbie, if you will, even though you've been doing it a while. What do you like about these showcases as a young professional and a young traveler who loves to travel? Go ahead.
For me, I just love who I work with. So I think that being able to work with Andrea, Marita, Alicia, Ashley and Amy are going to be there. Some of the Res Center agents are even here from out of town. So I just think being able to get together for a long weekend, of course we're working and we're making dreams come true, but it's also a nice way to get out of the office and still make some fun out of our jobs. I know you think our job's fun all the time, but
yeah,
but it's nice.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Listen, before we go to break, Marita, I want to get you in here because we are the senior members and proud of it. But one thing that really excites me about travel, I see with my producers, I see with my children who are the ages of people like Kristen and my son who's closer to the age of like Alicia and Andrea. Young people like to travel. They like to go on trips with AAA. I see my children, they leave no stone unturned. They jet off to places by themselves now. So one thing is evident. Not only do we have young professionals showing and teaching about travel, but there are a lot of young people traveling in this country all over the place.
Absolutely. And what we find a lot too, Rob, is, our membership, our AAA members, I know when I was young, a new driver, my mom and dad, our birthday present was a AAA membership card. So, and my mom and dad were booking their travel through AAA. So you see a lot of young people want to maybe kind of do their own thing, maybe not take a guided tour or a cruise at this point, but eventually they get there and they see what their parents have done. So, oh yeah, I think it's time. Maybe I want to do a cruise, or maybe I want to do that train trip, that guided tour in a destination that you're not real familiar with. I think sometimes maybe the younger folks, they shy away from that organized tour, but I think some of that is coming around because, you go to a destination, let's just say you're going to Japan.
Right.
And you really want to get out there and do some hiking and do it all by yourself, but you miss so much of the history and of the highlights of the country. So any country that you're going to that you're not really familiar with, I highly recommend at least doing like maybe a partial guided tour. And we have those with a lot of our partners where you stay in one destination and then you can just go out from there and do each day a different destination within obviously that travel distance.
All right, 800-354-8761 for everything we talk about. And by the way, I have a nephew who's my son's age, going to be 27. He's been to Japan 3 times. I mean, what's that?
Wow.
By himself, and he loves it. And of all the places, where do you want to go? I want to go back to Japan. I should have been hanging with him when I was a kid. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We got so much more. And guess what? The Mighty Five. Who do you think's going to talk about that? One Marita Williams when we return. They're in Kentucky for the Travel Showcase. AAA East Central's Talking Travel, streaming live. You can hear it as well, KDKRadio.com. They're in the Metropolitan Window video screen, KDKRadio.com. Click on KDK Watch. Also our YouTube channel, and you can download that free app on your phone. So wherever we go, even on a trip, you can go with us at AUDACY. We'll be back.
The Colorectal Cancer Alliance wants you to know a lot of things in life are preventable. Ooh, gas station sushi. That's preventable. And even colon cancer can be preventable if you get screened. If you're 45 or older, talk to your doctor. Go to colorectalcancer.org to learn more.
It's Marty Griffin. I have seen so much angst and anger these days that, what's overwhelmed me with joy and optimism? This Get Marty. The folks in this community that have stepped up. You can't help your neighbor if you hate your neighbor. Get Marty epitomizes that opportunity to help people, feed people, clothe people, educate people. If you need me, get Marty at kdkradio.com.
Get Marty is presented by Phil DeLuceni and Associates, Levin Furniture, UPMC Health System, CNS Construction, John Keefe Restaurant Group of Oakmont, and by Robert Pierce and Associates. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 64 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 11:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Fayette County community and several churches came together on Friday evening for a prayer service to honor 9-year-old Renesmee Yutzi. She was found dead along the shores of the Yaak River on Thursday morning after being reported on Wednesday. There have been 2 people so far charged in connection with her death. That's the girl's foster mother, Courtney Yutzi, along with custodial guardian Sarah Shipley. Now, at the prayer service Friday evening, which was held at Franklin Memorial Methodist Church in Dunbar, it was all about honoring Renesmee Yutzi.
This precious little child whose laughter should be echoing down the hillside and into our town tonight was taken from us in a horrifically unimaginable way.
There will also be another vigil to remember the life of Renesmee Yutzi to be held tonight at 7 at Dunbar Park, Fayette County. KDK Radio News Time, 11:31. Next updates at noon. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDK.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
At California Psychics, we know that sometimes you can wake up thinking,
I don't know if I'm in the right career, or the right relationship.
But whatever your life dilemma, at California Psychics, we'll give you the guidance you need to feel certain about your life choices. And because we only connect you with the very best, we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Long live the king. Return to the magic and mystique of the Renaissance. The Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival is back. 6 magical weekends through September 28th. It's entertainment. It's fantasy.
It's an adventure. To the past.
Filled with royalty, pageantry, jugglers, and musicians. Comedy, games, fine arts, and crafts. Eat, drink, and be merry at the Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival. Discount tickets available at pittsburghrenfest.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply, stop to opt out.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce is complicated. It affects every part of your life, your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce and the unexpected directions that it can take, it's times like this that you need a partner you can count on.
If you're a man facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today to connect with a local divorce attorney who understands the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Text Firm 66 to 32 32 32. FIRM 66 to 32 32 32. Firm 66 to 32 32 32. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Cooler this afternoon with clouds and even a couple of showers, high 69 degrees. We end up clear and chilly with a low of 48 tonight. Still cool, high 68 tomorrow. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Heather Zaire, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program is paid for by AAA.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right. She never met any of the Mighty Five that she didn't like, so we're going to begin with that second itinerary today, and I think she could be a tour guide when she retires from AAA. She knows every nook and cranny of the Mighty Five. So Mighty Five, Salt Lake City, low season. Just give her a pink Jeep and she's on her way. Go ahead.
We did do the pink Jeep when we
I
were
know
in,
you did.
Arizona.
I know you did.
So our Mighty Five is really a passion of mine. The itinerary is absolutely awesome. There's nowhere else you can go on a short period of time and see 5 of our national parks. People think of national parks, they always think of Yellowstone or Mount Rushmore or things like that. But Mighty Five is a hidden secret to some that aren't familiar with a lot of the national parks. But I can tell you this, that the Scandinavians love our Mighty Five national parks in Utah, because I've been out there probably 4 times, and every time I'm out there, it's just overloaded with Scandinavians. And it's just funny to me that they come all the way to the United States. Usually you think they're going to California or New York City, but it's overwhelmingly full of Scandinavians in the summertime. So, but we have a great deal on our small group for the fall time with our Mighty Five. And just to tell you what those Mighty Five are, it's Canyonlands National Park, Arches, Capitol Reef National Park, Bryce, and Zion. So, and you're going to see more than just that, and you have the opportunities, and I'm going to let Andrea talk a little bit about that small group adventure, because she was able to take our Arizona trip last year, and she knows a lot about those little nooks and crannies and the things that are special to our small group departures. But we have 2 dates this fall that are still open, October 19th and October 26th. So this is a 7-night. You leave out of Salt Lake City and you return to Salt Lake City. And the double occupancy rate is $29.59 per person, but it does include all, as I said, all of the national parks. Your driver is your guide. And I'm going to turn it over to Andrea now and let her talk a little bit about that small group experience.
So I got to take the Arizona tour in November, and I've talked about it on the trip or in the radio before. But the cool thing about the small group tours, it's a Sprinter van. I think we had 11 people in there, 12 seats total. So no more than 12 could have went. The luggage area is very small, so we do recommend you're only bringing one piece of luggage. And then if you have like a purse or a book bag or something like that, that you can keep on your lap. But the cool thing about this is Marita mentioned that the driver is your guide, and they truly are. They know everything about the destinations you stop at, and they know more than what is on the itinerary. So they'll say, hey, do you guys feel like going off the itinerary a little bit and you want to stop here and take photos? So each itinerary can be different. It's what the members want to do, and they'll check with you. You stop at these little diners on the side of the road that a big motor coach couldn't fill. You go up the sides of these mountains that there's no way a 40 passenger or 50 passenger motor coach could fit up. I mean, it's almost scary, but it's really cool because you know that there's no way you could have done this unless you were on one of our small group adventures. So they are really, really cool. A lot of them do have a lot of hiking or a lot of walking. So you may want to check with the travel advisor on the activity level to make sure it does fit your needs. On some of the itineraries, like the Arizona one, it is a little bit laid back. So if you didn't want to go on all those walks or hikes, you don't have to. Some of them you do have to. So like I said, that's why you have your AAA travel advisor to let you know the activity level, if you're able to do it or something like that. But they are truly amazing itineraries and experiences. So if you have a chance to do one of our small group adventures, please hop on that. They are great.
And we have over 14 different itineraries on our small groups, whether you want to go to Oregon and do that coast, which is on my bucket list, or you want to go to Yellowstone. We have quite a few different itineraries. Alaska, yes, and that one's awesome. Alicia she didn't go on the small group, but she did some of the adventures that we do on the small group in Alaska. And I did tell her when she was doing the radio show, Rob, after she got back, that she was not stealing my favorite place in the whole world.
Listen, this is why I think Scandinavians love this so much, because I was thinking about that. They love winter sports. They love the outdoors. They're very healthy as a society, but they don't have the big sky that we have. They don't have the terrain. They don't have that history. And for some reason, as much as we're all entranced with Europe and other parts of the world, for some reason, the Old West, the West, is still such a hot button for someone who doesn't travel anywhere near like you all do. But when I talk to people from other countries or people that have just moved here, they all want to go west. They want to see the West. So I think it's just the idea of the big sky, wide open spaces, and a lot of history, too, is important to them as their history is to us, Marita.
Absolutely. And out west too, there is so much different terrain. There's the desert, there's the mountains, there's the lakes, Glacier National Park. There's so much variety that we have right here in our own backyard that sometimes we forget about when we're all excited about going on these international destinations. But we do have a lot to experience here in our own country. So hopefully that doesn't shy people away. I mean, we talk a lot about cruises, and there's something for everyone in the world of travel. And I hope no one just gets stuck in one area like, okay, I just want to go out west every year, or I just want to go on a cruise every year. And we were there too. We went to the beach every year. Hilton Head was usually our beach vacation. And it took our youngsters, my nieces and nephews to my sisters, to say, hey, we don't want to go back to the beach. We want to do something different this year. Yeah. So we got RVs and we went through the Mighty Five with them. So that was a cool adventure. So now we're doing different things with the kids too.
That's pretty cool. So give that price again, because when I heard it, I just want to make sure I heard it correctly, because this is incredible. I mean, I thought the first one was good, but
Rob,
for 5, go ahead.
For double occupancy, and again, it's a 7-night tour in and out of Salt Lake City. It's $29.59, and it includes 15 meals, 7-night hotels, all your park entrances. Of course, you'll have the services of your guide and driver to take you to all those little unique destinations off the beaten path. And a lot of their tour guides for our small group travels, they all have a unique hobby. Like some of them are photographers, some of them like the Stones, or some of them are high intense hikers. Not that they'll take you on the intense, but at least they know, like, okay, yeah, maybe you can do this hike here in Zion, or you might want to do this hike in Zion. So there is options if you're not into extreme, but do take note of the level of activity with your travel advisor to make sure that the trip is a good fit for you.
But that price for the Mighty 5, for those 5, that's the price.
Yes, that is. Woo. Plus your air. Does not include air, but you have to add that on. But we'll help you with that.
Yeah, listen, there's a lot of good deals out there as far as air travel. Now, Alicia, I have to ask you, for someone who's near and dear to my heart, that we'd be looking for some finger food and a brew pub. What does this impress you? Why would you want to go to the Mighty 5? For someone who likes a little bit of the nightlife, live music, like me, what intrigues you? Because it intrigues me just because of the open air aspect of what it is. But what is the Mighty 5? Why does it intrigue you? Tell me.
I think Marina hit the nail on the head when she said people are coming from overseas to see our national parks, but yet, it's such an underrated destination among a lot of us, right? We don't think of going to the national parks. And I've been to the Grand Canyon and other destinations, and it will take your breath away. And to go on a small group adventure that holds 12 people, a lot of people have 10 other friends that they will travel with, 5 other couples, and you can all fill that whole bus, and it's like your private tour. So those are things that excite me about it. And like Andrea said, if you're moving quick enough, or if you're up for extra adventure, those tour guides will take you to that. So they might even have a little hidden gem of a brewery or a little pub that you can check out and wind down at the end of the day. So, you can make every vacation your own, and it will, be something that you love to do.
So I don't know if your ears were burning, as my mother used to say, but last Saturday night I had to come back into the city for a wedding, and I was at the historic William Penn downtown. So I left the wedding a little early so I could go in the lobby and listen to some live music and hang out by the bar. And I thought about all of you because I knew, we just did AAA that day, and I was thinking about travel. And I love hotels. It really is a unique experience, and how I met so many people just in that short time from different parts of the country, families, people like me, single, older, younger, just chit-chatting, listening to live music in that beautiful historic hotel. There's really something special about going somewhere else, Kristen, and meeting other people and finding out what their favorite foods are or traditions. And then that melting pot in a hotel lobby that you start meeting people from all walks of life. Travel's a really cool thing. Even if you travel to downtown Pittsburgh, where we grew up, and go into a hotel and spend an extra hour just talking to people, right?
Absolutely. I just saw a dog in the lobby. I mean, come on. I'm ready to talk about the dogs, Rob.
There you go.
That's my favorite part about travel is those pet-friendly hotel accommodations. I love a Hyatt, which is where we're staying at, and there was a dog roaming around in the lobby. So that's probably my favorite part is meeting all the dogs.
Yeah, who let the dogs out?
We saw some live music last night.
Yeah.
Here in Louisville.
Listen, this guy was just playing a piano. I hadn't seen that in years, and I didn't want to leave. And just downtown, the lights, the people, the juice, as I like to call it. And that's what excites me about this show every week, because we take people places and make it affordable, that you can do more than just one trip. And you got to get outside your comfort zone. But the first thing you have to do, if you haven't, you got to renew that membership. And if you don't have a membership, which I find it hard to believe, you got to get a membership, because it can truly do incredible things for you. We'll come back we got another destination, a little cruise action on the other side. The women that you're hearing and watching, KDKRadio.com, by clicking on KDK Watch in the Metropolitan Window video screen. Marita Williams, along with Andrea Benacki, Alicia Maisel, and Christine Zapp, they're in Kentucky getting ready for the AAA East Showcase. We'll come back to wrap it up next on KDKA.
The KDKA Mobile News Fleet is driven by Jim Shorkey Kia, North Huntington and Wexford. JimShorkeyKia.com.
Now is the time to start thinking about a getaway before the holidays. The perfect way to get into the holiday spirit. Join AAA on one of their exclusive motor coach tours departing from the Pittsburgh region. Travel with family, friends, and new travel companions you'll meet on board a tour to some of the most festive holiday destinations. How about a 3-night holiday escape to Bethlehem and Lancaster, PA? Or a 4-night favorite, My Old Kentucky Home for the Holidays? Try AAA's ever-popular Nashville tour for a country Christmas. Or head to New York City for one of AAA's 'Tis the Season getaways. And see the Rockettes. Every getaway includes deluxe motor coach transportation, hotel accommodations, some meals, exciting sightseeing, and services of a AAA tour manager. Visit your local AAA office or call 1-800-354-8761 for all the details. Don't wait. AAA's holiday adventures sell out fast. 1-800-354-8761.
This September, join us in honoring the 40 heroes of Flight 93, the first defenders of America, on September 11th, 2001. Visit the award-winning Remember Me Rose Garden, a volunteer-led memorial just a quarter mile from the Flight 93 National Memorial. Walk among 3,000 roses and perennials, 1.5 acres of wildflowers and 50 flowering trees, a peaceful 13-acre place for remembrance and reflection. Free admission. Learn more at remembermerosegarden.org.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we're back. We're heading to Kentucky where they're at the AAA Showcase. So, Marita, before we get to this final destination, when's the festivities? When's this whole thing start?
Today, in Kentucky?
Yeah.
Tomorrow, the doors are open from 10 to 5.
So where are you in Kentucky? At what place? I heard Kristen say it earlier, but where are you again?
We are right downtown in the heart of Louisville, Kentucky at the Hyatt Regency. It's a beautiful hotel right next to their 4th Street Live, they call it. And we walked down there last night and they had a band playing and all kinds of restaurants and things around that area. It's really cool, really cool. I'm anxious. I told them last night, Rob, that I really am anxious to see what they're going to do with our North Shore. I know there's a lot of stuff happening over there to get ready for the draft next year. So
I'm
hoping that we have some. Pardon?
It's going to be huge, the draft.
It is. It is going to be huge.
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
No, wait. She opened the little Pandora's box there, Alicia.
Oh,
so
boy.
last week, I've had people literally calling me that I haven't heard from since kindergarten. What's the word about these block of rooms for this draft? Any more on that, or when are we going to get more on that?
Yeah, so on October, when we start our October advertising, we'll release that space for the draft. So we have some exclusive hotel rooms in downtown Pittsburgh, and there will be more details to come.
Wow.
So that'll be available for booking in October, and it's going to sell out fast. And, you know, Rob, we were talking on the break, we didn't mention any interest in any type of travel, 800-354-8761. We're all here, but we do still have the girls working in the Res Center, and our branches are open today, selling travel as well. But yeah, more to come on the draft, and don't hold back as soon as you see or hear that advertising, because it will sell out.
Listen, I've been doing this a long time, and I have the feeling, because she keeps looking at her notes, that you're the one going to give me the information about this final destination. So go right ahead. Go right ahead, Kristen. Go ahead. It's all yours.
Perfect. So we are talking about Royal Caribbean Star of the Seas. It is their brand new ship. Our Royal Caribbean rep, Sydney, was able to experience it. Marita was able to experience it. She was actually able to meet Sailor, which is their chief dog officer on the Star of the Seas. And a chief dog officer is a golden retriever that their main job is to just have fun and get pets and be cute. And I saw a picture of Marita's niece with Sailor, and I can't tell you how jealous I am. We actually have our own trip booked on the Legend of the Seas for next December. It's going to be their newest ship once it's actually in the water and built and ready to go. But it is part of the Icon class, so I'm really hoping that they also have a chief dog officer. So the sailing that we have priced today, December 14th through the 21st of 2025. It's a 7-night Eastern Caribbean and Perfect Day cruise. So your round trip out of Port Canaveral, and your first day is going to be at Perfect Day at Coco Cay, which is one of my absolute favorite destinations. I wish that you could just fly there and stay there. Their Thrill Water Park is so much fun. And then, of course, Marita, I guess you can chime in here. She was telling me yesterday that she was able to see Rover and Sailor at Perfect Day in Coco Cay.
Yeah, so when we pulled up, we were on like a little mini cruise, and we were at Coco Cay for one day for the naming ceremony of the Star of the Seas, which was really, really cool. And Sailor was on our ship, and when we pulled into Coco Cay, it was really cool. The Icon was right next to us, so that it was the only two ships in port. I don't think they take too much more than two ships, but so Rover was out on the dock, and then here comes Sailor, and they were romping around playing with each other. So it was so cool, and I did actually think of Kristen while we were on that, because I know she has a passion for the Goldens.
Anyway, I have to mention that Andrea's husband recently celebrated a birthday, so happy birthday to your husband. And he, being a teacher, would have said to me, why is she in the back of the class as opposed she should be in the front of the class where you're strategically sitting right now. So let me give you a couple of minutes, talk about the showcase, talk about some of the stuff we talked about today, but more importantly, you too can do what they're doing, great careers at AAA. So Andrea, take your time, it's all yours. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I started, this year is actually my 25th year at AAA. November 6th, I'll be here for 25 years. I started right out of travel school as a travel advisor, and I loved that job. I did that for about 15 years and was promoted to Res Center Manager, and now I am where I'm at today. So I'm helping Marita with the travel shows and many, many more things. But I just got... Well, we do training. So what happens is we have our 14-week travel trainer. So they do that, and then they come to me for now. So right now I train them for about a week straight and teach them all the tips and tricks of how to be a travel advisor. And then they're on the floor and ready to sell. So they get destination training, they get computer skills, they get airline training. They learn about all of the vendors that we book. So you do not have to come out of travel school to be a travel advisor like most of us did. You can just come into our travel training, apply for that job. You can go to AAA.com/careers and see what jobs we have available. And then you can be like us.
I know. And
The
that's not,
Fantastic Four.
Rob's Angels.
Right.
listen, I love each and every one of you. I love AAA. It's worth getting up every day and coming to work, even if it's a marathon Saturday. This is the best way to end my day today because I'm actually done at noon a little earlier. But Marita, just tell them again why the membership works, why they need to get a membership. 800-354-8761. Everything we talked about on the radio today, you can dream these incredible vacations, make them become a reality, and you can book it right now at, of course, 800-354-8761. Marita, let's end on membership. Get a membership. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm going to just do a little spiff for travel on membership. That people think membership is just road service, which is our most important component of our AAA membership. But along with that, when you do book travel, and we always mention some of our partners like Member Choice and Royal Caribbean, Disney, Princess, Holland, many Trafalgar, many of our partners in the industry. And there are exclusive benefits for AAA members. So, and it's easy when you're booking travel with us, and if you're not a member, we will have a special offer for you. Our travel advisor will let you know what that is at the time you book, just so you can take advantage of all of those bonuses that you get.
Thank you, Marita. Thank you, Andrea. Thank you, Alicia. Thank you, Kristen. Enjoy your stay. Have a safe trip back. And AAA all the way showcase starts tomorrow. Enjoy, okay? Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. The Fantastic Four did a great job. Till tomorrow at 5 a.m. It's your Pratt Pack. Enjoy the rest of your day.
The proceeding was paid for by AAA. Information on the program was intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Tamara have found out that somebody really, a big name in sports, found out about your story and did something really unusual. That's Shaquille O'Neal.
He was just like, what do you need? What is something that's holding you back? I took wrestling off this entire summer so I can pay for a car. And he was like, okay, well, let me know what car you want.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Millions are choosing NordVPN to stay safer online. Get NordVPN today with 77% off and up to 3 months extra. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic and help you avoid phishing, scams, and malware. Get the special NordVPN deal today at nordvpn.com. This offer includes a 77% discount on a 2-year plan and up to 3 extra months. Savings and additional terms apply and can be found on nordvpn.com. The offer is valid until October 15th.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248 today.
Life changes, and each year, so does Medicare. It's time to review and change your 2026 plans with annual enrollment coming next month. Once it passes, your options are limited. Do you need Part C? Act now. Free personalized Medicare plan comparisons. Pittsburgh-based. Need Part C. NeedPartC.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 64 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 12 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Well, the Fayette County community and several churches came together on Friday evening for a candlelight prayer service to honor the life of 9-year-old Renesmee Utsi. She's the girl who was found dead along the shore of the Yaak River on Thursday morning after being reported missing on Wednesday. 2 people have been charged in connection with her death, the foster mother of Utsi, Courtney Utsi, along with custodial guardian Sarah Shipley. At the prayer service at Franklin Memorial Methodist Church in Dunbar, Christina Benedetto, Utsi's biological mother, had this to say.
She could light up a room with her laugh. She was beautiful inside and out, and most importantly, she was our baby girl.
There will also be a vigil this evening to remember the life of Renesmee Utsi. It will be held at 7 o'clock tonight at Dunbar Park in Fayette County. Well, the suspended police chief of Arnold is now the former police chief. Josh Stenger resigned his position Friday. Mayor Shannon Santucci tells the Trib that Stenger resigned in lieu of being terminated following a state police investigation of him. Robert House, who has been serving as officer in charge since July, will be appointed chief. The man charged with a violent attack on a 10-month-old baby in July has been ordered to stand trial on criminal homicide charges. 18-year-old Dominic Pinnock will also be